escape. Why have we been so easy to unfold? Future might seem out of reach, but we're getting close. We'll follow me when the sky starts to change. Yeah, we won't be afraid. We'll never be the same again. When you follow me, we won't leave it to chance. We can't write our romance. We'll never be the same again. Will you follow me when the sky starts to change? Yeah, we won't be afraid. We'll never be the same again. Will you follow me when the sky starts to change? Yeah, we won't be afraid. We'll never be the same again. Will you follow me? We won't leave it to chance. We can't write our romance. We'll never be the same
You're streaming with the Fantasy Follow. Welcome everybody into TFF Live, Saturday Stars edition. Hope all of you enjoyed both of the games tonight. Couple of big wins, my Buffalo Bills and also the Green Bay Packers. Some good games, some interesting fantasy results on both sides tonight. And of course, a lot of games left to go for this weekend. We thank you for being here. Of course, as always, our live chat is open for the remainder of our show throughout the show tonight. Here to answer your fantasy football questions all show long, even if we have other content going. That's what we love to do. So we will get to those as quickly as we can. We do have a lot of content planned for you tonight. It's the Saturday Star Show. Tonight we talk about the top matchups for tomorrow and Monday's games. Also, we have a lot of headlines to go through before we start. We see some chats already. We will get to those shortly. But first, let's get right on into today's headlines, starting out with the news on Drew Brees. Drew Brees will be starting for the New Orleans Saints, coming back from that injury. Brees has not played since Week 10. This is interesting news for you, depending on who you have in your fantasy lineups in your playoffs. Probably not so much for Michael Thomas, since Michael Thomas has gone to IR. I thought it was going to be great news for everybody who had Michael Thomas in their lineups with Brees coming back. And then lo and behold, Thomas is out for the remainder of the regular season for the Saints. He is expected to return for the playoffs for New Orleans. And also, you would expect it to be a big uptick for Alvin Kamara with Brees back in that lineup. You would think he would be the guy that's going to benefit the most from that change with Brees coming back. Headline from tonight's early game, Stephon Diggs for the Buffalo Bills was carted off the field in the fourth quarter. This was kind of not really noticed too much, but just kind of went under the radar. Was reported to be a foot injury. Not sure of the severity as of yet, so something to keep an eye on as you move forward in the next week. Diggs, obviously another great game tonight. 13 targets, 11 catches, 147 yards. That was 25.7 fantasy points. So Stephon Diggs carted off. He did walk back seemingly under his own power, so we'll have to keep an eye and see what's going to happen there with Diggs for the Bills. Ezekiel Elliott still suffering through that calf injury that he's been dealing with. It's not a great situation for the Cowboys, and it hasn't been great for Zeke in the past few weeks anyway, with that offense struggling. But he did not practice all week. He is expected to play this week against San Francisco. And yesterday, head coach Mike McCarthy, before their practice, he commented on Zeke's status.
I would say, I think understandably, he's a little further away this week than he was last week because he played in the game. So, but yeah, I still plan on him playing Sunday, and today will be important, in the amount of work that he gets tomorrow will factor. But he's all things look like he's going to play in the game, but I think if as a comparable and rightfully so. After coming off of the game Sunday, he's a little further behind today than where he was this time last week.
Yeah, so we'll have to see how that works out for Ezekiel Elliott. And again, it hasn't been going great in terms of fantasy production anyways for Zeke. And obviously dealing with that injury doesn't make things any better. So a situation to monitor as we go into the weekend. Another tough week here. Julio Jones out for the second straight week for the Atlanta Falcons, still dealing with that hamstring injury that's been plaguing him all year long. I won't be surprised at all if they end up shutting down Julio Jones for the rest of this year. We'll see how that bodes for the rest of the Falcons offense tomorrow. Calvin Ridley has been a little banged up as well, but you would expect a little bit of an uptick for him. Russell Gage is perhaps in the mix there in terms of a potential wide receiver to pick up, and we'll see if Hayden Hurst can start to have a little better production than he's had recently with Jones out. For Pittsburgh, it's James Conner. He's going to be questionable Monday night. That's the Monday night game against Cincinnati, dealing with a quad injury. Is expected to play, as all reports are showing right now. Another interesting situation in Pittsburgh because, again, their run game has been struggling, and not sure how much that has to do with the actual Conner injury, but a situation to monitor as well. Unfortunately, for fantasy purposes, Monday night games are always tough with potential injuries. So keep an eye on your reports as the weekend's moving on here. Out of Miami, 2 players questionable. That's Devontae Parker and Mike Gesicki. Miami at home against New England. It looks like both are trending towards being in that lineup tomorrow. But again, 2 more players to keep on your radar as you move along in your fantasy football playoffs. The unending saga in Detroit of injured players continues. Kenny Golladay is out again this week. He has not played now since week 8. The player who does have a chance to play is Matthew Stafford. Despite dealing with rib injury that's been quite painful, it does look like Stafford wants to push forward and play. We did hear from interim head coach Darrell Bevell yesterday, and he talked about Matthew Stafford wanting to work his way back into that lineup.
He's better. He's moving better. He's feeling better. How far that's going to be, we'll have to see in terms of, like I said, you really can't judge this because the guy is as tough as nails, and he may come on Sunday. I've had it before. Favre was out like 10 straight weeks. He was going to be out again, and he walks in the day of the game, says, "I'm going." Goes guys like that. You give it to them, and they go, and so. I feel like he's in that same category. He could walk in Sunday and say, "I don't care what anyone's saying, I'm going." So I'm going to let him go.
So, yeah, another interesting one here. Again, no Matthew Stafford, but the players that are most affected by this here are Marvin Jones, a potential wide receiver that you're turning to in terms of increased volume that he might get there, and also TJ Hawkinson in that lineup. I think these players are certainly impacted by whether or not Stafford plays or not. If he does not, it looks like Chase Daniel is going to get the start for the Detroit Lions. Certainly, if you have either of those players, you would hope to have Stafford in that lineup. And I think DeAndre Swift probably not really affected too much. I think he's going to be fine. He might even be actually better off if Stafford doesn't go in that game. 2 players out of New York that are looking questionable here and not looking to be on the good side of it. It's Evan Ingram and Daniel Jones. That is the Sunday night game tomorrow against Cleveland. It does not look like either of these guys are trending towards playing this weekend. Something to keep an eye on here. I'm not sure how that will affect things in terms of who you might be playing into your fantasy playoffs. But again, both of these guys now looking good. So a situation to monitor. Possibly Colt McCoy again in a backup role there. And it looks like their tight ends are all a little banged up for New York. So not even sure what would happen there if Ingram didn't go. A couple more players to look at here. Damian Harris for the New England Patriots. He is going to be out this weekend. He's nursing that ankle injury that he suffered in Week 14 against the Rams. It looks like Sony Michel is expected to start. But again, with the Patriots and Bill Belichick, you just kind of never know who they're going to play at the running back spot. So keep your eyes and ears open, and we'll see what happens with that situation there. And then finally, Salvon Ahmed for the Miami Dolphins is questionable. It looks like he is trending towards playing in that game against New England. He has not played since week 11, but certainly if he does play, that would change things for certainly guys like DeAndre Washington. And certainly Ahmed is probably a playable player if you're in need of a running back if he were to be cleared to play in that game. All right, that's the headlines for tonight. Let's we see a few chats going. Before we get to the chats, let's put up real quick our comment here, letting you know that the live chat is open for the remainder of the show. Jump in the chat. We see a lot of you guys here already, and we're going to start getting to these right away. This is the main focus of our show. We do have a lot of other content to go through, but we always want to get to these chats first. So if you are on the stream, feel free to jump in the chat, get in the conversation, and we will answer those fantasy football questions as quick as we can, even as we're going through other content. All right, and let's start it right out with Rob Navarro. Welcome back, Rob Navarro, one of our regulars here on the stream. And Rob, you say, is Hill a drop? Other quarterbacks I have are Herbert, Kyler, and Tannehill. I don't expect, you might potentially, just to protect yourself, wait and see if perhaps Breeze gets through this game without any setbacks. But I wouldn't expect that Hill would be much of a fantasy factor from this point moving forward. He's likely going to revert back to that role that we've seen him in before, that kind of gadget player. Certainly if Breeze wasn't able to get through this game effectively, then it might be a reason to protect yourself and not necessarily drop him yet. But I think with the other quarterbacks you have in your lineup, you got a lot of other options there, Herbert, Kyler, and Tannehill, getting through, this week and next week. So, yeah, I think in your situation, I wouldn't think that if you have somebody out there that you're looking to get perhaps as a possible starter this weekend, or even somebody as a blocker against one of your opponents, I would think it's probably safe to go ahead and move Hill. And even in that regard, should, he's not going to probably, if obviously if Breeze gets hurt, then he has some value in terms of being re-picked up off the waiver wire. But Breeze gets that through that game okay. Hill goes to the waiver wire. He's probably not going to be picked up anyways. So if for some reason you did want to go back and get him once those waivers cleared, I would think that you likely would have the shot to do that anyway. And you say in 3 leagues that you have him, Hill. Yeah, I'm in the same boat. I picked him up along the way just to see what would happen, and things started to go okay. So that gave him some value. But I just don't think once Breeze is back, I think that's probably the end of the road for this season for Hill. He'll move back to that same situation that he was in before, I would expect. All right, Rob Navarro, thank you for the chat. Glad to have you back with us here again. I see another return viewer from one of our regulars, Trust the Process Football Talk. Welcome back. Trust the Process Football Talk. Haven't seen you in a little bit here. And you say, I thought Mike Davis would do better, but I still had Allen, Diggs, Waller, and Bass. Yeah, I had the same hopes for Mike Davis. I thought this was a good spot. Stats-wise, it was a good matchup against Green Bay. Unfortunately, we ran into that game script situation where Green Bay had the lead for most of the game. Obviously, on the flip side of things, you saw a great game from Aaron Jones. So that was definitely very good in the running back situation there for Green Bay. And Trust the Process, you also say, also go subscribe to the show. Oh, thank you, Trust the Process. Good stuff. Congrats on 55 subs. Big improvement was here when you had 23. Yep. We've been running it along and doing some, off-the-cuff shows here and there, and just kind of learning as we go and trying to figure out what times work best in terms of when the viewers like to watch our shows. We've done some late-night stuff. I had a bunch of West Coast viewers as well. So we've been working and getting that information out there, and we hope you guys enjoy what we're doing. And by all means, we love to talk fantasy football talk with you guys. So thanks for being back. Trust the Process Football Talk, and hope yours is going well as well. All right, let me see who's next here. I do see another follow-up from Trust the Process about Diggs came back to the sideline before the end of the game. He'll be fine. That's what we talked about in our headlines. I would expect the same thing. I certainly hope so, especially being a Buffalo Bills fan as well in terms of real football. So it was a good night for us in terms of real football too. So we do like that, but Diggs has been really good all year in both. And so certainly everyone hopes to see him back with no issues. All right, a chat here from Zach Conroe, another one of our regulars. Welcome back, Zach Conroe. Glad to have you on the stream tonight with us. You say, should I start Robert Woods or T.Y. Hilton in full PPR? All right, let's get right into our first lineup decision of the night. And we'll put up our graphics on the left side of our screen, helping you out with these matchups. This is fantasy points allowed to the wide receiver position. And we will talk through this matchup. First of all, T.Y. Hilton, that is a game against Houston this weekend. I'm going to find the game time for you. I believe it's a 1 p.m. start, but I don't want to be misquoted there. So let me just get that up on my other screen here. Yes, 1 p.m. game time. That's a home game against Houston. Houston, as you see on the left side of your screen, currently allowing the 9th most fantasy points to the wide receiver spot. T.Y. Hilton has certainly been on a huge hot streak as of late. Also a good matchup here for Robert Woods. That is the 4:05 window. Home game against the New York Jets. Again, the Jets, a great matchup. 7th most fantasy points to the wide receiver spot. So in this situation, Zach, here's what I would say. And again, this is kind of my deal, is trying to present as much information to go with these decisions as possible. I know fantasy football is all about opinions, but I try to back it up as much as kind of let you know where I'm thinking through these things. I always talk about these 4 factors when making these decisions, and that is ability, volume, matchup, and game script. So looking at the matchup level of that, these are 2 really good matchups. So I would say that's probably a little bit of a wash. I don't know that either one necessarily stands out over the other. I think in terms of ability and volume, I think certainly T.Y. Hilton has been great in fantasy. He got off to a really rough start this year, and it has been hot as of late. I would expect him to still play well, but you still would think that Robert Woods is probably a little bit higher tier player over the course of this season. The volume question is a little bit different, because who's going to run the ball more? I mean, I would guess that, the Rams want to run the ball. The Colts are going to want to run the ball in this game. So I think that either one of them is going to take away some of the volume. I feel like my gut says I might trust Woods a little bit more in this situation, just because I feel like he hasn't probably had as many big games recently as Hilton, but he's probably been more consistent over the course of the year. So I guess, Zach, in this situation, I might ask, where do you feel like you're at in this matchup? I would probably put T.Y. Hilton as the more boom or bust potential of these 2 players. So perhaps if you feel like you're in the need of a bigger game to win that matchup, then that might dictate Hilton as your choice. But I think Woods probably might have a safer floor, because, again, T.Y. as a boom or bust player, that bust is always there for the potential. So Woods, I think, might be the safer floor of these 2 players. I think that's why my gut would lean towards Woods. I certainly think that the Jets have been leaking in terms of fantasy points through the past game, but so have the Texans. So they're both there. I think both of these really are fine starts. I think it's going to come down to basically what do you feel you need, and also take a look at your matchup and see, are there any players in common in the player that you're playing against? Are you perhaps playing a Cooper Kupp, where you want to make sure that if that's a super high scoring game, that hopefully they both get some, and you don't lose out there? Or is your opponent perhaps streaming Phillip Rivers, and you want to make sure that if Rivers has a nice game, that you get a piece of his points with T.Y. Hilton. So all these factors to consider. I really don't think that you can go wrong with either of these 2. I think you're flipping a coin at this point, because the matchups are both great. It's not like one of these guys has an awful matchup. I like them both. My gut to me says Woods here. But again, this is why I try to present you with a bunch of different information, because I really want you to be able to make that best decision for you and for what you feel is best for your lineup. So again, my gut says Woods, but I don't think you're wrong with either one of these 2 guys in this particular situation. All right, Zach Conroe, appreciate you being on the stream. As always, glad to see you back again. And as I always say, I hope whichever guy you pick, I hope they crush it. All right, we got a chat here from Michael McFarland. Looks like you might be a new viewer to the stream, Michael McFarland. So if you are, welcome. Glad to have you here with us tonight. You say, I'm debating between 2 quarterbacks, Big Ben and Deshaun Watson. Based on the matchups, it seems like Big Ben will be the obvious choice, but based on how they've been playing recently, can Big Ben be trusted? Very interesting scenario here. Let's start out with the matchups. You already mentioned it, so we will talk about what we have here. Roethlisberger, let's take a look at game times just to help you out, because that always plays into this. Pittsburgh playing on Monday night on the road at Cincinnati. In terms of the matchup, Cincinnati, the 18th. That is so the 15th fewest fantasy points to the quarterback position. Deshaun Watson for Houston. That is on the road at Indianapolis Sunday, 1 p.m. Indianapolis, let's see where they fall. 27th in terms of fantasy points. So that is the 6th fewest to the quarterback spot. So definitely I see what you're saying. The matchup edge is there with Roethlisberger. To me, again, I go back to these 4 factors, and I know I say this a lot on these streams, but I think it's worth repeating. Ability, volume, matchup, and game script. And I put them in that order for a reason. I think you trust those top 2 factors, ability and volume, over that matchup sometimes in a lot of cases. I think this might be one of them, and you kind of alluded to that when you said, talking about the way they've been playing recently. I feel like Deshaun Watson is one of those guys that frequently overcomes bad matchups. And I also feel that in this particular matchup, Houston has not been playing well lately. there's a very reasonable chance that game script will also favor him in the second half of that game, meaning that they will be forced to continue to throw the ball. It does look like Brandon Cooks is expected to be back in that lineup this week, so that does bolster things in terms of the wide receivers. Duke Johnson, it looks like is going to be out, so it looks like it's going to be David Johnson in that backfield. All those factors kind of playing in. Roethlisberger is one of those players that's sometimes difficult to predict, I feel. He's had a lot of good spots this year where I felt like the matchups were good and in his favor, and he didn't really seem to produce what you were looking for. Let's go ahead and do this. Let me go ahead and call up the stats for Roethlisberger because I want to be sure about what I'm saying, but I do feel like he perhaps has not broken 20 in quite a few weeks here. And if it has been, it might have only been like once over the course of a string of games. I don't want to misspeak, so I'm calling this up. Again, on my other screen, I'm looking here, and I guess it doesn't matter, half-point PPR. Roethlisberger, 4 straight games without breaking 20 points. In the last 4 games, 17-6-8, 13-5-4, 19-2-0, and 15-4-8. A couple of those matchups were very good. As a matter of fact, the November 15th Week 10 game actually was against Cincinnati. That was the week before that run. And he was 29.32 fantasy points the last time these two teams played. So that perhaps makes you feel a little better about this matchup. Again, this is one of those guys where it's just sometimes tough to know what you're going to get. I do feel like probably Deshaun Watson is a little bit more reliable in terms of knowing what to expect from his production. Let's take a look at what he's done in recent games. I guess I should say that he's had a couple of rough games in the last 5, 2 games under 20. That was Week 10 against Cleveland, 14-1-2, and then last week against Chicago, which is a tough matchup, 16-5-6. Sandwiched around those, New England in Week 11, 31.36. Detroit in Week 12, 33.12. 4 touchdowns against Detroit, 2 against New England. He's had some really nice games. Have these two teams played? Yes, they have. Indianapolis in Week 13. Watson had 341 yards against the Colts in that last matchup. Did have 1 interception, 20.44 points. Yeah, it's like in this situation, this is one of those where, you're in your playoffs. You probably got to go with the guy that you feel like you can trust more at this point. Unless, again, you're in a situation where you feel like you have to absolutely swing for the fences. Then you could potentially look in the other direction towards Roethlisberger. But Roethlisberger, I can pronounce well tonight, apparently. But I will say that both of them did have decent games in their previous matchups against these teams. I do know that Watson's matchup is a little bit worse, but I also do feel like Watson is really a fantasy stud. Even though things have been rough for Houston, he's a player that I feel like is an easy player to trust, even when you're not sure about the matchup. So I feel like the more of the risky choice, perhaps here, like if it were me, I would feel more risk in probably going towards Big Ben. But again, you've got to balance that against what do you need. And again, take a look at your opponent. See, is there anybody on the other side? There are a lot of players who could be on the other side of this matchup that might make a difference, especially on the Pittsburgh side. Juju, Deontay Johnson, Chase Claypool. These are all players that could be potentially in a lot of lineups this weekend in the playoffs. So does that perhaps help you make that decision? Me personally, again, I always say, I try to present information so that you can make the best decision, in addition to what my opinion is. I probably feel a little bit more trust in Deshaun Watson, but I don't fault you if you try to move towards Big Ben on this one either. So it's truly one of those situations where I know my answer is not like a hard set, this is what I'm saying. It's kind of a more informational answer. I feel like Watson is definitely trustable, even in bad matchups. Certainly that can go the other way as well. But I feel like he's one of those players who you do trust along the way and look for him to kind of beat that matchup. So that's kind of where my gut lies. But again, I hope that you definitely, whichever guy you pick does crush it. I do see a follow-up here. Says, can he be trusted to pull off a big fantasy game compared to Deshaun Watson? Yeah, that's kind of what I'm saying. Like Roethlisberger, it's always that situation where you're like, what's going to happen here? We used to see the home road splits were a big deal. This is a road game, I believe. I don't want to misspeak here, so let me double check that. This, I do believe, is a road game against Cincinnati. All of these things are factors. I do feel like for me, I think Watson is probably the guy that you perhaps trust, to overcome bad matchups, whereas Roethlisberger is a guy that could potentially not perform well even in a good matchup. I guess that's where I feel about the two. And in talking them through that way, For me, that leans my gut towards Watson. But again, I do hope that whichever you guy, make that best decision for your team. And I hope whichever guy you pick, I hope they absolutely crush it. And again, Michael McFarland, looks like you might be a new viewer to the stream. Appreciate you being here. Glad that you found us. We'll take this opportunity to put up a little bit of our information here for all of you who might be new to the stream tonight. Do want to let you know a little bit about us when we have the chance. TFF Live Sunday pregame show is our main show. That show is tomorrow at 12 noon Eastern time. This is kind of one of our additional shows that we do, the Saturday Star Show. But our main show is that Sunday pregame. We do the same thing as this one, answering all your fantasy football questions, taking you right up until game time. A lot of other content as well, but obviously getting ready for your matchups each week. And then a little bit more about us. We are the Fantasy Follow. We are a brand new channel on YouTube. For those of you new to the stream, welcome and thank you for being here. Be sure to hit that subscribe button so that you can get those notifications when we have new content. We do know that as a newer channel, we are still growing, but we don't always necessarily come up quite as high in those searches. So we do want to make sure that you guys are able to get that content so that you find out whenever we have upcoming videos and shows. And for those of you who are regulars and who are back to the stream and have already subscribed, we thank you for doing so. We do have a goal of 100 new subscribers. And as Trust the Process Football Talk said, we are just over halfway there. Looking forward to keep growing this channel. So we appreciate all of you that have been with us all season long and have supported us. We are also on Twitter at the Fantasy Follow, and that's fantasy spelled FNTSY. And you can send us your fantasy football questions during the week to our Twitter account and use the hashtag AskTFFLive, and we will answer those questions live on our Sunday pregame show. Facebook/the Fantasy Follow, website fantasyfollow.com. All right, let's get right back into the chats. Before we move along with our chats, we will put up this reminder one more time. We do have it pinned up there on your chat for those of you watching on the stream there. Our live chat is open to the entire show. And even if we were talking about other content, feel free to drop your chat. This is what we love to do. We would much rather be talking with you than just talking to you. So we do have a lot of other content planned for tonight's show. But by all means, what we love to do is these chats. So jump right on in, and we will look towards these chats before we even get to the rest of our content. All right, let's move right along to Trust the Process Football Talk. You say Evan Ingram expected to play. Jones not expected to play. I did see a report on Evan Ingram that says it's not nearly as sure on his side of things, kind of an up-in-the-air type thing. So I think it might be a little bit more of a game-time decision on his part. As a lot of you guys that are regulars here know, Evan Ingram is one of those players that I just have always I've never been able to get a beat on in terms of predicting what he's going to do. And so to me, I've drafted him some seasons. In fact, this year I have him in one particular league. And I've always been I don't know when to start him. I don't know when to sit him. So to me, if Evan Ingram is not playing, so be it. Obviously, I hope the best for the guy. It's not anything personal. This is just fantasy football. But I always have a hard time making decisions with him. So if you have another tight end that's within reason of being, near at the same level, and we'll go through later our Saturday Stars. We have a bunch of tight ends in that rundown of players with really nice matchups this weekend. By all means, I know me personally, I love to pick anybody else other than Evan Ingram. That's just my own personal bias in this situation, but definitely a situation to monitor on both sides of that. All right, Carlos Orozco, welcome back, Carlos Orozco, one of our regular viewers. Glad to have you on tonight's stream. You say Chris Carson or J.K. Dobbins. All right, to talk through this one, let's go ahead and put up on the left side of your screen fantasy points to the running back position. And let's go ahead and on my other screen, I will call up these matchups so that I can take a look at each of these for you. Let's see who you mentioned first is Chris Carson. So we'll go to that one first. That is against Washington on the road, 1 p.m. tomorrow. Washington, 29th. So they are the fourth fewest fantasy points to the running back position. Certainly a tougher matchup. J.K. Dobbins for Baltimore at home. 1 p.m. tomorrow against Jacksonville. Jacksonville, fifth most fantasy points to the running back spot. So this is one of those interesting situations where you've got kind of two sides to this one. Carson, the tougher matchup, clearly would be expected to be the favorite to have all of the volume for Seattle. Dobbins, the better matchup, but again, splitting time with at least Gus Edwards. It looks like Mark Ingram has kind of been a little bit of a disappearing act, so it does seem like it's down to those two, which makes you feel a little bit better about selecting one of those Baltimore players. And again, it does seem like Dobbins has been the guy that they've gone to quite often with Edwards kind of working as the number 2. Again, we haven't seen much from Ingram in recent weeks. I personally like Carson a whole lot here. And for me, I'm a lot of times going to pick volume over matchup. So you know that Chris Carson's going to get that volume. You wouldn't expect, Carlos Hyde, or I know I've seen that Rashad Penny is working his way back from IR. You wouldn't really expect anybody's going to cut into his work this weekend. Game script-wise, there's a very good chance that Seattle is winning this game against Washington. I know Washington's D is tougher, but you got no Alex Smith this week. You're back to Dwayne Haskins. We definitely saw that team struggle on offense quite a bit earlier in the season when Haskins was their starting quarterback. So I certainly think that game script does help you in that situation. Baltimore is going to be the same deal. You're likely going to see the game script on their side for the running back, so you wouldn't think that Jacksonville is going to be leading that game against Baltimore. So I do think that both of these guys are nice starts this weekend. Again, we've talked about this a little bit with other matchups. Being that this is your playoffs, it kind of brings another element to these decisions. Most likely, if one of these two players is going to have a bigger upside game, it's probably Dobbins because of that matchup. You would likely think that there's the chance for him to have one of those games where he ends up with 2 touchdowns. Whereas Carson, because the volume is there, might protect you a little bit more and maybe a safer floor. Even if he doesn't have as great of a game with a tougher matchup, he's likely to get a little bit more work. So it puts you in a situation where what are you looking to get out of this matchup? Are you in need of a big swing for the fences, try to win that game against the team that is favored against you? Or are you the clear favorite against your opponent and want to potentially avoid a game where, hey, Gus Edwards gets all the work today and J.K. Dobbins is sitting on the bench? Like, you just never know. That's probably going to play into that decision. I do think both of these guys are good starts this weekend. I always like Carson, and I always like the volume. So for me personally, if it were my team, I might lean towards Carson. But don't take that to be that I'm saying that Dobbins is not a player that's not worthy of a start this weekend. I think that he is. And again, a lot of these times when I answer these questions, I know I wind up with an answer doesn't sound like much of an answer, but it's more information. But that's kind of my purpose in doing this, and why I give you a lot of this backup, like the matchups on the left side of your screen, is that I do want you to be able to, to make that decision that you feel is best for your team in the long run, rather than just relying on my opinion alone. I'm certainly willing to share my opinion, but as you know, this is fantasy football. Like any one of us could be wrong at any given time, and we certainly all hope to get these right all the time. So that's why I try to give you a lot of backup information. Bottom line, I think either one of these two guys have a good chance to have nice games this weekend. Even though Carson, a bad matchup, I think he's capable of overcoming that. I would say take a look at your opponent, see if there are any players in common that make that decision, and try to gauge where you're at in terms of what you need to win your matchup. And keep in mind, if you need a big swing for the fences, potentially a big boom game, Dobbins probably has the better chance to give you that. At the same time, there's always the possibility with that backfield when you got two guys that split like they do there. Gus Edwards gets the hot hand, and they run with him for most of the game, which means Carson probably a safer floor. Again, I'll say if it were me on my team, I'd probably pick Carson, but that doesn't necessarily mean that I'm saying that's absolutely the pick that you need to make this week. And I think it depends on a lot of your other factors. And I do hope that whichever guy I will be watching, Carlos, and I do hope whichever guy you pick crushes it, and do want all you guys to be able to advance on towards your league championships. Again, Carlos Orozco is one of our regulars, so we do thank you very much for being on our stream. Glad to have you back with us. Look forward to seeing you again on future streams. All right, and again, as I usually say with these chats, I try to go in order here, and I try as much as I can not to miss anybody. But if I do miss anybody, it's certainly not on purpose. Just drop me a chat saying, hey, you missed mine, and I'll go back up and get it. I try not to do that, but it does happen from time to time on the streaming service that I work off of here. I'm basically scrolling up and down, looking through. So always do my best not to miss anybody, but it does happen. So if I do, just drop me a chat, let me know, and I'll do my best to go back and get them. All right, Lucius Varenus 44, another one of our regulars. Welcome back, Lucius Varenus 44. Glad to have you again on tonight's stream. You say pick 2 wide receivers, DK Metcalf, T.Y. Hilton, Chris Godwin, or Adam Thielen. Pick DST, Browns, Pats, 49ers. Sanders or Blankovich for kicker. Insanely close playoff matchup. Can't flex. Thanks in advance. Let me see if there are any follow-ups here. I'm interested in why you can't flex. Did you play a player that's already played in your flex, perhaps? I'm curious about that one. But let's go ahead and work our way through these one by one. I will say I don't have a fantasy graphic for kickers or for defenses. So I will just be talking through that. But I can give you this for wide receivers, and that is our fantasy points to the wide receiver position. So we're picking 2, starting with DK Metcalf for Seattle. On the road at Washington, 1 p.m. game, a tougher matchup. 4th fewest fantasy points to the wide receiver spot. That being said, DK Metcalf, again, when we talk about those factors, ability, he is awesome. And I don't have any reason to doubt that he will overcome that matchup this weekend against Washington. I think he's certainly in line for a nice day of fantasy. He's not one of those players that I would instantly look at the matchup and say, oh, can't start him. So I'm not going to rule him out by any means. T.Y. Hilton, that is a road game, 1 p.m. tomorrow against Houston. Houston, the 9th most fantasy points to the wide receiver spot. Certainly a good matchup there. Chris Godwin, Tampa Bay, 1 p.m. matchup tomorrow on the road at Atlanta. Atlanta, the 2nd most fantasy points to the wide receiver spot. Another good matchup. Adam Thielen, Minnesota, home tomorrow, 1 p.m. against Chicago. Chicago, 3rd fewest fantasy points to the wide receiver spot. A tougher matchup, but again, we've talked about this on previous streams. Adam Thielen was able to put up a very nice game. Last game they played against Chicago. Didn't have the huge yardage. I think he had 49 yards. I'm going to call it up here as we talk. But that's off the top of my head. I think he had 49 yards, but did have 2 touchdowns in that game. And again, I do believe that there are some injuries on the Chicago side in the secondary this week that might change things in that matchup. Week 10 against Chicago, Adam Thielen, 7 targets, 4 catches, 43 yards, 2 touchdowns. That was 18.30 fantasy points, and that's a half-point number. So if you're playing full PPR, that would be 20.30 fantasy points. So he certainly was able to overcome a bad matchup there. And again, if there are injuries there in the Chicago side of things, that is a situation that he is able to overcome potentially this week. And I do want to look this up because I did make a note of this already in my notes in terms of the Chicago matchup. Let me see where I can find this here. Yes, Chicago. They, in terms of, let's see, they've allowed, at least at the quarterback spot, 2 20-plus quarterback games in their last 3. I know that's a little bit more about Kirk Cousins, but it's certainly pertinent information. That means that the last couple of weeks, their passing game has been a little bit more vulnerable. And again, if there are injuries there, that certainly has a lot to do with that. You've got, like, in a close matchup like this, you got 4 guys that are all playable here. You got 2 tougher matchups from the guys that you probably trust more, and 2 bigger matchups from guys that you might not trust quite as much. That's a tough situation to be in. Again, a lot of times I talk about those 4 factors, that being ability, volume, matchup, and game script. DK Metcalf and Adam Thielen have been studs for you for most of the season. And I read a quote during the week. I want to say it was on Twitter. I want to say it was from Fantasy Football Nerd, which is somebody that I follow on Twitter. And they said that the guys that got you to week 14 into your fantasy football playoffs, they're going to be the same guys that get you to week 16 in your fantasy football championship. This might be one of those situations where, despite the fact that those 2 matchups are that much better, you got 2 studs, and they've been studs all year long. Do you potentially want to trust them rather than rolling the dice on 2 guys who have good matchups but have been far less consistent? I'm going to call up Chris Godwin because I definitely think that the numbers have not been consistent for Godwin. There are so many mouths to feed for Tampa Bay. I certainly don't think that he necessarily doesn't play well. But in the past few weeks, so the last 4 games for Godwin, week 10, 92 yards, 15.2 points in PPR. Week 11, 53 yards, 18.3 points in PPR. Week 12, 97 yards, 17.7 points in PPR. Then he had a bye. Then last week, 25 yards, 3 targets, 2 catches, 4.5 points. Not great. Makes it more difficult to trust him, even though he certainly has had plenty of good games this year. I will say that these 2 teams, they have not played yet, so there's nothing to look back on there in terms of Godwin's past. T.Y. Hilton, we know what he's done. 4 touchdowns in the last 3 games. Just absolutely crushing it as of late. The question with T.Y. Hilton is which T.Y. Hilton shows up? Is it the guy we saw for the first part of the year that did next to nothing? or is it the guy we've seen in the past few weeks that is the T.Y. Hilton that we remember from previous great seasons? Certainly more of the boomer bust guy. Houston defense has been giving up lots of yardage. There is a game to look back on here, and that was 2 weeks ago at Houston. T.Y. Hilton, 11 targets, 8 catches, 110 yards, and a touchdown. That was 25 points in a PPR scoring format. A great game against the same team that he's playing, and I know I definitely did see on one of the shows this week, probably it was NFL Network, talking about the T.Y. Hilton over his career does crush the Houston Texans. So I think between Hilton, let's put it this way, between Hilton and Godwin, if you were going to displace either Metcalf or Thielen with one of these matchups, I got to feel like Hilton, because of that potential, what he's been doing lately, and the fact that he could have another huge game against a team that you just saw him crush 2 weeks ago, he's probably the guy that I would think slots in over one of those other two. And then it just comes down to which guy, do you want to move out of that lineup, Metcalf or Thielen? That is a really tough choice. Metcalf has been so good. Thielen had, the last game in Chicago, he did have 2 touchdowns, but only had 43 yards. So maybe a little bit more touchdown dependent. Perhaps if there's one of those two that you're going to move out, perhaps he's the one. And perhaps you stick with Metcalf, and then it becomes a Metcalf-Hilton situation. I want to look and see if there are any follow-ups here, because I'm really curious as to what you mean when you say that you lost your flex. I'm wondering if perhaps you played somebody in a flex that's already played versus swapping them out. I don't see any follow-ups. All right, so let me get back to, I hope, as far as the wide receivers go, I hope that part helped. Again, like I said, I think those two guys are studs, and perhaps Hilton replaces one of them. When you get this far into your playoffs, a lot of times, like I said, you trust those guys that have gotten you there. And that's certainly Metcalf and Thielen, but I could see an argument for probably mostly Hilton of anybody to slide in. And I would think of anybody to potentially slide him past. It could be Thielen. I do think that Metcalf has been just so good all year. It's awful hard to put him on your bench. All right, to the rest of your question here, defenses. I don't have the defensive numbers, so let me call those up on my other screen here. Let's get rid of this left side of your screen so that we don't bore you with information that doesn't make a difference. Defenses. All right, let me see here. And who are the teams that you've asked me about? They are Browns, Pats, 49ers. I know the Browns have a good matchup. Cleveland playing, where are they at here? On the next page, of course. That game is at the Giants, and the Giants are certainly in the green. They are giving up the 5th most fantasy points to the defense position, to the DST. Again, doesn't look like you're going to have Daniel Jones. Quite likely not, or quite possibly not going to have Evan Ingram. A lot of players out there. I think that Cleveland, it's a streaming option. Certainly a possibility that could be good for you this weekend. I would probably have, they're a team that I would have looked at even, before knowing that guys were out as a potential streamer in your playoffs. New England against Miami. Now, the interesting thing with Miami is we know what New England does against rookie quarterbacks. Miami giving up the 14th fewest fantasy points to the DST. I certainly think there's a good chance that they put the struggles to TOWA. If Devontae Parker and Mike Gesicki don't play tomorrow, that certainly hurts them as well. But I probably think, putting Cleveland ahead of them with the fact that Jones is out, and the Giants have already been giving up a lot of points, I might lean towards Cleveland in that situation. I think San Francisco is a very reasonable possibility playing against Dallas. Dallas giving up the 4th most fantasy points to the DST. Again, Dallas has that potential with all of their receivers. They do have, even though they've been very bad this year, they certainly do have offensive firepower that just hasn't been playing all that well. San Fran, I don't know that I would necessarily put them. I guess what I'm saying is I feel like Cleveland is the most upside here. And a lot of times with defenses, you're basing it a lot on that matchup. I think against the Giants with a backup quarterback and other players potentially out, I think that's a very reasonable spot there. So I'm going to say gut play, in my opinion, Cleveland. Kicker side, I definitely don't have any kicker stats. So let me see what I can find out on these guys. I don't go through a lot of kicker research. So let's see what we can look at. Jason Sanders from Miami. This is someone who I've actually been streaming. I think that's very, very reasonably a good pick. Blankovich, I'm going to assume that you're talking about, let me just make sure, for Indianapolis, Blankenship. Again, a player that I actually am streaming in one of my leagues this weekend as well. I think either one of these two are fine. I think that I probably trust Sanders of the two here just because he's been a little bit, well, and you know what? They've both been good, but I probably trust Sanders here. There's a reasonable chance that Indianapolis is definitely, they should have plenty of easy time putting points up, but those might be all touchdowns and few field goals. In the last matchup against Houston, Blankenship 7 points. I would think there's going to be little resistance from the Houston defense. I do think that there's a better chance probably that Sanders has a little bit more field goal opportunities against New England. Certainly Miami has been okay this year, not the super high-powered team. I probably trust Sanders. I probably go with Sanders in this situation. I'm looking back to their last matchup. He only had 4 points in week 1 against New England, but this is probably a different Miami team than we saw at that point in the season. Sanders has had a really nice run here. He's been over 10 points for 6 straight games. 14, 14, 10, 12, 14, 10 in the last 6 games. I got to trust Sanders in this situation. That's the guy I would pick out of those two. Close playoff matchup. I really hope it works out for you. Lucius Varenas 44. I know that you're one of our regulars. We want all you guys on the stream to win these matchups. So again, I'll be watching. Lucius, let me know how things work out for you. Again, hope whichever guys you pick there, hope they absolutely crush it. Go out there and get that league championship. All right, I see a chat here from Rob Navarro, Deontay Johnson, or Chris Carson, flex PPR. I think this is another close one. It's a full PPR, so I'm going to say that probably leans me towards the Johnson side before we even start talking about other stuff. But we will look at matchups as we always do. So Deontay Johnson, that is the Monday night game at Cincinnati. Fantasy points to wide receivers on the left side of your screen. Cincinnati 17th, right at the halfway point. On the flip side of that, we talked a little bit about Chris Carson already against Washington, 29th. So that's 4th fewest points to the running back spot. So here's what I would say about this. My gut leans with Carson in this situation. Johnson, we saw struggle a lot in that last game, struggling with the drops. This is certainly a potential bounce back. His targets have been great. If you throw out that last game against Buffalo and just forget that one, pretend it never happened, he's had over 10 or more targets 5 straight games prior to that. And only one of those games, as I look on a half-point PPR screens, did he score less than 10 points. So if you're playing full PPR, in that game it was 8.6. That was against Baltimore. Tack on 4 more, it was 12.6. So you're still over. Again, the last time they played, he had 11 targets, 6 catches, 116 yards, and a touchdown. That was week 10. That was a 36-10 win, 20.60 fantasy points in half-point scoring. Tack on it would be another 3, so it would have been 23.6 for you in a full PPR. I think in this situation, even though I like Chris Carson a whole lot, given the fact that you are at full PPR and Johnson had a nice game the last time against Cincinnati, you probably lean more towards Johnson in this situation. I definitely like Carson, and a lot of times I will lean towards running backs in my flex. I like having 2 running backs and a flex running back. I think that's a lot of times gives you a nicer floor to work with. But perhaps in this situation, I don't lean that way, especially given the fact that it's full PPR. I think that you kind of, Johnson's been really good for you all year long. You expect him to be he's Pittsburgh's one receiver this year. I know Juju's there. I know Claypool's there. I expect Johnson to be their one guy, and the other guys are 1B at best. So I feel like in this particular situation, my gut probably leans Johnson here. Again, I don't think Carson's going to play poorly, but you look at those matchups, 4th fewest to running backs. And then over on the other side, the matchup edge is there for Johnson. The volume, you probably expect a full workload for Carson and more mouths to feed in Pittsburgh, but you might sacrifice that in that situation because Johnson gives you the upside in that PPR format, especially given all the targets that he's had. I don't expect that Pittsburgh's going to all of a sudden say, well, last game you had the drops, so we're not going to go to you anymore. I don't feel like that's the type of team that Pittsburgh is. You might, in that situation, if you do go with him, obviously that's the chance that you're taking. But I feel like the upside is probably there for Johnson in this spot. And again, this is your playoffs. A lot of times you need those big games. So that all being said, I don't think that Carson is a bad start, but I do think that Deontay Johnson between these two is a fine start for you. And again, I do hope that Rob Navarro, whichever guy you pick there, I do hope that they crush it. But like I said, I do think Deontay Johnson a fine start there. Again, thanks, Rob Navarro, for your question and being on the chat. Move on to the next one here is from Vansco. Welcome back, Vansco. Glad to have you back on the stream here. Another one of our regulars. We thank all of you guys who've been with us throughout this season. You say Rogers, Devontae, and Tunyon might get me bounced out of one of my playoffs. 40 points between the three of them. I assume that means you were playing against them this week. I know that's a tough situation. Anytime you're playing an Aaron Rodgers stack, the way he's been playing this year, things go well for that side of things. So yeah, I didn't look to see what the final totals were on all of them, but I'm sure they were all. I'm going to look them up real quick because I'm just a little bit curious at this point what those numbers were. Obviously, it was a big game from the Green Bay side of things. Let's see here. Week 15 is your week. Come on, cooperate with me, computer. All right, so it was. Yeah, of course they're gonna put these in an order that doesn't help me at all. It was Aaron Rodgers 18.32 fantasy points. It was Robert Tunyon with 9.3 and a half point PPR. He would tack on 1.5 there for 10.8, and then Devontae Adams. No, I've seen Devontae Adams as 7.7 points here. So I'm not sure about that 40 points between the three of them, unless I'm seeing something weird here. That tell me if I'm losing my mind. But I'm not seeing quite as big a game as what you're looking at there. 27-34. I guess it could be 40 with a PPR. But yeah, certainly you could have had a bigger game. Like there's a lot. You've had a lot of bigger games from Devontae Adams this year, and you've had a lot of bigger ones from Rodgers. So I might take that if I was playing those three guys at this point. Those are all like mediocre games for those guys. Let me slide back up here. I'm looking around at these chats real quick. I do want to jump back because Vansco, I do see you followed up on a couple of others here, and I want to follow up because if there is a follow-up here from no, I don't see it. I do see this is what I was getting at. I do see Vansco that you dropped this note here. Oh, I see. I got you. You say that they're your players, huh? Now I get it. That you were looking for more. Now I understand. Let me jump back to this one because I think this is a very important point. Vansco, thank you for putting that in here. That was what I was getting at. I was hoping for a chat back from Lucius to see what happened there. This is a very important point. In any week for your fantasy. Vansco, you say tip for the future at Lucius Varenas 44. Never start a Thursday night player in your flex if you can manage it anyway. This is one thing to always look for. And especially when you're talking about a lot of times it doesn't hurt you, but you get those weird situations where like perhaps somebody has plays in a Thursday night game and then there's a Friday injury to one of your main players and it kind of sticks you. Like even if you're talking about, let's say you're playing in a 2 wide receiver, 2 running back flex league, and you know you're going to play 3 wide receivers, it's always a good idea to shuffle that guy that's playing on Thursday up into the higher part of your lineup and move that guy down into your flex that's playing in a Sunday game. Same situation like if someone's playing in a Monday night game. Always try to have the latest player that's playing in your lineup for any given week in your flex spot, because in the end, that gives you options just in case something funny happens. That's kind of what I was getting at with this one, and I think, Vansco, you probably picked up on that. It just protects you. A lot of times it's not going to make any difference, and you'll be fine either way. But in those weird spots where it does, you just never know sometimes what's going to happen. Perhaps your guy, you have a guy in a Monday night game, and you played your earlier players in your flex, and then that guy goes out like a wide receiver, but there's a great running back like you can pick up off the waiver wire in that Monday night game. You're locked yourself into a wide receiver because that's all that's open. So yeah, again, that's what Vansco's saying here. That's kind of what I was getting at before. So I did want to pick up on that. That's just a good, I do see here from Lucius. Yes, flex is used. Appreciate the help. Just scared of Thielen because he's only had 3 touchdowns versus Chicago since 2014. Thanks so much for your usual professionalism and around answering questions. Well, absolutely. I appreciate the reach out there, Lucius. And yeah, it's, as I said, that is a Thielen thing. Take a look at your Chicago, see if you can find anything to read up on the Chicago secondary. Because I do think I saw a report that some of their guys they're a little banged up. That might make you feel a little bit less hesitant if Thielen is the way that you want to go. But again, I think that Thielen swapped in front of Thielen could be a potential for you. Again, I hope that whichever guy you pick there, I do hope that they crush it. All right, let me slide back to Vansco. I was going through Vansco's stuff. And yes, so you're saying that those were your 3 players. I now understand your situation even more. I wish that had gone better for you. I do see that Aaron Jones carried the day there for Green Bay. A really big day for him, 145 yards, touchdown on the ground. Looks like a total of 24.8 fantasy points in a full PPR there for Jones. Sebastian, let me go through Vansco's here, and let me see if there's any follow-ups here before I move on to the last one. I do see you next there, Sebastian. We'll hit you up with that one next. Let's see. Yes, one more follow-up here. You said my opponent started Josh Jacobs and Hunter Henry. He's already matched me full PPR. Jacobs had a nice game. Henry had a nice game, yes. So, but you know what? You got players left. There's still time to go. So you never know what happens in this deal. You know, it's time to get on the horse and see if you can get those guys tomorrow to have equally big games and get you through to that win. So you never know. All the more reason to be flipping on that Sunday ticket tomorrow and rooting on your players. All right. Next chat here is from Sebastian Doiron. Sebastian Doiron, one of our regulars. Welcome back to the stream. Glad to have you back with us tonight. You say Tyler Lockett, Deontay Johnson, or DJ Chark, half point PPR. All right, let's get some numbers on the screen. Let's help you out with these, starting with Tyler Lockett's the first guy that you mentioned. This is a road game at Washington. That is what time is that? A 1 p.m. window game. Early window game for that West Coast team. Take note of that, everybody. We've seen that sometimes be an issue for West Coast teams playing in the early window flying cross country. Not a great matchup. Washington, fourth fewest fantasy points to the wide receiver spot. I certainly think that between the two receivers, you've certainly been able to trust DK Metcalf a lot more than Lockett. Lockett has kind of turned into a boomer bust type player as of late. I know I had similar situations with swapping him out in recent weeks, and I went ahead and did so. I think that certainly he has the potential to have big games, but you haven't seen it in a while, and sometimes you got to go off of what you've seen most recently. Deontay Johnson, again, we talked about this a little bit already in that Pittsburgh game. Monday night on the road, Cincinnati, a better matchup, 17th, right at the halfway point. Johnson did have a very nice game last game against Cincinnati, and I do feel he's their number one guy. Cincinnati certainly is, although they may be halfway in terms of fantasy points to wide receivers, I don't think that they're necessarily a scary team in terms of playing against them. And we already know that Pittsburgh doesn't like running the football this year for some reason. And we do know that James Conner is a little bit hampered with injury. So all the more reason that they continue to throw the ball. Deontay Johnson, I feel like, is very reasonably your possible choice here. Looking at your other guy, it is DJ Chark. Jacksonville playing on the road. Where are they, Jacksonville? Yes, 1 p.m. tomorrow at Baltimore. Baltimore 24th. So that's the 9th fewest fantasy points to the wide receiver position. I think that DJ Chark is in a better spot now that they've gone back to Gardner Minshew. I really don't know what they were doing there with that quarterback shuffle. I think Minshew, once he got healthy, is clearly, maybe not a huge upgrade over the other quarterbacks that they play, but is certainly their best guy. And he will likely look to Chark more than we saw Jake Luton or Mike Glennon. But again, you haven't seen any great games from Chark lately. Let me just make sure that I'm not misspeaking when I say that. I'm pretty sure that I'm not, because I have Chark in a couple of spots, and he's pretty much been unplayable in recent weeks since that whole quarterback situation has been going on there. Just want to double check that, make sure there's not a game that I missed where he had great numbers. He's had decent targets. Last 2 games, 7 targets and 9 targets, but he only had 2 catches in each of those games. I can't say that I would favor a guy at this point like Chark over a guy like Johnson. And of all the guys, I know Johnson had a down game last week, but he's been 10+ targets, 10 or more targets for the previous 5 straight games before that. I think you probably trust him over Lockett. Lockett being a potential boom or bust in any game, and in a bad matchup, potentially leaning towards more the boom side of that. You expect that Metcalf is probably going to be the guy that might overcome that matchup perhaps more than Lockett does. So I think Sebastian Doiron, out of these guys, I would probably say, as I always do, take that information and make the best decision for your team. But I do think that Deontay Johnson, a fine start out of these players. And by all means, whichever guy that you choose here, I, as always, do hope that they crush it. And I do see another follow-up from you here that says Lamar Jackson or Kyler Murray, 4 points for the touchdown. Let's put up quarterback stats here, and let's go ahead and look back over at the matchups. We will start with the Baltimore matchup. Let me get that up on the screen here. All right, here we go. Baltimore, and that is a 1 p.m. game tomorrow, home against Jacksonville. Jacksonville allowing the 3rd most fantasy points to the quarterback spot. Kyler Murray for Arizona. Let's see where we find Arizona here. First time we talked about them. 4:05 tomorrow at home against Philadelphia. Philadelphia 21st. So that is the 12th fewest fantasy points to the quarterback spot. So the matchup advantage is there for Lamar Jackson. Lamar Jackson is the guy that you drafted super high in your draft. He's been your stud that you've trusted. I've been there. I know there's been some a little bit up and down, and Jackson's been, not necessarily the huge games that we saw week in and week out last year, but I think you've seen him pick it up. I think in this situation, not only you trust that guy who is your stud, and not that both of these guys haven't been studs, but again, talk about the quote that I read this week about the guys that got you to week 14. Well, in this situation, that might not be so much true because Kyler Murray probably got you here. You probably played Kyler Murray a whole bunch of weeks this week. At any rate, I'm calling up Lamar Jackson's stats. So I know there's been some up and down games, but the last two games, week 13, home against Dallas, 26.68 fantasy points. That's in a half-point PPR screen. So depending on which way you are, it might be a little bit. What am I talking about? It's a quarterback running stats, so it makes no effect. And then last week against Cleveland, 34.92 fantasy points, 3 touchdowns over that span in terms of passing touchdowns. And I don't see if there's been, I know there's been rushing touchdowns, I'm sure. I just don't see that on my screen right now. That would be, 9 times, 2 touchdowns last week. To me, this is your playoffs. You go Jackson all the way here. Nothing against Kyler Murray, but at this point of the year, Lamar Jackson is your guy, and he's been your guy since the draft happened. Perhaps you play Kyler at a lot of spots throughout the year, but this is the time to lean on your big guns. And Lamar Jackson is a stud, and it's a great matchup. Put that back up again in terms of the matchup. Lamar Jackson, what did I say here? Jacksonville, third in terms of fantasy points to the quarterback spot. And if you look at the running back, you want to look at his running potential. Jacksonville, 5th most fantasy points to running back. So that tells you that they're going to give up plenty of yards on the ground. That certainly is all day in the wheelhouse of Lamar Jackson. So I definitely think for you, Sebastian, of these two, I think Lamar Jackson, a fine start here for you. Let me see a couple of follow-ups here. Vansco chipped in with confidence is Chark is at an all-time low. I think that's a lot of stuff that we already went through here. And another follow-up here from you, Sebastian. It says also, what are your thoughts on, I see you other guys in the chat here. I'm just hitting the follow-ups here before I get to the next people in line. So I'm not missing you guys. Also, what are your thoughts on Raheem Mostert versus Jeff Wilson? Would you play either over Kenyon Drake or Miles Sanders? If Wilson is healthy, and it sounds like they're liking him to be healthy. I'm sorry, not Wilson, Mostert. I think he's the guy between those two that I would trust more, Mostert or Wilson. The problem is we've already seen weird things happen this year in San Francisco where you expected one guy like Jerick McKinnon that one week to be their main guy, and all of a sudden he's just not playing. And then after the game, they're like, oh yeah, well, we felt like he needed some rest, so we didn't play him. Oh, great. Thanks for letting us know. Shanahanigans at play. Am I a little bit worried that situation is potentially could happen again with the fact that Raheem Mostert went for an MRI at the beginning of this week on his ankle? Yeah, I'm worried about that, but the matchup is there for San Francisco. I mean, Dallas, not good against anybody. Certainly not good against the run. That's a 1:00 game on Sunday, and you find them right there in 6th place in terms of fantasy points to the running back spot. So I feel like I don't think you can go Wilson over Mostert without any information to tell you that Mostert's hurt. So I think if you were strictly picking between those two, it's Mostert. When you throw those other guys into the mix, Arizona, Kenyon Drake, not a guy that I've trusted all year, although he has been better as of late. That's a 4:05 game, home against Philadelphia. The matchup, 23rd most fantasy points to the running back spot. Given the fact that I haven't trusted him most of the year and it's a worse matchup, probably don't favor him. Miles Sanders for Philadelphia, the same game. Arizona, there they are, halfway point, 17th in terms of fantasy points to the running back spot. I probably would trust Sanders over Drake here. If you were thinking of moving anybody ahead of Mostert, I would think probably Sanders. But the matchup there says Mostert. The only thing you're worried about is, what happens there? Do we see any more funny stuff out of San Francisco? And I don't know how to answer that question for you. In terms of looking at reports, I'm going to call up real quick. I did look at Mostert a little earlier tonight as I was researching some other information, just to see if there were any new reports. And I didn't see any, but I will check again. I don't see anything new, but I want to see just perhaps what they said here during the week. Says this is yesterday. Will play. Was removed from the team's injury report. Let's see. Wilson has been more in a committee since both returned. He's handled 30 carries. Mostert has had 39. It says here, but it's possible both get there in San Francisco. Yeah, of course. I mean, certainly both players could have nice games in that game against Dallas. So, yeah, the only thing I'm worried about is, like, you see another weird, like what is this? What just happened? Like, why is Raheem Mostert on the sideline the whole game? And that's always a scary point with San Francisco. But the matchup being what it is, I don't know how you can not play him. The only guy I can see slotting in ahead is Miles Sanders. But I think you might just have to trust that matchup and just sit there and just hope that something funny doesn't happen and that we don't see that situation again. So I don't think that Raheem Mostert is by any means a bad start there. But as always, let me get rid of the left side of the screen. I do hope that whichever way you go, that they crush it. And I hope that if you go with Raheem Mostert, I don't want to flip through Sunday Ticket to that game and see Raheem Mostert sitting on the sidelines. I will feel awful. So I hope that doesn't happen for you either. Whichever guy you pick, hope they crush it. Let me see if there are any follow-ups from you, Sebastian, before I move on. And I know I don't see any, so I'm going to scroll back up and try to find the next person in line that I haven't talked to yet. Let's see here. Again, anybody, if I miss you, let me know, because sometimes I do when I'm going back and forth. I do believe next up in line here is Bobby Schmerda. Welcome back, Bobby Schmerda, one of our regulars on the stream. Glad to have you with us again tonight. You say Woods, Thielen, or Jefferson. Sit one, PPR. All right. Fantasy points to the wide receiver spot on the left side of your screen. We talked a little bit about Robert Woods already, playing the New York Jets. The Jets, the 7th most fantasy points to the wide receiver spot. I like this situation a whole lot. I know the Rams want to run the ball, but the Jets have been just awful against the pass. You have to think that they're going to get some opportunity in this game to have some nice value in your lineup. Again, that's a 4:05 game tomorrow, home game, so no weather concerns. And again, 7th most fantasy points to wide receivers. The matchup is the same for both of the other two. Minnesota home against Chicago, 1 p.m. tomorrow. Chicago, the 3rd fewest fantasy points to the wide receivers, Thielen and Jefferson. So based on the matchups, now I know that each of these guys had great games last time they played Chicago. I feel like simply because of the fact that Chicago has been good defensively, you probably don't want to play them both here. That's just my gut. Now, if Chicago, like I said, I think that I've seen some reports that they've had some players out on defense. If that ends up being the case tomorrow, perhaps that changes your situation. But I'm thinking simply from the standpoint of diversifying your lineup for this game, you might potentially want to get one from each of these matchups, especially since Woods, a great matchup for the Rams against the Jets. I feel like to stick in two guys with bad matchups there over the guy that has a great matchup, that you might want to at least get a little bit of both games. Let me see if there are any follow-ups here from you, Bobby, as I go through this one, and I don't see any here, so I'm going to jump back. In terms of is it Thielen or Jefferson that I trust here? I think it's a little bit of a toss-up. Personally, I have liked Jefferson a whole lot this entire year, but obviously Adam Thielen is, I would say, 1A to their 1B in Jefferson. And I think that Thielen did have the bigger game of the two. What I'm going to do is I'm going to call up Week 10's game. Let's see here, Week 10. No, I don't want that. Let's try this again. I'll get it. Hold on, I'll get it. Minnesota, wide receivers, Week 10. And I want to see both of these games to compare them. So in Week 10, it was against Chicago. Adam Thielen, 18.3 fantasy points. He had 7 targets, 4 catches. Jefferson this is a half-point PPR screen I'm reading off of. Jefferson was 17.5 fantasy points, 10 targets, 8 catches, 135 yards. So Jefferson had the bigger game. Thielen had the 2 touchdowns. It made them both very close. How does that play out tomorrow? This might be a your guess is as good as mine type situation. I'm guessing that the reports that I've seen about Chicago being banged up, if that is in fact true, and they've lost their top cover corner, then you would guess that they probably were blanketing Thielen with their top cover corner in that last matchup, and that's why Jefferson had more targets. If that's no longer part of the equation, you could see a more even target split there. Again, here I probably would say base this decision on what you need in your lineup and consider Jefferson potentially the boom guy that could have the bigger upside were he to go off on another one of his huge games, and probably consider Thielen potentially more touchdown dependent and also possibly maybe a little bit safer in terms of you expect him to be their one guy or at least 1A. I think it's probably a little bit of a coin flip there. It's not going to matter who's on the other side of your matchup because you got both guys. I think it's going to depend on what you feel like you need. If you feel like you need the guy that has the potentially, both of these guys could, I don't know, flip a coin. That's not a great answer, but either one of these guys could have a big game. They both had big games throughout the year, and it's the same matchup. So perhaps you trust Thielen because the fact that he's been your higher draft pick or the guy you've trusted all year long, or perhaps you just like Jefferson more. I would say get Woods in there and diversify your matchup, and then probably just pick one that you feel like is best for you. I think either one has just as equal an opportunity to have a nice game here. For me, I've had Jefferson on a bunch of spots this year, and I haven't had Thielen any. So my own personal bias has been Jefferson just because I've had him more, but you've had more experience playing Thielen throughout the year. So you kind of have more of a feel for what it's been like in terms of how his games have been up and down consistency like. So I trust you to make that best choice for you. And again, as I always say, Bobby, I hope whichever guys you pick there, I do hope that they absolutely crush it. And following up on your question here from Trust the Process Football Talk, you say, what's up, Bobby? Hope you're doing good. And let's see if there are any other follow-ups here regarding, Bobby, your question or anything here that I've missed. Scrolling down before I move on, I don't see any here. So I will move on to the next guy. Thank you guys all again for being on the stream. All right, let's see here. Next in line, Daniel Padilla. Welcome back to the stream, Daniel Padilla, one of our regulars. We are so glad all of you guys been with us all season long. You say hi there again. What's up, Daniel? Hope all is well. Since Harris is out for New England, should I start Sony Michel or Brandon Cooks? Interesting one here. Let's put up the matchups first on the running back side. We'll go ahead and take a look at New England. That is a road game, I believe, against Miami. Just let me make sure of that I'm not telling you the wrong thing. Yes, it's a road game, 1 p.m. tomorrow. Miami has been tougher on defense of late, 24th, and that is 9th fewest in terms of fantasy points to the running back spot. And then Brandon Cooks on the wide receiver side of things against Indianapolis. That is a road game as well, 1 p.m. also. Indianapolis at 26th, so 7th fewest fantasy points to the wide receiver spot. I am always hesitant when it comes to New England's backfield. Like, you just sometimes don't know what to expect there. I can't say that Sony Michel or Damian Harris are players that I've been playing throughout the year, so I don't have any personal feeling on what it's been like kind of sitting through their games and being worried. I'm going to look up Sony Michel's stats right now because I want to see if there are any reports in terms of his return from injury, any situation that helps us. So he's been back for 2 games, hasn't done much at all. At least he's been there. I would feel worse about this if they were just bringing him back from IR. The fact that he's already played 2 games makes me at least feel better that he's potentially the guy that they turn to in that backfield. But again, with New England, like, you just never know what's going to happen there. I'm going to call up their team profile here because I do want to see if there's anybody else that could potentially be playing into this in terms of who they play. I think if it's Sony Michel that's getting all the work, I don't think that's a bad start. I don't really see anybody else here to be worried about. Burkhead on IR, White questionable for this game, and Harris out. And let me see White's numbers here as of late. He hasn't done anything recently either. And his doesn't say anything about his questionable tag. New England, as we know, pretty much everybody on their team is questionable no matter what every week. Doesn't help any of us that are playing fantasy. I guess if you had to trust anybody from New England, I guess Sony Michel is not the worst. That kind of shows you how I feel about that team. Brandon Cooks is a little bit of a question mark too because of the fact that he was injured. And I do think that he may not necessarily be fully 100% off of that injury. Let's see. It does say practice in full on Friday, removed from the injury report altogether. Let's see. 2 weeks ago, he played the Colts, and that was week 13, 8 targets, 5 catches, 65 yards. That was 9 points and a half-point PPR. So if you're playing full, you tack on an extra 2.5 to make it 11.5 points there. I would say that I expect Houston to have to throw the ball a lot in this game. I feel like they're going to be losing this game to Indianapolis. That means there's a chance for Cooks there. Obviously, no Will Fuller. We haven't necessarily seen him have huge games since that happened, but I do think that potential is there in that game. And I do think certainly if Sony Michel is the main guy, the potential is there. Let's put it this way. If you trust that Sony Michel, if you trust the New England backfield, that you're not going to end up with funny stuff there, and all of a sudden, like Sony Michel isn't getting the bulk load, I probably pick him because of again, we talk about those 4 things, and that being talent, volume, matchup, and game script. You trust the volume for Sony Michel. Like I said, if you trust that backfield, Cooks, again, could see the targets or potentially not. It's hard to say there. I do expect him to have, reasonable opportunity in this game, but that still leaves Michel kind of a notch above, and that you would expect him to see the workload there, as long as, like I said, as long as you trust that backfield. So in that situation, I would say if you are one of those players who has had Michel or has had other New England players and it's made you very hesitant in the past, then your decision might be Cooks. Without taking that bias into account and considering that Michel does get the work, I think probably that might be the pick there. Again, running back, a lot of times I like to lean running back where I can. Feel like it's a lot of times the safer play there. So I will give you that as my information. And again, I do hope whichever guy there that you pick crushes it, Daniel, and hope that you're able to move on in those fantasy football playoffs. I'm going to look for any follow-ups here just as I go through this. I don't see any, so let me go up to the next one. I see a lot of you guys in the chat. So glad that you're all with us tonight. We'll be running through all of these before we get to our content. Let me do this real quick before I get to the next question, because I haven't put this information up in a while, and I do like to do this periodically through the show, especially for those of you that might be watching on replay and might not have our information. This is TFF Live. Tonight's show is called Saturday Stars. Tomorrow's show is our main show, the Sunday pregame show. That is every Sunday at 12 noon, streaming live right here on our YouTube channel. We do the same thing as we do here, answering all your fantasy football questions, but also we have a lot of other content, also actives and inactives, getting ready for the 1 p.m. games, taking you right up until game time, getting you ready for your matchups there. And then the rest of our information, we'll put that up again for all of you that want it. We are a brand new channel on YouTube this year. We thank you guys that have all been with us throughout the year. And you can also find us on Twitter at The Fantasy Follow. That's fantasy spelled FNTSY. Don't forget you can send your fantasy football questions to our Twitter account using the hashtag AskTFFLive, and we will answer those questions live on our Sunday pregame show, which is, it's actually not tomorrow anymore. It's just a little bit later today, past 1 p.m. here on the East Coast. Facebook/FantasyFollow and our website, fantasyfollow.com. All right, let's get back into the chats. And before we do so, let's start out with our regular comment here and let you guys know live chat is open throughout the entire show tonight, answering all your fantasy football questions. We have plenty of content. The Saturday Stars show is where we talk about the top matchups for this weekend's games. We will do that content after we get through with all of the chats. That's how we do things. The chat is what we love to do, and we would much rather be talking with you than just talking to you. So with that in mind, let's get on to the next chat in line. And again, if I miss anybody, please let me know. But I do think the next one is Mary Dedon, one of our regulars. Welcome back, Mary Dedon, to the stream. Glad to have you with us as always. You say T.Y. Hilton or Cam Akers at flex. All right, let's take a look at some stats for both of these guys. Two great matchups for both of these players here. We'll start out with T.Y. Hilton. That is against the Houston Texans. That is a road game, and it is a 1 p.m. matchup. Just let me double check that, make sure I'm saying that right. I'm sorry, that is a home game, 1 p.m. matchup. Houston, the 9th most fantasy points to the wide receiver spot. T.Y. Hilton has been hot of late. Certainly think that is a fine choice. At the running back spot, Cam Akers for the LA Rams, home against the New York Jets. The Jets, the 12th most fantasy points to the running back spot. Also a matchup that you would expect the Rams to run the ball a lot. You would think they would have the lead, and game script is going to help you here. The Jets, I'm a little bit curious as to, it seems like they have been leaking a little bit more to the passing game and perhaps a little less vulnerable to the run. I know that in that game when Josh Jacobs missed for the Raiders, and we all expected Devontae Booker to put up a great game against the Jets, he really didn't have that great of a game. So those are thoughts that I kind of have going into this one. I think T.Y. Hilton has been hot, and I do think that Cam Akers, certainly the matchup is there and the potential is there for a very nice game. However, there are still Malcolm Brown and Darrell Henderson that could potentially eat into his work should one of those two players get the hot hand. So I don't think that either one of these guys is a bad choice. Again, whichever way you pick on these two, I think you can go either way on this one. For me personally, I probably lean just a little bit, not a lot, just a little. I think it's reasonably close to T.Y. Hilton playing Houston. The matchup is just a little bit higher, and Hilton had a great game 2 weeks ago against Houston, and I've also seen a lot of reports saying that he crushes Houston over the course of his career. So I probably lean a little bit towards T.Y., but again, I can definitely see you making a case to go the other way with Cam Akers there. And I do see a second question here saying Akers or James Robinson. So another interesting one. We already talked about Akers. Let's look at Robinson. That is road game 1 p.m. tomorrow against Baltimore. Baltimore, 15th most fantasy points to the running back spot, right about in the middle. I think Robinson is, although the matchups are not all that far apart. The Jets are 12 and Baltimore is 15. And I do think that Robinson is safer in terms of the volume. You know, you expect him to be the main guy there. You don't necessarily expect them to be winning that game. That's the difference. So the game script kind of flips. You expect the Rams to be winning that game. So the edge there is Akers. Slight edge in matchup. The edge in volume is to Robinson. A lot of times I will trust volume over matchup. I think that means that these two are kind of in a coin flip situation. I don't necessarily think that I would slide either of these two ahead of Hilton based on which way would I lean. And me personally, Robinson has been really so good for the entire season, and Akers has been good in spots. And so he had a big game last game. It just depends on, do you want to roll with the big numbers that you just saw from Akers, or do you trust Robinson, who has been across the board pretty much there all season long? For me personally, again, with the slight bias that I have being someone who has Robinson in some leagues and doesn't have Akers, I might lean Robinson in this one for me personally. But again, it's not like I can't say that I can't find a case for Akers. The game script should be there. You expect the Rams to run the ball quite a bit. So I don't think that either one of these are terrible, but I guess if I had to order them, I would probably order them T.Y., for me personally, T.Y., Robinson, and then Akers. But again, they're all so close that I can't fault you if you go a different direction. All right, another follow-up here from you. You say, pick my lineup. Let's see what we got here. Murray, Travis Kelce. I can already tell you're not going to sit Travis Kelce. Jonathan Taylor, you're probably not sitting him. Dobbins, Cam Akers, Stephon Diggs, already played T.Y. Hilton, A.J. Brown, Robert Woods, and Wayne Gallman. I am going to see if there's anything here that tells me. If not, I'm going to assume that this is 2 wide receiver, 2 running back, and flex. You've got 1 quarterback there, so Murray slots in. Got one tight end, one tight end, so it's Travis Kelce. He slots in. Running backs, I can't sit Jonathan Taylor this week. I don't know how you could do that. The matchup is great there. Indianapolis, Houston's been terrible against everything in terms of fantasy points. They're giving up the 2nd most fantasy points in the league to running backs. So Taylor, absolutely slot him in there. I don't think you take Gallman over either Dobbins or Akers. I think the matchups are there for both of those guys. Baltimore, home against Jacksonville. Jacksonville, 5th most fantasy points to the running back spot. Cam Akers, again, the Rams, home against the Jets at number 12. I think that, Dobbins has seemed to be, well, I can't believe I'm apparently a lot more down on Cam Akers than I realized, because it seems like every question I'm answering about Cam Akers, I'm saying no to, which is weird. I guess it's probably the entire season long of not being able to figure out that Rams backfield. I don't have as much trust in them, I guess, at this point in terms of what they might do. And I know that Vansco, if you're still on, I know you had a follow-up there. I know you had mentioned more about you being a Rams fan and how you felt about possibly Akers losing any of his work. So jump on in the chat if you're still on, Vansco, and give your opinions about that Rams side of things. So Taylor, you're definitely starting. I don't think you can sit him here. Again, I think between Cam Akers and J.K. Dobbins, you're in the exact same situation with both of them. Either one of them could lose work to the other guy. I think both of them are emerging as the main guys in that backfield. So perhaps to take all bias out of the equation, I simply look at the matchups. And the Baltimore matchup is just a little bit better. Dobbins, Baltimore playing against Jacksonville. You expect them to have the lead. You certainly also expect the Rams to have the lead, but perhaps they are throwing the ball more than Baltimore, who is a historic running team. Jacksonville, the 5th most fantasy points to running backs. So I'm going to pick the matchup edge there and go with Dobbins. Again, I can see a case for going the other way. At your wide receiver spot, I certainly hope you played Stephon Diggs because he had a great game. Let me put up the numbers and the wide receivers, so we don't need to talk about that. He had an awesome game, as he has been doing all year long. T.Y. Hilton has been playing great. We've already talked about him. Houston, the 9th most fantasy points to wide receivers. However, A.J. Brown is one of your studs, and that is a home game, 1 p.m. Sunday against Detroit. Detroit, the 4th most fantasy points to wide receivers. Robert Woods, also a great matchup. The Jets in 7th. But I think you got to play A.J. Brown. You got to play your studs when you get to this part of the year, especially when that guy's got that good of a matchup. So hopefully you already played Diggs, and you're going to slot A.J. Brown there as your second wide receiver, which only leaves us with your flex. And the guys that we're picking between are Cam Akers, Robert Woods, and Wayne Gallman. I will say Gallman, the Giants game, home against Cleveland. Cleveland, the 10th most fantasy points to wide receivers. However, Colt McCoy, your starting quarterback. Potentially less goal line touches, less chances at the end zone. I probably lean away from Gallman, given that your other players you have to choose from give you nice matchups. Akers and Woods, that's down to those final two. Same team, same matchup. So let's put it this way. Between those two, the matchups are great on both sides. They could each have great games. I would say, are you PPR or are you standard? If you're PPR, then I say lean Woods, because you're getting the free points potentially on pass catches. If you're standard, Akers, because the catches don't mean as much to you. I think that's a reasonable way to make that decision, given the fact that they are both in a great matchup there. I think they both have potential for good games. I would say make that choice based on the format that you play in. I think either one of them are fine starts. I like Woods for the potentially a little bit more of the predictable volume, but Cam Akers certainly has the upside based on what he did last week. So I think simply bringing that down to the format that you play, I think will make that decision for you. Again, Mary to Don, thank you. Let me see if there are any follow-ups from you here before I move on. And I do appreciate you being in the chat as always and being back with us. And I hope whichever players you pick, I don't see any more here, but I hope whichever players you pick, I hope they absolutely crush it. One here from Trust the Process Football Talk. Would you want to be a guest on my stream one week? And I go live every Saturday night. I can absolutely take a look and see, in terms of scheduling and whatnot, I'm certainly never going to say no to something like that. I mean, that's a great offer. I haven't had a chance to check out any of your stuff yet, but I'll try to get a look and check out some of your stuff and see where you're at with your streams. And certainly there's some potential in the future. I haven't, like I said, I haven't gotten a chance to take a look, but we'll be glad to eye in on some of your streams and take a look at some of the football talk that you're putting up there. Hope things are going well for you there, as always. I know you'd asked about some of the streaming services there, so I hope that worked out for you. And you say, how are you, Mary, to Mary to Don? And I don't know if Mary to Don is still with us. But either way, good to go. All right, we'll move on to the next one. Again, if I missed anybody, please let me know if I did, and I will get back to you. Trying to go in order and not miss anybody's chats. I think I've got the next one here. Let's see here from the Funkadelic. Looks like is next. The Funkadelic. I think you might be a new viewer to the stream. If you're not, welcome back. But I think you might be a new one. So glad that you found us. You say started. Oh, I'm right with you. I started Keenan because I felt like I had no other choice in one league. Started Keenan. Need to hit big with my other wide receiver to get the win. Robert Woods or Deontay Johnson, standard league. Thank you. All right, let's take a look. First of all, thank you for being with us on the stream tonight. And let's take a look at some stats to help us out with this decision. The LA Rams, 4 o'clock tomorrow against the Jets. I know we've talked about this one a bunch. 7th most fantasy points to wide receivers. And then Pittsburgh, Monday night on the road, Cincinnati, 8:15, the Monday night game. Cincinnati, the 17th, right at the halfway point in terms of fantasy points to the wide receiver spot. So again, the 4 things I like to talk about with these decisions here: talent, volume, matchup, game script, in that order. I do feel like Robert Woods and Deontay Johnson are both very capable players. I do think that Deontay Johnson probably has the edge in volume over these two because we do know that LA Rams want to run the ball more than anything. And we do know that for whatever reason this year, for those of you that have James Conner in your fantasy lineup, you know that Pittsburgh just doesn't want to run the ball this year. Who knows why? But that's just the situation. So in terms of volume, you have to expect Deontay Johnson to have the edge here again, looking back at his numbers, bad game last week against Buffalo. Only 7 targets, 4 catches, 40 yards. Case of the drops. If you look at the 5 previous games, here are his targets: 10, 11, 16, 13, 12. One of those games was against Cincinnati, and that was week 10. 11 targets, 6 catches, 116 yards, and a touchdown. That was 23.60 points in a full PPR scoring format. I don't think it's at all a bad choice to take Johnson here. Let me take a look at Robert Woods, and we're going to do the same thing and take a look at his volume over the past several games. Let's see here. So I do think that he's probably been, well, I guess he's been pretty consistent as well in the past few games. The last 4 games, 15 targets, 12 targets, 11 targets, 8 targets. So he's been right there. These teams have not played each other this year, so nothing to look back on there. So this is a little bit of a tough spot when you know that you've got to have one of these guys crush it. My gut says Johnson, because Pittsburgh only wants to throw the ball. And can I see a situation where the Rams are just crushing the Jets this weekend? Yeah, I mean, they're the Jets. They could just be running the ball. Could I also see a situation where they're crushing them through the air? Yeah, because the Jets have given up a lot through the air. But I think it's more likely of the two that Johnson sees more work because of the potential game scripts going there. I'm sure, obviously, Pittsburgh is probably going to be beating Cincinnati, but Pittsburgh just doesn't want to run the ball for whatever reasons. And James Conner still is a little bit hurt, so we don't know what we're going to see there. Standard league, yeah, I feel like Deontay is probably the one I lean towards here. I certainly think that both of them, and if you like the matchup, if you prefer taking the matchup being that the Jets are 7th and Cincinnati is 17th, then I could definitely see you going that way instead. Certainly means that there is potential there for a big game for Woods as well. But I do think that Johnson probably has the edge just by a little bit. Now, of course, if you're hesitant because of what Johnson did in the last game, then I can't fault you there. This is kind of one of those coin flip type matchups where it could kind of go either way, and perhaps they both have great games, or perhaps one of them doesn't. My gut says Johnson here, but I'm not saying that because I think Woods is a bad choice. So a lot of times this is, again, I've said this before on prior streams, this is why I try to put up so much additional information, because I would rather have you guys watch this stream and whatever I'm saying, I would rather be having you say, oh yeah, that makes some sense. I think I like that choice. Or no, Joe, I don't really think that. I don't like that one. I'm going to go the other way. And if that's the way you feel, then I'd absolutely want you to go that way, because like I always say, you guys know your rosters better than anybody. And I want you to make those decisions that you feel are best. So again, I could see a case for both of these guys. For me, I probably lean more Johnson, but I don't fault you at all if you end up going Woods. By all means, the bottom line here is I hope whichever guy you pick, I do hope they crush it. And the Funkadelic, thank you for being on the stream. And Vansco, you say, and here's an LA Rams fan, Vansco, saying I'd start Robert Woods with confidence. So take that into consideration as a West Coast Rams viewer that Vansco is. I shouldn't assume West Coast. I just say Rams fan because I know you mentioned that on a previous stream. Again, hope that you get some huge points and make that fantasy charge towards your league championship. All right, next up in line here is Michael McFarland, and you say T.Y. Hilton, Wayne Gallman, or Kareem Hunt as flex, full PPR. All right. Again, back to the wide receiver side. I know I've talked about Hilton a whole lot on this stream. I like Hilton this weekend. Hilton is certainly a guy that's been boom or bust for most of his career, and I guess that's the best way you could describe his season. He was kind of nowhere to be found for the beginning part, and then all of a sudden, hey, T.Y. Hilton's back. This is a home game, 1 p.m. tomorrow against Houston. Houston on the left side of your screen, the 9th most fantasy points to the wide receiver spot. I think it's a great matchup. Hilton had a great game against Houston 2 weeks ago. I don't see any reason why that he wouldn't have the opportunity to have a nice game again this weekend. So I don't think Hilton is a bad start by any means. Wayne Gallman for the Giants, home against Cleveland. Cleveland, the 10th most fantasy points to running backs. And then Kareem Hunt in the same matchup. The Giants are a little lower, 21st. So that is the 12th fewest fantasy points to running backs. However, we have already seen Kareem Hunt overcome bad matchups throughout this year. So I don't think that Kareem Hunt is a bad choice. I do want to call up Wayne Gallman's stats because, again, Gallman is a player that I don't have in any lineups this year. So not a player that I've seen as much of, and I want to try to have the right information to back up what I'm saying here. So yeah, he did have a very nice run of games, touchdowns in 5 consecutive games up until the last 2 games. And then in week 13 against Seattle, 135 yards, no touchdowns, 13.5 fantasy points. Last week, home against Arizona, 57 yards, 8.8 fantasy points. And that wasn't a bad loss. I'm going to say that the lack of Daniel Jones probably has some impact here on Wayne Gallman. That bad game last week. Anytime you're starting a backup quarterback, obviously your whole offense has the opportunity to take that down tick just a little bit, whether it means that you're not getting in red zone as often, you don't have as many goal line touches. I think that I probably could put Gallman third out of these 3 guys for the fact that T.Y. has had a couple of great games recently, and Kareem Hunt has had a very nice season. So I guess it comes down to between those 2 players, who do you feel more comfortable with given the fact that it's a full PPR? Kareem Hunt certainly will catch some passes out of the backfield. T.Y. Hilton, for sure, you could make an argument to lean wide receiver given the format that you're playing in. Again, I do think that either one of these guys are going to be fine starts this weekend. I will have Kareem Hunt. Make sure I'm not saying something wrong here. When I do my starts and sits on tomorrow's Sunday pregame show, I do have Kareem Hunt among the players that I have considered as being a top start for this game. So I think he is certainly in play. But I do think that, again, you're probably looking at a safer, potentially floor from Kareem Hunt. Basically, always the fact when you're talking about a running back versus T.Y. Hilton, who can be a boom or bust guy. But again, Hilton has been so good lately. I think there is a lot of argument to be made for playing him. I don't know. And again, this is one of those where I'm probably not helping too much because I'm saying both. But in this situation, it sometimes can be that both are good starts. Again, this is like, I always see fantasy football as being like poker. Like all you can really do is make the best decisions and then hope that the cards fall your way. Once you push your chips in the middle of the table. I think both of these guys are reasonable. I think it's very possibly a coin flip. The fact that it's a full PPR might make me lean just a little bit towards Hilton because he's been so good. But what I would say is take a look at your opponent, find out, are there any players in common that help you make this decision? Are there perhaps? Probably not. Is Phillip Rivers the quarterback on the other side of your matchup? Probably not by this time of the year. Does your opponent have Nick Chubb? What are the situations there that you're looking at? See if that can help you make that decision. And again, if you're in a spot where you are swinging for the fences and you need a huge game, that T.Y. Hilton had a huge 20-plus point game the last time he played Houston. It perhaps makes you lean that way if that's your situation. If you are winning your matchup and you feel like you need a safer player that's a little bit less boom or bust, then you might make the argument Hunt's way as a result. He probably would be the less boom or bust player of the 2. He probably has the safer floor, even though he's splitting time with Nick Chubb. So I would say make your decision based on those factors. Again, me personally, I think both of them are good, but I'll probably will say if I have to pick one, I'll probably go Hilton here. But again, I think that's a decision best made, based on, knowing your rosters throughout this season. Make that pick that works for you, and whichever guy you pick, I do hope that they crush it. All right, let me see if there are any follow-ups from you, Michael. If not, I will move on to the next one. I don't see any follow-ups. So again, thank you for the chat. Glad to have you guys on the stream. Scrolling down, let's see. I see one from Vansco here, and it says, I go with Hot Rod. He should have plenty of opportunities. I'm not sure Tua can get into field goal range against New England. I think you were talking about the kicker question from earlier between Blankenship and Sanders. Plenty of good opinions there. All right, let's see who's next here. I think the next one, again, if I miss anybody, just shoot me a chat and say, hey, Joe, you missed me. I'll go back and get it. I'm not trying to do that, but sometimes I do. This one from A. Aladdin. Welcome back, A. Aladdin. Glad to have you, one of our regulars, back on tonight's stream. Pick 3, Robinson, Akers, Carson, Drake, Standard. All right, so if I'm going to pick this based on personal bias, I don't even have to put up stats. Kenyon Drake is somebody that I drafted high this year, and I tried to trade him away as quickly as I could after that start he put up. I was so frustrated with Kenyon Drake. As soon as he had that big game against Dallas, I saw that game on the schedule, and I was like, this is it. He's going to have a big game, and I'm going to trade him as fast as I can because I have no confidence that he's going to have any other big games. And that's what I did. Now, I will say this. He has played better as of late. That's just my personal bias as someone who had him throughout the season. So let's try to take that out of the equation. we'll talk through the matchups strictly without bringing that into the play. James Robinson, road game against Baltimore, 1 o'clock Sunday. That's tomorrow, 1 p.m. Baltimore, 15th most fantasy points to the running back spot. About the midway point, Robinson has been great all year. He has the volume. I don't think he's a bad choice by any means here. Cam Akers, home, New York Jets, 4 o'clock window. Jets, where are they? 12th most fantasy points to the running back spot. Just a little bit better matchup, right in the same range. Chris Carson on the road, Washington. 1 p.m. Sunday game tomorrow. Washington, 4th fewest fantasy points to the running back spot. Not as good of a matchup. However, the volume edge over Akers goes to Carson. You can expect him to get all the work. You can also expect with Washington starting a backup in all intents and purposes with Dwayne Haskins. I know he started at the beginning of the year, but at this point of the season, he's considered their backup, I would think. You would expect Seattle to be in control of that game potentially, and you have the game script edge there. I think that sets up for Carson to be just fine, even though that matchup is tough. I've always liked Carson. I think he's plenty capable of overcoming a bad matchup. And that leaves us at the aforementioned Kenyon Drake. Home, 4 o'clock tomorrow, Philadelphia. Philadelphia, the 23rd spot there. So 10th fewest fantasy points to the running back spot. All those things taken into account. I know that Kenyon Drake is more likely the guy that's getting the bulk of the work there over Chase Edmonds. However, you got two guys, Robinson, Carson, that I trust their volume a little bit more than Drake. You don't have a Chase Edmonds in the picture for either one of those guys. So, again, I always say in order, it's talent, volume, matchup, game script. The guys that have the volume, to me, you're going to pick volume over matchup unless there's a huge discrepancy there. And I don't see – well, I mean, Washington's not a great matchup. But even so, the fact that Carson is a top-tier – in my opinion, a top-tier running back means that I'm going to pick him here. Robinson's had a great year. I'm going to pick him here. Akers, when it comes to that third player, is probably going to be my pick because I think there is the potential for another big game, given the fact that he had a big game last game. Again, there's always the circumstance where you've got other players in play, Malcolm Brown, Darrell Henderson. These guys could get a hot hand and end up with Akers having less work. But I think the matchup is there. The game script is there. There's a good chance that even if one of those other two guys does get some work, they'll probably both still have decent days. Kenyon Drake, like I said, has not been one of my favorites. But aside from the bias, the matchup is out of these four players. It's not the worst matchup because Carson is the worst. But I do think that Carson is the higher tier player to me at this point, as you've seen it play out over the season. I would think Carson overcomes his matchup before Drake does. Certainly possible that Drake has another nice game there, but to me, the three that I like here are Robinson, Akers, and Carson. I certainly can see the argument if you do decide to slide in Drake, perhaps over a Carson because of the matchup, or if you don't like Akers because of the fact that he could have some of his work lost to other running backs, then I think you could potentially slide Drake in over Akers. But to me, I probably will say if I have to pick, and again, I always like to put up information so that you guys can make these decisions that you feel are best for you. And if you feel like what I'm saying makes sense, then great. And if you feel like what I'm saying doesn't quite ring true, then I want you to have the confidence to go the other way and trust your roster. But to me, Robinson, Akers, Carson, that's probably the way I lean amongst these three. But as always, Aladdin, I do hope that whichever guys you choose, I do hope that they crush it. Let me look for any follow-ups here from you. I don't see any. So awesome. Thank you again for being on the stream. And we move on to Adrian Gonzalez. Welcome, Adrian Gonzalez. I do think that you might be a new viewer to the stream. So welcome. Glad you found us tonight. If you're not, and I'm losing my mind, then I apologize. But I do think that you're new. Either way, glad that you're with us tonight. You say, which receiver do I start? Robert Woods, Corey Davis, or Terry McLaurin? All right, let's put up some numbers to back up our thoughts here. Let's start with Robert Woods for the Rams, home against the Jets, 405, a great matchup. Jets, 7th most fantasy points to the wide receiver spot. I think you're going to be hard-pressed to find either one of these two moving ahead of Robert Woods in this start. Not that I don't like the matchup for Corey Davis. Home against Detroit, 1 p.m. tomorrow. Detroit, the 4th most fantasy points to the wide receiver spot. However, last week in a great matchup, we saw A.J. Brown crush them, and Corey Davis didn't get much of the work. When playing teams that don't have much resistance to any of your wide receivers, I feel like there's a reasonable chance that main number one guy gets the work, and I think that's A.J. Brown for this weekend. I think it's a nice matchup for Corey Davis. If for those of you on other teams who are in a spot where you might have to start him, I don't feel like he doesn't have the chance to have a great game. I just feel like between Woods and Davis, Woods is potentially more in line than Davis would be. And then McLaurin for the Washington football team. This is a 1 p.m. game tomorrow, home against Seattle. All right, so let's talk about Seattle. Number one in terms of fantasy points to wide receivers. So I started researching some of these stats when I was going through getting ready with my starts and sits for this weekend. So Seattle, they have allowed 15-plus fantasy points 18 times this year. None of them in the last 4 games. They're still allowing the most passing yards in the league. But something has been different in Seattle. Now, I don't know if that's the addition of, I think it's Jamal Adams that they added to their lineup halfway through, or perhaps he was there to injury. Don't quote me if I'm losing my mind at this point. But something has changed for that Seattle defense. The numbers are still there. Perhaps in this situation, the game script means that Washington is trailing. But again, you're talking about a Terry McLaurin that's not catching passes from Alex Smith this weekend, catching passes from Dwayne Haskins. To me, that's a downtick to Terry McLaurin. Nothing against Dwayne Haskins, but that simply has how their production seems to have played out over the course of this season. The Washington offense struggled quite a bit with Haskins in there. You've got really no Antonio Gibson to scare them against the run game, so they can just crack down on the receiving game as best as Seattle can. And I do think that Washington, perhaps the game script helps you there because the Washington football team probably trails in a lot of that game. But I just can't say that I feel as confident in Terry McLaurin as a Robert Woods given the matchup. Now, if Woods had a tougher matchup, then it might be different. You might lean that Seattle way. But I just can't put my finger on what has happened with this Seattle team and why things have been so different in the past few weeks in terms of the fantasy points they've allowed. Perhaps we'll know more about that after this weekend either way. I mean, we might see it completely go back the way it was, or we might see it continue. But either way, I think when you have that good of a matchup from really, I think Robert Woods to me is the number one for LA. I know Cooper Kupp is there, and perhaps they're close, like a 1A, 1B situation, but I still feel like Robert Woods is their one. I think that's the guy you pick here because all these matchups are good. Davis is a number 2 in Tennessee, so you expect A.J. Brown to get his. And McLaurin, you have a quarterback downgrade. Again, nothing personal towards Dwayne Haskins, but just simply the way things have played out, I think it's a tick down for McLaurin. So I think all signs here point towards Robert Woods in this situation. Again, I try to give you as much information as possible here, Adrian, so that perhaps there's something I said that kind of makes you lean in a different way, and that's perfectly fine in terms of what you feel is best for your team. To me, I think Robert Woods is a fine start here, but I do hope that whoever you pick here crushes it. And again, Adrian Gonzalez, if you are a new viewer, I do welcome you to the stream. Glad to have you with us. And again, I will say for anybody who is a new viewer to the stream tonight, we want to make sure and have you hit that subscribe button so that you can get those notifications whenever we have new content. We are a new channel this year. We are still growing, but we do understand that we don't always come up quite as high on searches, being that we're a new channel. So for those of you that have found us, you might have had to dig a little bit more, and we do want to make sure that you get those notifications and let you know when future content is available. So by all means, go ahead and hit that subscribe button. For those of you, again, that are regulars, we appreciate all of you that have been with us all year and that have already done so, helping us move along that goal towards 100 new subscribers. Working our way there, and we appreciate all you guys. All right, let's move on to our next chat. Again, if I missed anybody, please drop me a chat and let me know. I don't mean to miss anybody. Sometimes that happens. This one is from Solo Ho. Welcome, Solo Ho, to the chat. You do look like a new viewer, so again, glad to have you on the stream. And you say, who should I start as my flex? Jefferson, Hilton, or Fournette? All right, let's take a look at these guys. This is a very interesting one here. 2 wide receivers, 1 running back. We'll start in the order that you got them. Justin Jefferson, a tougher matchup by the numbers. Home game, 1 p.m. tomorrow against Chicago. 3rd fewest fantasy points to the wide receiver spot, although we already talked about Jefferson in the last time these teams met this year. 135 yards for Justin Jefferson. Had a great game. I do expect that some of that Chicago defense is a little bit banged up, and perhaps they're a little bit more vulnerable than normal this week. So I don't dislike Justin Jefferson this week. T.Y. Hilton. This is 1 p.m. tomorrow, home against Houston, the 9th most fantasy points to the wide receiver spot. Another great matchup there. T.Y. Hilton has been hot. I don't think he is a bad choice by any means. I think probably the odd man out here is got to be Leonard Fournette, even though we have no Ronald Jones this weekend. Let's look at the matchup first. It is road game against Atlanta, 1 p.m. start. Atlanta, the 27th. That is the 6th fewest fantasy points to the running back spot. We simply don't have a lot to go on Leonard Fournette from the past few weeks. Obviously, you expect he's going to be the main guy with no Ronald Jones there, but there's just less information. And so when you've got two guys who have a lot of good information to go off of, to me, that probably is the reason why I say the odd man out here is probably Fournette. So if we boil this down to Jefferson and Hilton, this kind of depends on what you like the best in terms of when you make your decisions. Do you like the matchup numbers? If that's the case, then the clear matchup edge here goes to T.Y. Hilton. We already know he had over 25 points 2 weeks ago when he played Houston, so he's already had one great game against that team, and I don't think anything's changed on Houston's defense, that says they're going to be any tougher against him this week. So I think he's a fine choice. I think Justin Jefferson is also a fine choice this week. Again, the matchup is not nearly as good based on the numbers. However, if Chicago is lacking players on defense and Jefferson had a great game the last time they played, then by all means, he has the opportunity to do so again. I think either one of them is like, I don't want to say that T.Y. Hilton being the boom or bust guy here necessarily makes that much of a difference because, again, Jefferson, when you're playing in an offense that has Adam Thielen, there can be weeks where Jefferson gets all the work and has a great game. There can be other weeks when Adam Thielen is the guy and Jefferson doesn't see as much. So I don't think there's as much of an edge or a downgrade when it comes to the boom or bust theory here. I like Hilton a lot. I don't dislike Jefferson, so I don't want to sway you against Jefferson here if you like him more. But I do think that Hilton has been really good in the past few weeks. I think it's hard pressed to not play him at this point and ride that hot hand, especially when you saw him just crush this team 2 weeks ago. I think if it were me, I'm probably leaning towards Hilton. But again, this is why I try to give you so much information, because I don't want to, if you decide to play Jefferson, I don't want you to be thinking, well, man, Joe said Hilton, I don't know about Jefferson. I think he's also in line to potentially have a nice game. So if you decide to go that way, I wouldn't fault you at all. And you do say, I'm in the second round of playoffs and I can't decide. I certainly understand your indecision there. And I do see Vance jumps in and says, I go Justin Jefferson. So again, and I do enjoy having you guys, jump in with your opinions here, because it shows you all, this is what fantasy, football is all about. It's all about opinion. And some will go one way and some will go others. And so that's why a lot of times I don't necessarily try to just say, this is the guy, you got to play this guy, I don't like doing that. Because it's just, I don't feel like it's ever that way. I mean, I have no problem when I'm wrong, I will own it. Hopefully I can present some good information and try to be right as often as possible. But, as you guys know, as fantasy football players, we're all wrong from time to time. So these are my thoughts. I appreciate the Vansco, jumping in there with your opinion as well. And Solo Ho, and if I'm saying that wrong, Solo Ho, it's a cool name. I think that's probably right. Let me know. But you do say thank you, and I say no, thank you for being on the stream. And you say I'm not in a PPR league. Perhaps that makes you think Fournette, but even so, I think that when you've got two guys that have had such great games as Jefferson and Hilton have had, the kind of a record to go on at this point, I'll probably still go with one of those two guys. As I always say, I hope whichever guy you pick, I hope they absolutely crush it. And Solo Ho, thank you again for being on the stream. And Adrian Gonzalez, I do believe, let me just make sure this may have been you, just making sure I didn't miss you. So I think that I did get this one already. Let me just make sure. Someone tell me if I'm losing my mind. Yes. Robert Woods, Corey Davis, Terry McLaurin. Okay, so I see you throw in Cam Akers as a potential for your flex here. So I want to say, if I answered Woods before, when I'm going through the rest of these guys, I'm probably going to lean Akers here. Because, again, I think the upside is there, given the fact that he just had that huge game. And, again, the matchup is really good on the left side of your screen, playing the Jets, the 12th most fantasy points to running backs. Again, you would expect game script-wise, you would expect the Rams to be winning that game, and we know that they want to run the ball. Do I feel like you're potentially with two guys from the Rams in your lineup? Is that going to hurt you? If I felt better about those other two guys, then I might lean the other way. But again, I think there are arguments against both Davis and McLaurin. Davis, the fact that I think Brown is in line for a big day. Davis could still get his, but we saw him not get his last week in a similar situation. And again, McLaurin, the quarterback situation there being a little bit unsettled, I think leans you away from those two guys. So I'm going to say Cam Akers as that next guy in line when it comes to putting that player in your flex. And again, I always like having running backs in a flex spot when possible. Sometimes that does change if you're playing a PPR format, but I like having a flex player that is going to be, solid for you, and you're going to have a good floor. And I usually like to look at the running back as the potential to have that solid floor, and then the upside to have a nice game on top of that if they play really well. So yeah, again, Adrian, I will say whoever you pick here, I hope that they crush it. But I'm going to say Cam Akers a fine start for your flex there in that situation. All right, thank you again, Adrian. Glad to have you with us. And I'm going to scroll back up and find out who's next. And we have our most famous viewer on our live stream, former NFL great Bill Romanowski. Welcome back, Bill, one of our regulars. So glad to have you on the stream. You say good evening. Good evening, Bill. How are you tonight? Let's see what you got here for us. You say McLaurin or Deontay Johnson. If you don't get to it, I'll catch you tomorrow. Well, let's hope that you're still with us tonight. And if not, by all means, you can join us tomorrow if you wish as well. We'll love to have you. You say Alex Smith, Washington quarterback out. And again, I think that's the reasons why I'm going to lean towards Deontay Johnson in this choice. The matchups, again, we'll take a look. Washington, that's a home game against Seattle. Again, Seattle, the number one team in terms of fantasy points to wide receivers. But again, in the past few games, we haven't necessarily seen that be the case. So something is different there. On top of that, yes, as you mentioned, the quarterback situation is a little less settled. On the Pittsburgh side of things, Monday night game, 8:15 on the road, Cincinnati 17th in terms of fantasy points to wide receivers. So at the halfway point, certainly the matchup edge to McLaurin, but I think there are enough other factors there that are working against him that swings you towards Deontay Johnson here. Again, we took a look earlier tonight at Johnson's stats. 5 out of the last 6 games, he's had 10 or more targets. The only one he didn't was this game last week against Buffalo where he had a case of the drops. Do I think that Pittsburgh suddenly says, well, what happened last game, we're going away from you? No, I don't think Pittsburgh is a team that would do that. I think they're going to lean towards their best players, and I think as we've seen, Pittsburgh is going to throw the ball at all costs. Like, I don't expect them to suddenly be running the ball. So I think that Johnson is going to be in line there for a bounce back game after that little bit of a rough one that he had. I think the volume you can probably count on there. And I do think the situation is better when you're talking about the quarterback situation. All signs to me point to Deontay Johnson in this choice. Again, I hope whichever guy you pick here, Bill Romanowski, I hope that they do crush it. But absolutely glad to have you on the stream. And we always love having former NFL greats with us week in and week out. So thanks, Bill, for being here. We do appreciate your chat. All right, let's move on. And the next one here is from Daniel Padilla. You say much appreciated. And I says, I have one more for you. Rank these tight ends for this week. I'm stuck between them in multiple leagues. All right. Smith Jr., Minnesota. Cole Kmet for Chicago. Dallas Goedert for Philadelphia. Fantasy points to the tight end spot on the left side of your screen. The first guy, Irv Smith. A great matchup, a guy that I have in my notes for a potential top 5 start-sit player on tomorrow's show. This is a home game against Chicago. 1 p.m., Chicago allowing the 4th most fantasy points to the tight end spot. Smith had a nice game last week, 4 catches and a touchdown. Certainly not blowing you away, but again, when you're streaming tight ends, this is tough. You're always worried, and it's very difficult to come up with somebody that really plays well for you. Cole Kmet's been playing better for Chicago. The matchup here, same game, Minnesota. Matchup-wise, a little lower, 17th in terms of fantasy points to tight ends. And then Dallas Goedert for Philadelphia. This Philadelphia situation, I don't love. I haven't loved it all year long. I drafted Zach Ertz in a couple of spots. You all know how that's gone. And then, things, with Goddard in there haven't been able to count on it. I think it's a tough one to predict, as are most tight end matchups. Arizona, that's a 4:00 game on the road for Philly, and Arizona 28th. So in terms of matchups, that's your 5th fewest fantasy points to the tight end spot. I don't think I probably picked Goddard in this situation. You simply don't know how this Jalen Hurts situation is really going to play out. We saw one nice game from him. But we didn't see huge passing numbers. We saw a lot more rushing numbers. So because that makes it a little bit of a question mark, I'm going to take Goddard out of this question first in terms of the guys you have listed. With Kmet, you always have Jimmy Graham there in play, and also the matchup isn't quite as good, being that it's 17th. So again, when you're talking about tight ends, as you know, anything could happen on any given week. If you're purely going to look at these matchups, the numbers are better for Smith. Fourth most fantasy points being allowed by Chicago to the tight end spot. I think that probably leans me that way. I'm going to call up Cole Kmet's numbers because I can't say that I'm quite as familiar with everything he's done in a game in, game out basis. So I do want to look that up and make sure that there's not something really standing out that I'm missing here. All right, Cole Kmet for the Bears, last few games. So, well, I'm glad that I called him up. The last 2 games, Week 13, home against Detroit. Week 14, home against Houston. 7 targets, both games. 5 catches in Week 13, 4 in Week 14. Had a touchdown in Week 13. That was 12.2 and a half point PPR. If you tack on the extra, it would have been 14.7. And then it's 6.0 last week in half point. Tacking on the extra makes it 8.1 because he had 4 catches there. Yeah, that's actually not bad. So target-wise, he's ahead of Smith because Smith, I think, I'm going to look up Smith's stats. I already looked them up when I was doing research tonight, but he had 4 targets, 4 catches, I'm quite sure, this last game. And prior to that, he was out with injury. So, yes, 4 targets, 4 catches. And as you look throughout his season, he has not had more than 5 targets in any game this year. Okay, so he did have the touchdown last game, but clearly that's you're thinking he's a little bit more touchdown dependent. If you go off of that, I could definitely see an argument here for Kmet at this point. For me, I probably still trust the matchup just because I have a tendency to trust matchups in this sort of a situation where, like, at a tight end spot, it's so difficult to predict. It's not like you're going to say, well, this guy's been crushing it every week, because there's hardly anybody. If your name's not Travis Kelce or George Kittle, Darren Waller, and perhaps you can throw TJ Hawkinson into that, like, you simply just don't crush it every week. Kmet has had a couple of decent games. The last 2 have been better. Just looking for any other reports that might sway me. He said he out-targeted Jimmy Graham last game 7-4. He's been playing ahead of the veteran, says he's moved around well on his limited reps. And it says, unfortunately, Graham remains a threat inside the red zone, scored his 6th touchdown last week. Those things that doesn't thrill me to read that about Cole Kmet. Certainly the targets is better, but yeah, I just tight ends are every week. The matchup is there. In my gut, I'm leaning matchup in this one. I know I usually talk about those 4 factors, meaning, talent, volume, matchup, and game script. Is Kmet's volume significantly that much better than Smith's? Given the fact that the reports are saying that he's not getting goal line looks, probably not. And I don't think there's any edge, in terms of a higher tier player between the two. So I'm going to lean matchup on this one. I'm going to go with Smith. But again, if you feel like you want to go a different way, certainly I won't fault you on something like a tight end choice like this because they are just rough. But I will say, I hope whichever guy you pick here crushes it. But I'm going to say Irv Smith, fine start this weekend. All right. Thank you, Daniel Padilla, for your chat as well. And back to Bobby Schmerda. And you say, would you trade Thielen and Woods for Ridley, PPR? So, Bobby, if you're in a situation where you can make trades at this point in the season and that trade would go through before the game tomorrow, then, Calvin Ridley is in a great spot this weekend. Let's put up the numbers. If they help for Ridley, there's no Julio Jones. So that means he's in line for a nice day playing Tampa Bay. That is a 1 p.m. game, home game, and Tampa Bay currently at 11th in terms of fantasy points to wide receivers. Certainly a much better matchup than Thielen. The Woods matchup is a lot better, but Ridley on a passing team by any accord that Atlanta is. Again, Todd Gurley, don't know what's going on with him. You expect that passing volume to be there. You expect the potential for a nice upside game there out of Ridley this week. Certainly the potential is there for Woods, but I probably would like it more out of Ridley. And Thielen is a great player, but the matchup's not there. He certainly could have a great game. We've talked about him already. Out of these guys, is Ridley the guy that I think is best in line here and the best potential for what he might do this weekend? Yes. If you have that potential and you feel like that's a trade that you want to do and use that to get you through these playoffs, then I don't think this is a bad move. Again, in any trade, you want to take a look at, it's not necessarily who wins the trade. It's whose team got better. And, do you make your team better by having Calvin Ridley to play in this situation? I mean, he's probably in a better spot than Woods this weekend. He's probably in a better spot than Thielen. Again, not to say that those other two guys couldn't have great games, but Ridley has had a nice season. And without a Julio Jones there, he's their unquestioned number one guy. I think it's not out of the realm of possibility here. And again, if you're in a situation where you can make trades this late in the season, that's a lot of fun, because I don't play in any leagues where I can make a trade this late in the season. And I certainly could have used some trade work down this late in. I can't fault you for making that move. You'd be taking your shot at potentially winning that matchup. Again, take a look at. I know that. Now, I think, Bobby, you asked me before on a previous stream about Michael Thomas or Adam Thielen the rest of the season in terms of their outlook. So now that you've lost Michael Thomas for the rest of the season, I can understand why this trade might have even more value to you, because now you're looking at a Calvin Ridley who potentially has 2 really good weeks, given the fact that do you have any reason to believe that Julio Jones is going to play next week? I don't. So that means you're looking at a guy that's the guy for 2 straight weeks. I'm calling up the matchups because I'm not sure who they play next week. I want to take a look at that. So next week they play Kansas City, who is a lot lower down. Kansas City is currently allowing the second fewest fantasy points to the wide receiver spot. And Adam Thielen, let me just take a look at the other guys, just to take a look at their matchups, see if that helps you out in making this decision. So next week, Adam Thielen and the Vikings, they play at New Orleans, also much lower down. They are, didn't mean to click on that. Misclick there. They are the 10th fewest fantasy points to the wide receiver spot. And the Rams, let's see, in terms of their week 16, are playing at Seattle. And they are giving up the most, as we talked about before, the most fantasy points to the wide receiver spot. So out of those 3, the best matchup in week 16 for your fantasy football championship is Woods. Perhaps that's the only argument against making this trade. However, do I think that a Calvin Ridley in any game is capable of overcoming a bad matchup? Yes. Do I think that Calvin Ridley, as the number 1 receiver without a Julio Jones, has more upside than an Adam Thielen in an offense where in either an Adam Thielen or Robert Woods in offenses where they love to run the ball? Yes. You're talking about an all-passing offense essentially for Calvin Ridley. I don't see a lot of things that are saying no to this trade. So I don't think this is a bad thought at all on your end. And again, you're taking your run at a championship. If you feel like this is your best way to go out and get it, then I don't fault you at all for trying to make this move. I hope it works out for you. And I would love to see you take this shot and have it work out and make that run at your league championship. So yeah, Bobby, make a run, go for it. I like the move. If you feel like it's best for your team, then this is your shot. Sometimes you got to take that shot and see how it works out. So again, Bobby, I thank you for being on the stream. Glad to have you, and appreciate all the questions, and absolutely hope that these guys crush it for you. AB Goldberger, welcome back to the stream. AB Goldberger, one of our regulars. Glad to have you aboard. You say J.D. McKissick, Wayne Gallman, Raheem Mostert, DJ Chark. Pick RB2 and flex. I'm going to assume, if you're with me, AB, still, tell me if I'm wrong, but if I'm right, you don't have to let me know, because I'm going to assume that you mean pick 1 player as your RB2, and you're not trying to say pick 2 running backs. I'm going to assume you're saying pick 1 as your RB2. So let's start there and take a look at the running back matchups. We've talked about some of these guys already. J.D. McKissick, home game against Seattle. I don't love this game for McKissick. Again, in terms of the matchup, Seattle at 11th in terms of running backs, fantasy points to the running back spot. However, I think that J.D. McKissick's value was significantly higher with Alex Smith. I think you saw a lot more volume of check down passes from Smith to McKissick. I don't know exactly. I can't say for sure that that's going to necessarily work out that way with the change to Haskins, but I do think that McKissick's value might not necessarily be quite as great in this game as a result. Wayne Gallman, that's home against the Giants. Giants not home against the Giants. He can't play himself. He would. Hey, listen, if you could play the Giants and you're on the Giants, go for it. That is home game against Cleveland. Cleveland allowing, let's see where they fall here. We just looked at this before. Running back points. We're at 22nd. So 11th fewest fantasy points to running backs. I don't love the situation there with Colt McCoy starting. Probably will go away from him. That leaves with Raheem Mostert. Great matchup. San Francisco on the road against Dallas. 6th most fantasy points to running backs. As long as we don't see any funny stuff and Mostert gets the volume that we expect him to get. Sometimes you don't know what's going to happen with San Fran. But as long as he gets that volume, given the fact that it's such a great matchup, I think that's the guy that you have to trust here for that RB2. So I will say Mostert fills that spot. That leaves us with McKissick, Gallman, and Chark for your flex. So if we talk about the wide receiver stats, this is a road game at Baltimore, 1 p.m. tomorrow. Baltimore, where do they fall on the list? 24th, 9th fewest fantasy points to the wide receiver spot. A better situation than it's been probably now that Minshew is starting, but still, we haven't seen much to go on from Chark that's been positive. I probably have a hard time trusting him in this spot. So I think that brings us back to McKissick and Gallman. If I have to pick between the two, Gallman, you trust a little bit more the volume that you would expect him to get than McKissick. Certainly there is opportunity there for McKissick. No Antonio Gibson. You still do have Peyton Barber in the mix. I probably trust Gallman's workload there. That probably carries the day in terms of the decision I would lean towards here. Again, Cleveland, the matchup is not quite as good as the Washington matchup. Again, Seattle is 11th, and then New York Giants playing against Cleveland is 22nd. But I do feel like, as I always say, the 4 factors: talent, volume, matchup, game script. In that order, that means volume over matchup. And in this situation, when you can trust Wayne Gallman to get that volume, they're both working with essentially backup quarterbacks. So I think that's a wash. I think that means you lean Gallman in this spot. But again, if like I said, with all these things, if anything I say, if you're like, yeah, it makes sense, Joe, or nah, I don't like that, Joe, I'm going the other way, then I want you to be able to make that best decision for you. But I do think that Gallman, Mostert the RB2, Gallman the flex. I would think fine starts there on those two. And again, AB Goldberger, appreciate you being on the stream and hope that whoever you pick, hope that they do crush it. All right. Trust the process says hi. AB says hi back. I always like to get those in there. And trust the process says chilling, watching the stream. Awesome. All right. And you said yes, 1 as RB2. So good. I hope that information helped. And hopefully you're making that run. And hopefully you haven't had any rough matchups so far in your playoffs based on teams that have already played. Hopefully you're getting that W moving on to your championship next week. Felipe, now tell me if I get this right. Felipe, I'm going to try to sound these out. Moreira or Moreira? I'm going to say Moreira. Moreira. I'm going to go with Moreira so that way you can tell me if I'm right or wrong, and then I can try another guess if I'm wrong. Either way, glad to have you, Felipe Moreira. Glad to have you on the stream. I think you might be a new viewer, so glad that you found us tonight. You say Swift, Miles, or Deontay, PPR. All right, let's get you some information to back up this decision, starting with DeAndre Swift for the Detroit Lions. That is on the road, 1 p.m. Tennessee. Tennessee allowing the 7th most fantasy points to the running back spot. I like Swift this weekend. I think he's had that game to work back in after the injury. It's a good matchup. I think he's one to look at as a possible choice here. Miles Sanders, Philadelphia on the road at Arizona, 4 o'clock tomorrow, or actually later today, based on whatever time it is right now, 2 o'clock on the East Coast, not a problem. Again, the matchup against Arizona, 17th, right in the midway point in terms of fantasy points to the running back spot. So Swift, the edge in matchup there. When we go over to Deontay Johnson playing Cincinnati, that is the Monday night game on the road. Cincinnati at 17th. That is halfway up the wide receiver chart. I think Swift has the matchup edge here. I know that it's a full PPR teams format, so I think that makes the choice between Swift. I think Miles is the odd man out. I think Swift and Deontay, I think the choice is between these two. I think Deontay certainly has had a fine season. I do like DeAndre Swift in this situation. I think the matchup is there. The only issue is game script. Is Detroit going to be losing this game badly, especially if Matthew Stafford doesn't start? If Chase Daniels plays, potentially that's not good for your team in terms of points being put up. Also, potentially that means that they just run the ball more. So it could also be good for you if you were trying to start Swift. If it's the fact that it's PPR does mean Deontay has a little bit more merit. So this is, to me, a tough choice. Let me see if there are any follow-ups here. And it looks like I got Morera right based on that. So I'm glad to hear that. Going back to your question so anybody else can see it in case they don't know what we're talking about here. I think this is really close. I personally like Swift here, but I don't think that Deontay is a wrong choice by any means. I think it's between those two. The fact that it's PPR, I think, again, swings your choice. And again, like I've talked about before, if you are in a matchup where you perhaps need the bigger game, in a PPR format, you're getting more free points potentially than Swift. So that might sway you towards Johnson. However, I think the matchup is there for Detroit against Tennessee. I think you've seen Swift get goal line. I mean, let me go ahead and call up the let's call up the stats from last week so I can give you a little bit more information to go on here for Swift. What I'm saying here is I like Swift, but I, again, am someone who leans more toward a running back in a flex type situation like this. I'm assuming this is a flex choice for you because I do like playing running backs as flex when possible. So last week, 7 carries, 24 yards, 1 touchdown. That was 13 points. That was a half-point PPR scoring format. I'm reading through the notes. It says he was on the lead side of the backfield last week. The report says he looks like the preferred option this week. Let's see if there's anything else further down. Let me see here. My computer's going crazy on me. 11 touches last week, led the backfield. Peterson only had 5. Kerryon Johnson had 3. Obviously, they lost that game to Green Bay. They were probably throwing the ball more. Scored his touchdown on a goal line touch. It looks like he could. The report says escaped this game without setbacks. Could be in line for a larger share of the snaps. I do think that Swift is their guy moving forward, and once he's healthy, I think they were reluctant when he wasn't, fully healthy. But I think moving forward, Detroit is a team that's on their way looking forward, and that's him. He's the future of that team. So I don't see any reason why they don't give him the work there. I think you can count on that. Deontay Johnson, I do think, is also a reasonably good choice to play this weekend. Again, this is one of those where you're like, well, Joe, you didn't answer my question. And sometimes it gets to that point where I'm like, well, I like them both. But in this situation, I try to back this up with this information again, so that, like I said, like when you have players that you have worked through an entire season with, like you have a feel for them, like how hesitant are you with certain guys? Like how much confidence do you have in certain guys? So if you've played Deontay Johnson the whole year and you've leaned on him and you have a lot of confidence in him, then for you, that might be where you fall in terms of that choice. Like I said, I do have Deontay Johnson in some leagues, and I've certainly done that. Swift is not a player that I have, but I have liked his potential. I think that certainly the opportunity is there. So I think it's very close between those two. I think either way, this is a decision that can work out for you. I probably, because of the way I feel about running backs as a flex, I probably like Swift, but in a PPR league, I certainly see the argument. And perhaps if I continued to mull this out, if it were my own decision, I might fall on Deontay Johnson as well. So I guess the bottom line, what I'm saying is, I feel like it's between those two. I feel like you have all the information that you've used throughout this season to get you to this point. Go with the guy that you feel you trust the most between those two players. Take a look at your opponent, see if there are any players in common that might sway this decision. Perhaps are you somehow playing against Ben Roethlisberger on your opponent's team, or is your opponent playing a Juju or a Chase Claypool? And perhaps you want to make sure that if that's a super high scoring game, that you also share in some of those points. Like those are things that will help sway that decision. But I do think it's between Swift and Deontay. I think the fact that it is PPR, I certainly could see you going Deontay with that one. And I also don't think there's anything wrong with going Swift either. I will be watching, and I do hope that either one of these guys, whichever one you pick, or whichever one at all that you pick, I do hope that they crush it. And again, Felipe, glad to have you on the stream. Thank you for being here. And I do think that you're a new viewer. So again, appreciate you finding us tonight. I know it's as a smaller channel and a channel that's new this year, a little hard to find us. So glad that you were able to find us, and would hope to see you again on future live streams. Michael McFarland from a previous chat says, I'm losing and I need a bigger chance to win. So again, we've talked about that a lot. In those situations, you might lean towards guys who are more swing for the fences options, because at that point, you might not have as much to lose, and perhaps that's enough to win your game. Perhaps it's not, but that might be the best choice in one of those situations. Chill Will is up next. Chill Will, welcome back to the stream. One of our regulars. Glad to have you with us. And you say Dobbins or TY Flex PPR. Thanks, bro. Nope. Thank you, Chill Will, for being here. Glad to have you back again. One of our regulars. Let's take a look at some info for you. Starting with J.K. Dobbins, who I like as a start this weekend. And I will say I like both of these guys as a start this weekend. Baltimore playing, that's a home game. That's a 1 p.m. game tomorrow. Jacksonville, a great matchup. Jacksonville allowing the 5th most fantasy points to the running back spot. Obviously, we know that Baltimore backfield has a lot of mouths, although it has seemed to be that Dobbins has kind of started to prevail there. And at least it seems to be down to kind of him and Edwards, and Mark Ingram hasn't been as much in the mix there. Makes you feel a little bit more comfortable when it's just 2 players instead of 3. So I don't dislike J.K. Dobbins in this situation. T.Y. Hilton for Indianapolis. The points to wide receivers. This game is a home game, 1 o'clock against Houston. Houston, the 9th most fantasy points to the wide receiver spot. It is PPR for your league. I think that probably, to me, I probably lean T.Y. here based on what he's done in the past few weeks and the fact that it's PPR. I do want to look up stats for J.K. Dobbins because I will say that I've probably done a little bit more research on T.Y. at this point than I have on Dobbins. So I want to see a little bit more about what Dobbins has done in the past couple of games. Last 2 games, 11 carries, 13 carries, 124 yards between the two. He had a touchdown in each. And this is a half-point PPR scoring format that I'm looking at. He's had 13-1 and 13-3 in those 2 points. Reports do say that he's scored in 3 straight games. Obviously a good matchup. Let's see, anything else here that changes our mind. Led the team in carries last week. Gus Edwards only had 7. Obviously, Jackson is in the mix there, and he had 9. Ingram didn't touch the ball. So you do feel that the volume is there and has been there for Dobbins, which means that you can go with him. However, T.Y. Hilton, I'm going to call up his stats specifically and take a look. Of course, my computer's not going to cooperate with me at this point. I do know that T.Y. has had 4 touchdowns in the last 3 games at this point. And in terms of his targets, he has seen, 23 targets over 3 games. That's 5 in week 12, 11 in week 13, and 7 in week 14. That week 13 in particular is an interesting game to look at because that also was against the Houston Texans. And that was 11 targets, 8 catches, 110 yards with a touchdown. In a full PPR format, that would have been 25 points, and that would be his highest scoring game of the season. I think there's plenty of reason, given the fact that he had such a great game against that last time, to go back to him again. Certainly, I don't think that J.K. Dobbins is a bad start, as I said, but given the fact that it's PPR, and you're talking about a player who, although I do know that T-Hike was kind of non-existent for the first part of the year, and he has been a boomer bust player in the past, he has been hot, and I think that potential is there. I think the matchup is very nice. 9th most fantasy points to the wide receiver spot. I know that Dobbins has a great matchup as well, but I'm thinking the PPR leans you towards TY in this situation. Certainly can see an argument the other way. But again, as I always say, I hope whichever guy that you pick, I hope that they crush it. I think T.Y. Hilton, a fine start this weekend. Both of them. But in terms of if I have to pick one, I think T.Y., a fine start this weekend. Thanks, Chill Will, for being on the stream. Glad to have you with us. I'm going to move. First of all, let me jump down here to Felipe, and you say thanks for the help. And I say no, thank you for being on the stream. We thank all of you guys because, without you guys, we can prepare all the content that we want. But, I would much rather be talking with you guys than just talking to you guys. So glad to have you all on the stream. And we've had a good one so far tonight and a lot to go still. A little bit after 2 o'clock on the East Coast. No sign of stopping. We'll run right through this. Let's see. Aladdin, next up. Pick a defense. Bears, Browns, Tampa, Cardinals. I'm going to call up defenses because I don't have a graphic for the left side of your screen for defenses. However, I will say we already talked a little bit about the Browns tonight. I do think that Cleveland is a very interesting pick for this week. Let me see. I need the opponent's screen. Playing against the Giants, no Daniel Jones, potentially no Evan Ingram. Colt McCoy, your starter. Anytime you're playing against a backup quarterback, New York Giants were already allowing very nice fantasy numbers to opposing DSTs. So here they are, Cleveland, the Giants, giving up currently the 5th most fantasy points this season to DST. Certainly a great matchup there for the Browns. I will look at the other ones. I will say I'm going to be hard-pressed to go against Cleveland, regardless of who else they have here. Chicago against Minnesota. Let's see, where is Chicago? Come on, show me the Bears. Not showing up. I'll find them. Be nice if they had some rhyme or reason to the order that these teams appeared. Sometimes they don't on the screen. There they are. Chicago, Minnesota, also in the green, the 8th most fantasy points to DST. However, we have seen, we do expect a couple of Chicago players to be out on defense this weekend. I think those are the reports that I've seen. So perhaps they are more vulnerable. You also have Tampa and the Cardinals listed. Let's go Tampa next. They are at Atlanta. Atlanta on Yahoo is in the red, 9th fewest fantasy points to DST. And then Arizona is in the green against Philadelphia, 6th most fantasy points to defense. However, this is a different Philadelphia team now with Jalen Hurts than it was with Carson Wentz. I mean, obviously, they were not able to protect for Wentz. They were giving up all sorts of sacks, and his production was not all that great this year. Hurts has already shown the ability to scramble out of those situations. I do think it's possible that Arizona produces a little bit better game plan defensively now that they've got a game's worth of tape on Jalen Hurts. But I think the potential is a little bit better for Philadelphia to have more production offensively now that they've made that switch. They got these 4 I lean Cleveland. This is, although you could consider Jalen Hurts a backup quarterback, I think, which one scares you more, Hurts or Colt McCoy? I don't think it's Colt McCoy. I think Cleveland's a fine choice there, potentially with your quarterback out and also your starting tight end out. I think that Cleveland is a fine streamer there. I would say if you had to go that way, there's certainly some other potential in other spots, but I think Cleveland's very intriguing. So I'm going to say Cleveland, no matter who you pick, hope they crush it, but I'm going to say Cleveland, fine start tomorrow. All right. Thank you again, A. Aladdin. Let's go. Let me get your other follow-up here. I'll do yours next here. You say, and I see the other ones. I know I will jump back to the rest of you. I didn't miss you, but I'll follow up from A. Aladdin. You say Hunt or Drake, standard. Let's go to the running back stats. I will start out as usual by saying, again, I've not been high on Kenyon Drake. I know I've said that already on this stream. Just haven't been high on him. He's been a frustrating player to me. For where he was drafted, you expected a lot out of him. That's part of it, perhaps. He has been better as of late. Arizona at home against Philly. The matchup numbers, 23 is Philadelphia, 10th fewest fantasy points to the running back spot. Kareem Hunt, the other side of that, on the road at the Giants. The Giants, 9th most fantasy points to the running back spot. Of course, you expect Drake to be the main guy with a little bit of Chase Edmonds mixed in. In the Hunt situation, you've obviously got Nick Chubb there, but we've seen plenty of games where they've both gotten their opportunity. I would think that for as good as Kareem Hunt has been this year, I think you've got to lean him in this situation. There's been too many games that Drake is disappointed. I know he's been better as of late. That might just be my own bias again, because as someone who drafted him high in a couple of spots and then didn't see the production there, I've been kind of down on him as a result. So I kind of think Hunt here. I think he had a great week, obviously, last week against Baltimore. I think he probably lean that way, look for another nice game, the matchup edge. Trust the fact that he's still going to see his opportunity, even though you have Nick Chubb there. Again, whichever guy you pick, I hope they crush it. But A. Aladdin, I think Kareem Hunt, fine start in this situation. And thank you again for being with us on the stream. Absolutely appreciate you being with us, as always, one of our regulars. All right, we got Kicks for Mike. I believe you are a return viewer. Welcome back, Kicks for Mike. You ask, standard, Ayuk or Scary Terry, Miles or Swift? And I'm assuming that unless you tell me otherwise, that I'm only picking one here. So I'm going to go on that, and if I'm wrong, drop me a chat telling me otherwise. But we will proceed from there. And I will start at the wide receiver spot with Brandon Ayuk. I love this spot for Brandon Ayuk. I love him as a starter this weekend. When I started reading your screen, I almost just stopped after you said that name, but I want to work through everybody because the information is helpful. San Francisco on the road against Dallas. As you see on the left side of your screen, Dallas allowing the 5th most fantasy points to the wide receiver spot. No Deebo Samuel. George Kittle did not come back this week. I think this is a great spot for Brandon Ayuk to have a possible crush game this week. I think it's going to be hard-pressed to see anybody that I would like above him of these other players. Scary Terry in the Washington game at home against Seattle. Seattle, a nice matchup number-wise, number one in terms of fantasy points to wide receivers. However, we have seen the last 4 games, they have not been giving up all that much as they were earlier in the season, and The quarterback change in Washington, anytime you're making a quarterback change, it's gonna make things shake up a little bit there. And I do think that the quarterback play was a little bit more consistent with Alex Smith than it possibly was with Dwayne Haskins earlier in the year. So I think that's a little bit of a tick down for Scary Terry. We swap over to the running back side, and we talk about Miles Sanders. Again, Philadelphia on the road, Arizona, and the numbers are Arizona 17th in terms of fantasy points to the running back spot. Not quite as great of a matchup. Certainly we saw Miles Sanders play great last week, and it could happen again this week. Matchup-wise, the edge here I still see on the other side of things. And DeAndre Swift, I would say, has the edge in matchup here, playing on the road at Tennessee, 1 p.m. Tennessee, 7th most fantasy points to the running back spot. So if I'm going to say I'm picking one, and I'm going to recheck here to make sure that there are not any follow-ups here that say otherwise. So I'm picking one. To me, it's between Ayuk and Swift here for your pick. And you didn't necessarily say to me about whether this is PPR. If it's PPR, I think for sure it's Ayuk. If it's not PPR, I actually still think Ayuk might have the edge here because obviously, even though we expect Swift to get the bulk load of the work, there still is the possibility that Adrian Peterson steals a goal line touch here or there, steals a touchdown here or there, or the game script is very bad in their favor, meaning that on the road against Tennessee, they're way behind and they simply have to throw the ball. Also, potentially Matthew Stafford hurt, playing or not playing, 100% or not, we don't know. That's another situation that's, anytime you're talking about possibly your injured quarterback starter or going to a backup, that's a little bit of a downgrade for all of the offense. Again, I think all signs here point to Brandon Ayuk. Certainly, as I always say, it could go other ways. And if you feel like you have more trust, on a different player on your roster, then I can't fault you at all for that. But I think the matchup is great for Ayuk. With no Deebo Samuel there, we've seen him just absolutely crush the targets. Again, I'm going to recheck the targets. I'm pretty sure he had 16 last week. If I'm wrong, don't quote me, but let's go ahead and check it out. 16 targets is just amazing. And who is there that's going to change that? I don't know that there's anybody that would, make you think that could possibly be, 16 is tough to come by every week. But yeah, the last 4 games that Ayuk has played, his targets, 10, 14, 9, and 16. Last week he had 10 catches, 119 yards. That was in a loss against Washington, which is a tough defense as well. A much easier matchup this week. Again, this is one of those where, like, if this matchup doesn't work out and Ayuk doesn't play great, then this is one of those where you're going to look back and you're going to be like, I can't believe that just happened. Like, all these signs are pointing to Brandon Ayuk. So I'm going to go with that. If I have to pick one there, again, I hope that the information helps you make that decision, and whichever guy that you pick does crush it. But I do think Brandon Ayuk, a fine start for you, Kicks for Mike. And again, thank you for being on the stream, and appreciate you being back with us as always. All right, next guy up in line here, Alan Cardenas, or Cardenas. I don't know if I'm saying I'm going to go with Cardenas. Tell me if I'm right on that one. And Alan, it looks like you might be a new viewer. So if so, welcome to the stream. You ask, Cam Akers or DeAndre Swift? A lot of upside on both sides of this one here. Let's go ahead and take a look at the matchups again. LA Rams playing against the New York Jets. That is a home game. The Jets currently allowing the 12th most fantasy points to the running back spot. That's a 4:05 game tomorrow. The other side, DeAndre Swift. Detroit on the road at Tennessee. Also a great matchup. 7th most, a little bit higher, 7th most fantasy points to the running back spot. So the edge in the matchup goes to Swift. The edge in game script goes to Cam Akers, because you have to feel that the Jets are probably going to be trailing. I suppose it's possible that they're not, but they are the Jets. You would have to think that Tennessee is leading that game against Detroit, which means they might have to abandon the run a little bit more. If it were not for that factor, I might lean towards Swift. However, both of these players have other players in their backfield, that could take some of the work. Certainly there is an Adrian Peterson there. I would say I would expect that Swift is a little bit more trustable in terms of the volume. I think it's more possible that Los Angeles is a team that goes hot hand approach, and you've got a Malcolm Brown, you've got a Darrell Henderson that could steal away work. I think that's less likely from Swift. So Swift, perhaps an edge in volume. Akers, perhaps an edge in game script. Swift, a little bit of an edge in matchup. They are both talented players, I would say, right in the same tier of players. This is a who have you felt more comfortable with all season type pick. Have you been trying to play Cam Akers, and have you already had a couple of games where, Darrell Henderson crushed it and Akers didn't get the opportunity? Does that make you hesitant, and perhaps you would rather go with Swift? Akers had a great game last game. A lot of people probably had him on their benches for just that reason. So you can either now say, okay, he had the great game and I hope he has another one, and go with it. I think Swift is more reliable in terms of the work you can expect him to get. I'm not saying that Akers couldn't get that work, but I don't think that Detroit is a hot hand type team. I think they want Swift to be their main guy. I think the Rams, while Akers is probably their future, I think they're perfectly comfortable with either of those other two guys, in lots of situations, be it goal line or be it one guy's off to a hot start and they keep him in. So that makes me a little bit more worried about losing work in terms of the Akers side of things. For me personally, a lot of times I will trust the volume over the matchup. In this case, the matchup is actually better for Swift. The only thing that's worse is probably your game script. And I think that does make it close. But given the fact that there's a chance that, man, this is a toss-up. The more I talk my way through this, like I'm trying to talk myself into saying Swift because that's what my gut wants to say. But I do know that Akers has the potential to be there. So very close. Like I will not. This is a very, very slim margin that I'm saying Swift. So if you feel like you like going the other way, then keep what I'm saying in mind, that I feel like it's a very slim margin in my mind, and I would not fault you at all for going the Akers side of this. I'm going to say Swift is where I lean. I think they're both fine starts this weekend. I think that either way you're going to be okay. But I will lean Swift. But again, it's so close that take the guy that you like here. And if you feel like you're like, nah, I like that. Either way, if you're like, I like that, Joe, I'll go with it. Or nah, I'm going the other way. I think either way, you're okay here. Again, whichever guy you pick, I hope they crush it. Alex Cardenas, thank you for the chat. Glad to have you on the stream. If you are a new viewer, welcome. And I certainly would love to see you on future streams. And hope whichever guy you pick crushes it and you're able to get that W, move on to your fantasy league championships. All right, next up, Fantastic Expert. Awesome name. Welcome, Fantastic Expert. I do believe you are a new viewer to the stream. Glad to have you with us. Thank you for being in the chat with us tonight. You say pick two, Dobbins, James Robinson, or Raheem. A little bit of tough choices to go on here. Let's take a look. Dobbins, Baltimore, home game, Jacksonville. Good matchup. 1 p.m. Jacksonville, the fifth most fantasy points to the running back spot. Obviously, we've talked about him a little bit. Other mouths to feed in the backfield. I do feel like Dobbins has kind of elevated himself to where it's at least an equal split between him and Gus Edwards. It does seem like it's been a little bit in his favor. That bodes well for this pick if you decide to go with Dobbins. Robinson for Jacksonville, road game, same game. Probably should have picked up on that a little bit quicker, but it is, what time is it? 12 or 2 something in the morning, 2:30 in the morning, East Coast. It's getting there. Let's see here. James Robinson against Baltimore, the 15th most fantasy points to the running back spot, right in the middle. Clear volume edge to Robinson. You expect him to be the guy getting all the work there. Volume over matchup sometimes is the way you go. Robinson absolutely has been a great player all year. Raheem Mostert, fantastic matchup here. On the road against Dallas. Dallas, the 6th most fantasy points to the running back spot. Again, with San Francisco's backfield, there always are possibilities where funny stuff can happen. You almost have to take that out of the picture and just hope that that's not the case. Raheem Mostert, if he is healthy, certainly in line for a great matchup. I like him as a start this weekend. If I'm picking two here, Robinson has gotten you here. You've been playing him all year long, and he's been great for you. Again, I read a quote earlier this week saying that the players that got you to week 14 and got you into your playoffs are going to be the same players that get you to week 16. And that tells me lean on your studs. James Robinson has been that all year, although the matchup is not quite as good. I would feel a lot better going with James Robinson than going away from him and then all of a sudden seeing him have a great game, given the fact that he's been so good for you all season long. So sometimes it's almost like the old quote, dance with the girl that brung you situation. Robinson there, and then I think Raheem Mostert As long as there is not any funny stuff there, you can hardly fault that matchup against Dallas. I know that Dobbins does have a nice matchup as well against Jacksonville. It's actually one spot higher. But I mean, you've seen what Dallas has let go for most of the season. I feel like that's the spot. Like, to me, I just, Dobbins and the fact that he could lose work there is what changes that for me. I know that Jeff Wilson is there for San Francisco. Perhaps that's just me, not thinking that Jeff Wilson is truly as much of a factor in that backfield as he might be. I feel like Mostert is like the higher tier player to Wilson. Perhaps I'm not paying enough attention to San Francisco's backfield, if that's the case. Let's do this. Let's call up the stats, see what the touches were from last week, to make sure that I'm not leading you astray here. Mostert. I could see case for going like any direction, really, out of these three. Let's see. The last couple of games for Mostert, not great in terms of production. He's been under 10 in a PPR scoring format for his last 3. Let's see about his workload, if I can get any notes about that. Of course, it doesn't tell me that. It doesn't go back that far, so I can't really see that. Yeah, actually, I mean, his production tells me that Dobbins might be a better choice over Mostert here. Coin flip. Does that help? Probably not. I do think that I mean, in this situation, again, Robinson has been one of your studs all year long. I think it's hard to sit him at this point. To the other two is probably gets to be a little bit of a coin flip between the two. The matchup is good for both. Which guy do you trust more? Which guy has been better for you all season long? Is the game, let's see, what are the game times here? Have you got time to make that decision later on? San Francisco is an early game, and so you're going to have to make that decision early. Dobbins is not an early game. Dobbins is an early game, and James, they're all 1 o'clock games. Yeah, so you got to make that choice right away. Yeah, I think it's coin flip Dobbins and Raheem. I think I probably like Robinson. I know Robinson is, like you say, the worst of the matchups, but I think he's out of the 3, he's been your stud, and you expect him to have the volume. I think that carries the day in a lot of these decisions. Again, it goes ability, volume, matchup, game script, and there's a reason why I put them in that order, because I tend to think volume over matchup. And James Robinson certainly has been a great player all year long. I think he can get through that matchup against Baltimore. Perhaps there is an argument to be made here that you diversify your lineup instead of having 2 players in the same game and go with Mostert. I think that's a legitimate argument to look at. And perhaps you want to look at your opponent and find out if there are any players in common on that side. If perhaps your opponent is playing Lamar Jackson, does that make a difference? And does that make you more inclined to have both players from the same game? If I'm putting them in order, I'm going to pick Robinson first here based on his volume and based on how good he's been all year long. And then I think the other 2 is a coin flip. I would say, go with the guy that you trust more between those 2. And like I always say, I hope the guys that you pick, I do hope that they crush it. I will hit your follow-up next. What do I expect from Ayuk? I expect a huge game from Brandon Ayuk against Dallas. I think the matchup is tremendous. I think the volume that he's seen has been great. And when you have no Deebo Samuel, and I thought for a while they're going to make a run at bringing back George Kittle this week. That's not happening. So I think Ayuk is the guy in that matchup. Regardless, I think that he's going to, him having a great game doesn't necessarily mean that Mostert can't also have a great game, because again, if you're in a situation where Dallas allows all sorts of yards through the air, you're still looking at, a big play to Ayuk, gets them to the goal line, and then the goal line goes to Mostert perhaps, again, without seeing the touches. I would say if you can find any reports that tell you what the goal line touches have been between Mostert and Wilson, that might swing you, because I want to say that Dobbins may be getting the edge in goal line for Baltimore. And if the reports tell you that Mostert has not been getting the goal line touches, again, that's not something that I've dug that far into research, but that might make your decision there for you, because that would swing you towards Dobbins. You don't want to have the guy in that Dallas game that's not getting goal line touches, given the fact that you expect him to be down there quite a bit. So again, yeah, I do think Ayuk is in line for a great game. I think there's a lot to expect from him this game. And again, this is one of those where I'll be shocked if it doesn't go that way. Certainly sometimes that happens, but I'll be like, wow, I can't believe that just happened. I think there's a great chance for him to have a big one this weekend. All right, fantastic expert. You say thanks, and I say no, thank you for being on the stream. Again, it looks like you might be a new viewer. Glad to have all you new viewers there that have found us. I know as a new channel, we don't necessarily count quite as high on the searches, but by all means, for those of you that are new, and if you're enjoying what we're doing here on these, be sure to hit that subscribe button so that you can get those notifications whenever we have new content. Obviously, as a new channel, I want to make sure that all you guys will be able to get those, be alerted whenever we have new stuff versus just relying on the searches, which we might not be quite as high on. So thank you, Fantastic Expert, for being with us, and hope to see you again on future streams. All right, I think I hit this Hunter Drake already from A. Aladdin. Looks like the next one here is from Caden Cortez. Caden Cortez, tell me if I said that right or wrong, please. I'd love to know. But looks like you might be a new viewer, so welcome to the stream. Glad you found us tonight. And you say Mostert or Jeff Wilson. Well, look at that. Just what we've been talking about. Interesting how these things come right back around. So I can actually answer this next question and in some parts still be answering the last question. So what I did was I look up Raheem Mostert. I did not look up Jeff Wilson. So let me look up Jeff Wilson and see what reports they have for us here. Because I'm curious. What I'm really curious about is what I was saying is who is getting the goal line touches between these two players. Let's see. The last couple games, 7 rush attempts in week 13, 11 rush attempts in week 14. He did have a touchdown this last week. It says he's seen close to half of the 49ers backfield touches over the last 2 games. It doesn't say anything beyond that. Let's see. So Wilson got his touchdown while Raheem Mostert was being evaluated for concussion last week. Had 3 targets, worked as the Niners lead back with Mostert in the locker room, only to revert to RB2 status upon Mostert's return. Hard runner and a bulldozing terror near the goal line. Well, that doesn't help us a whole lot. Yeah, but based on what it says, he is working as the clear 2 to the clear 1 that Mostert has been. So despite the fact that we always talk about Shanahanigans in that backfield, sometimes the best you can do is trust what we've seen and hope that we don't have one of those situations where all of a sudden one guy is just not playing for like unexplained reasons. In that situation, I think you have to probably trust Mostert between these 2 guys until proven otherwise. And it seems like he's healthy. We haven't heard anything that hasn't said that. Watch your reports. Be aware of what's going on tomorrow to see what happens. I'm looking at your follow-ups here. You said that right, bro. Only guys who's ever done that. I appreciate that. Only guy who's ever done that. I'm glad to hear that. I try to get these right as often as possible. It doesn't always happen that way, but that's why I usually like to ask if I get him right or not. Yeah, I think Mostert, you gotta go with him because like we just haven't seen. It seems to be that's the way it's been going. It's just a tough situation and it's always a little bit shaky. But when it works out for you, you feel real good about it. So, yeah, I think probably unless you see something otherwise health-wise, you trust Mostert there. And your next question is Tennessee defense or 49ers. Let's take a look at these 2. I will say that before I even look, Tennessee I don't think has been great on defense this year, but playing against a Detroit team that potentially is playing a backup quarterback, that does elevate them for sure. But I do want to look at the matchup numbers that present themselves. So Detroit, they are currently giving up the 13th most fantasy points to DST. The 49ers playing against Dallas, they are in the green. So Dallas is currently giving up the 4th most fantasy points to DST. You probably, despite what I'm saying about the backup quarterbacks, obviously Andy Dalton is a backup quarterback. You probably trust the matchup, although I don't love it there for Tennessee. Let me see for San Francisco. I wish that San Francisco was the tough defense that they've been in past years. They have had some good games, but they have had some games that have not been that great. In week 12, they had 17 points. Week 13, they only had 2 points. Last week, they had 8. Let's see, they have not played Dallas yet. Of course, they don't play them twice. So that's what we see there in terms of the potential. On the Tennessee side, let me see what they've been putting up because I just don't feel like they have been as good. Certainly their numbers are more vulnerable to the offense. They have not had as many. I don't see a game over 17 on their list. San Francisco had 2 of them. They had in week 13, they were a -2 against Cleveland. And then last week against Jacksonville, who was not like the huge threat on offense, they only had 8 points. So despite the fact that they're playing a backup quarterback there, I think probably, a lot of times with these defenses, my gut I end up leaning towards that matchup number and just hoping that comes through, because defense can be so unpredictable sometimes. 49ers have the edge in terms of that matchup number. I probably lean 49ers there and roll it and hope that it works out the best. So absolutely. Caden Cortez, welcome to the stream. Thank you very much for being here. You say, thanks, bro. Love how deep you go in your analysis. Well, I'd say thank you, first of all, Caden, for being here. If you are a new viewer, by all means, if you want to go ahead and hit that subscribe button and make sure you can get those notifications whenever we have new content. I do like to try to remind all of our new viewers that not only do we love all the new subs, but also I know that we don't come up as high on searches right now, being that we're a new channel. So I want to make sure that if you guys do enjoy the live streams, that you can get that get those notifications when we have new content. And as far as the analysis goes, I say this a lot because the whole deal is that, I know that fantasy football is all about opinions. And by all means, I don't think that I'm the only opinion out there. Sometimes these things work out, sometimes they don't. So I try to put up as much information to back up these opinions, because that way, some of the information that we go through, even if what I say or who I like, you may see something in that information that says, either, all right, yeah, that makes sense, or wait a minute, no, what about that? I think I'm going to go this way. And if that decision ends up winning you your league, then I love it. That's what we want. So I don't want to just sit here and say, this guy's the guy, that guy's the guy. I don't really want to do that. I'm certainly going to share my opinions, but I try to back that up with good information, or as much information as I can, because, at the end of the day, you guys know your rosters, and I want you guys to all be successful. So I want you to make the best decision for you, whether that be going the same way as what I say or going a different way. Either way, I want you guys to get those W's just as much as I want to get W's in my leagues. So I do try to put up all that information for you guys and hope that it all helps. So again, thank you for being with us as a new viewer, and glad that you found us tonight. Again, if I miss anybody, I'm scrolling up. I'm going to try to make sure and go in order for anybody that I might have missed. I definitely am not missing anybody on purpose, but sometimes it happens. I do see Mason Longley is here. And for the rest of you that are watching on the stream, or perhaps anybody that's watching on a replay, just remind you that the title of our show tonight is Saturday Stars. We do have a slate of content that is also prepared for this show. We don't do that until after we go through all these chats with everybody, because we do want to do those chats first. Those are most important to try to answer those questions. But the content for our show is called Saturday Stars, and that will be the top matchups for this weekend's Sunday and Monday's games. They're not necessarily a start-sit, but it's a rundown of the top matchups. Perhaps there are some players that may be in play for you, or that you weren't thinking about, that might help you along the way. So we will go through that. Once we go through the rest of these couple chats here, we will jump over and we will hit up the Saturday Stars, and then we'll probably call it a night after that, coming up on 3 o'clock on the East Coast here, and certainly getting ready for our Sunday show tomorrow at noon. So we'll go through the rest of these chats, and then we'll get our content as well. Let's go to Mason Longley. Mason Longley, looks like you might be a new viewer to the stream. Welcome. Glad to have you on. You say, should I start Russ, Hurts, or Brady? All right, let's take a look at fantasy points to the quarterback spot, and let's get my matchups up on the other screen. So without even starting into the matchups, I'll talk about one of the things here that I've mentioned a few times. I saw a quote earlier this week talking about the guys that got you to week 14 and your fantasy football playoffs are going to be the same guys that get you to week 16 and your fantasy football championship. So this, perhaps, without even looking, could fall into that same situation with Russell Wilson. Obviously, he's been a great guy for you all year long. Some down games as well, as there always is with everybody. This week, not a great matchup. On the road at Washington. And so on the left side of your screen, Washington allowing, let's see, they're at 22nd. So that's the 11th fewest fantasy points to the quarterback spot. Next up is Jalen Hurts. A little bit of a question mark. We saw a nice first game, and this is a tempting player. I know that I considered trying to stream him myself this week. Ultimately didn't in the spot where it was a potential, but I thought about it. On the road at Arizona, the numbers, Arizona at number 20. That's the 13th fewest fantasy points to the quarterback spot. And then Tom Brady, the top matchup of these players, that's on the road at Atlanta, 1 p.m. tomorrow, or perhaps later today, depending on where you are. And again, Atlanta, the number 1 fantasy points allowed to the quarterback spot. So if you're looking at matchup, Tom Brady is the clear edge in this matchup. The question becomes, if you've been playing Russell Wilson all year long, do you trust putting him on your bench at this point when you're in a playoff type situation? I want to look at Russell Wilson's numbers just to familiarize myself with exactly what he's done in the past few weeks, because I know that we haven't seen per se such big games as we did earlier in the season. This last week against the Jets, a team that has been very vulnerable to the pass, 4 touchdowns, 23.14 fantasy points. In the 4 previous games, he only topped 20 in one of those 4 games. And these 2 teams, there's nothing to go on before that to look at. Wilson had a ton of huge games earlier in the season, and then we haven't seen quite as much since then. Game script-wise, you expect Seattle to be winning this game, perhaps not passing the ball as much in the second half. Perhaps that is a tick down for Wilson. In the Brady-Atlanta matchup, you expect this to be, especially without Ronald Jones, Atlanta's a passing team. As long as Atlanta can stay with Tampa and this doesn't turn into a blowout, which it could without Julio Jones, you would think that means that Brady does not lose out passing attempts. You would think that he still gets plenty of work. I do want to look. These teams have not played yet. This is the first matchup between these 2 teams this year, so we have nothing to go on in previous games. That would be nice at this point in the season if you did. I don't know why they schedule these games like this where they haven't played each other yet, and it's week 15. But last week, Brady against Minnesota, another matchup that you liked for passing, only 15.64 points. Like not an awful, terrible game, but under 20. He's been kind of like, this is like a ping pong ball. Week 10, 31-8-4. Week 11, 14-6-4. Week 12, 23-7. And week 14, 15-6-4. Carolina, a good game. Defense doesn't scare you. Rams, tough defense. Not as good of a game. Kansas City, tougher in terms of what they've allowed to quarterbacks right in the middle of the pack. Had a good game against them. Minnesota, up high. Where are they right now? I guess they're not as high as I thought. 19th. 15-6-4. You would think the matchup carries this here for Brady. I certainly, in terms of like when I do my starts and sits on tomorrow's Sunday pregame show or later today, I'm going to make sure that I look this up and tell you the right thing. I have Tom Brady amongst that list, at least for consideration to be in the top 5. I certainly think now Hurts is the wild card. To me, if you're playing Jalen Hurts, then you're in a spot where you're taking a shot, and perhaps you play in a league where there is a running back bonus for topping 100 yards. Perhaps you feel like that gives you some upside for Jalen Hurts because he did top that barrier last week and could potentially do it again. But I think he's so much of a wild card here. If it were me, unless there was a reason why I felt like I had to take that huge swing for the fences, I don't know that I can start him over Wilson or Brady. Last week, 19.28 points in a half-point PPR. Obviously, he did have the rushing that went over 100. Let me make sure I'm not mistaken when I say that. Yeah, 106 yards. So if you got a bonus there, you can turn that 19.28 into 24.28. Perhaps, like I said, if you feel like you need that to get by in this matchup, I just think that he's too much of a wild card at this point in your season when you've got someone that's a stud like Russell Wilson and someone that has a great matchup like Brady. So to me, it's between those 2 for your pick. And again, I'll say this like in terms of like if you are a person who trusts matchups more so than anything else, then you're probably thinking Brady at this point. If you are a person who says, no, this is my guy, Wilson. I drafted him high in my draft. I've leaned on him all year long. Like, this is my playoffs. He's my best player. He's my best quarterback. I'm going with him. Then that might be your situation. I don't think either one of them is wrong at this point, given the fact that Wilson's, last few weeks have not been quite as high as they were. But also, it's not like Brady has blown you away every week. So, you're looking at a great matchup. But at the same time, if you could absolutely slate Tom Brady in for, I'm going to chuck it around, have all these yards, you can't always think that way. So there is argument to be made on both sides of this. And again, I think it comes down to how do you like to play fantasy football? Do you want to trust that guy that's got you there, or do you need to take a shot at this point? Perhaps there's somebody. Check out your opponent. Find out if there's somebody on your, and there could be in this situation. Are you playing against DK Metcalf? Perhaps. If you are, that might sway you towards Russell Wilson because you want to make sure and get a share of his points. Or are you playing against Mike Evans, somebody like that, or Chris Godwin, that you want to make sure you get a share of those points? that could make your decision for you. Little things like that, like check out all options at this point, because this is it. This is what you played all year for. But I do think that, like, if you are swing for the fences and you feel like you're projected perhaps to lose this game and you need the guy that could have the bigger upside, the better matchup here is Brady. That tells you that there's potential for a big upside game. Russ is the tougher matchup, but Russ is more of, hey, I'm going to make this work to DK all day, and we've seen him do that before. He's been one of your studs. I think it's a toss-up for you. I think it all comes down to how you feel about that. I think either one of them could have nice games. As I always say, I hope that information, without actually, specifically making that an answer, narrowing it down to those two, and then leaving it up to you in terms of, how you want to swing for the fences with Brady, trying to win a matchup that you might be behind in, or, trusting your stud that you've played all season long, perhaps being in the lead, and not wanting to take any chances. That's what's going to make that decision for you. By all means, whichever guy you pick, I do hope that they crush it. And again, Mason Longley, thank you for being on the stream, and glad that you were able to be with us tonight, and be glad to see you on future streams as well. We got a thanks from Fantastic Expert. Not sure if I put that on the screen before or not. If I didn't, glad to put it on there now. Thank you for being here as well. I think I got most of the other ones here up into Mark Maloney up next. And I do believe Mark Maloney looks like you might be a new viewer on the stream. So welcome. Glad to have you here. Again, any of you guys that if I say that you're new and you're not, and I'm just losing my mind, then I apologize. I know that as we do more and more of these live streams, I do try to keep, at least in the back of my mind, names that I recognize from before. I do think that you might be new. If you're not, then welcome back. But if you are, glad that you found us. You asked, can I start both Mostert and Wilson? Okay, so who asked me about the Mostert Wilson? We had a previous question here from Caden about the same thing. Can I start both Mostert and Wilson? My other option is Connor, but he's hurt and not producing. Yeah, let's take a look at the matchups just to kind of talk this through here. So points to the running back position. I have a gut answer to this right now, and my gut is that although the matchup is very good for San Francisco, I would hate to see Connor, like, being that you have the opportunity to at least diversify yourself here. I understand what you're saying. The matchup edge is for the San Francisco side. Playing at Dallas, it's 1 o'clock tomorrow game, 6th most fantasy points to the running back spot. A great matchup. James Conner, that is the Monday night game on the road at Cincinnati. Cincinnati's 16th. Cincinnati certainly can allow rush yards just as much as some of the other teams this year. You would expect Pittsburgh to play with the lead, although Pittsburgh's been a little bit suspect these past few games. And again, for whatever reason, yes, you're right. Connor's been banged up. He might lose some work. And for whatever reason, Pittsburgh just seems like they just want to keep throwing the ball at all costs for a lot of these games. I don't know why that is. You have to think that Pittsburgh plays with the lead for a lot of this game and should have the chance to run the ball, which should mean that Connor has some value. But I do see exactly what you're saying. Like, he's been tough to rely on. I'm just very hesitant with that San Francisco backfield of putting two players up like that. You kind of, if that game happens to end up not, being a good game for the run at all for San Francisco, then you've knocked yourself out of both sides, when perhaps there's another, diversifying that matchup. Again, Mostert's stats have been okay. He's seen a reasonable amount of work. I haven't blown anybody away. Same thing with Wilson. Connor's stats I'm going to look at. I will say that I have had James Conner in a couple of spots this year, and I've ended up, putting him on benches as well. It's been frustrating. Has he had any good games recently? Not really. Even if you go back, this last game against Buffalo, he did next to nothing. 2 games that he didn't play. Before that, I'm looking at a half-point PPR screen, so I'm not sure if he's had any additional points with catches here if you're in full PPR, but in Week 11 against Jacksonville, 11.4. Jacksonville, a matchup that shouldn't scare you. 5th most, he reasonably could have had a better game. These two teams have played each other already. Week 10, Cincinnati, James Conner, 13 rushes, 36 yards, 5.80 fantasy points. That is yuck against a team that you should have the ability, and that's a game that they won 36-10. I want to say that might have been the first game where I watched on Sunday Ticket, and I was like, man, like Pittsburgh, what are you doing? Like, why are you still throwing the ball? Like, what is going on? And that's when the questions started. even against Dallas, the game before that, he only had 3 fantasy points. Yeah, it hasn't been great for Connor. Does the game time here, is there any way you can get information on Connor's injury before you have to make this decision? That's a Monday night game. It's a 1 o'clock San Francisco game. Probably not. Wow. You know, as I talk this through, like Connor, it's tough to start James Conner. I guess my next thought for you would be, like, do you have any waiver wire? Are there any waiver wire potentials out there for you for a running back, perhaps that you could plug in somewhere? I'm looking back to see to our waiver wire information that I put together from earlier in the week if I picked out anybody in terms of backs that could help. No, I mean, I noted Gus Edwards as a potential, but, you know, if you're going to do that, then you're still talking about a guy that's splitting time with Dobbins. I actually noted Jeff Wilson as a potential bonus pickup off the waiver wire this week. That had a lot to do with Mostert's status. You know, I feel a lot more comfortable playing Wilson if Mostert were out. I have to say, if you end up in a situation where you play both these guys, I think you can't love it. I don't think there's any way to love it having to do that. But I clearly can see why you're asking this question. And when you have a matchup that's that good against Dallas, I don't know how you trust James Conner at this point. You have no idea to know what's going to happen in that backfield. He should be much better than he's been, but he simply hasn't been. So wow, if you end up starting Mostert and Wilson, man, I hope that works out. It's a very tough spot to be in, but I can absolutely see your reasoning for doing it. I don't know if I would be able to pull that trigger if it were me, because I think that the downside of making that move is you don't expect San Francisco to struggle against Dallas, but what if they do? And for whatever reason, you know, Dallas gets a lead, San Francisco can't run the ball that much, and they have to throw it, and now you're like stuck. Like, is there a bug out flying around here? That was weird. Yeah, I say, can you do it? Yes, I think you can do it, and there is a valid argument to doing it. I don't know if I would be able to make that decision myself, but I think if you feel like you're in that spot where you absolutely have to do that because you don't feel like you can trust Conner to win that playoff matchup, I don't think I can fault you for going against Conner. Like, I wish there were better options there for you. Is one of these perhaps a flex? If you're still on the stream, Mark, tell me if one of these choices is for your flex, and just throw me out there other like wide receivers that you might have that are possibilities for your flex. And I just kind of want to feel it out and see if there's somebody that you might be able to plug in, perhaps somebody else in a different thought there to go a different direction at that. If it's not, then I certainly can understand your thoughts here. Man, I hope whichever way you go, I hope that they crush it. I would love to see, you know, if you do go split them up and both Mostert and Wilson have great games, you know, at least you got half of them, but perhaps Conner, you know, doesn't end up getting you enough to win that matchup. That is a tough spot. I hope it works out for you. I hope those guys crush it. But yeah, if you're still on the stream, hit me up and I'll check back in after I go through a couple of these others and see if there might be any wide receiver ways that might be able to help you out there. All right, Mark Maloney, thank you. If you are a new viewer, thank you for being with the stream, and I appreciate you being on with us. And next up, we will look at, and you say thanks. And no, like I said, thank you. Absolutely glad to have all you guys on the stream. Much rather be talking with you guys than just talking to you guys. So glad to have you all here. Fantastic expert back with what do you think about DK and Russ? I think DK is going to be fine in this game. I know the matchup is bad, but DK is a stud. Washington, 4th most fantasy points to the wide receiver spot. However, this is what I want to do. I'm going to call up DK's stats. I mean, when you got a player that's been as good as he's been, this is why I always talk about there are four factors in making these decisions. And in this order, it is ability, volume, matchup, and game script. The players that are your top tier players, the guys that you would consider studs, that's right up there because these guys are that good. Even if the matchup is not great, they have the ability to overcome these matchups. What are some other tough matchups that he's faced this year, and what has he done? Let's see, Miami at 13th there on the run there. Actually, that's not really all that tough of a matchup. That's a higher up matchup. I got to find a tougher matchup. Let's see who has been tough against them. Arizona, where are they falling? Still in the middle of the way. Let's see. Buffalo, not tough. Rams, November 15th, week 10. He only had 3.8 against the Rams. They are the toughest of tough matchups. Let's see. Who else has been tough? San Francisco at 20th right now. He had 34 points against them. Let's see. The Giants at 21st. He had 10 points against them. Actually, looking at this list, Seattle hasn't had a lot of tough matchups. New England in week 2. New England currently at the 5th fewest fantasy points to wide receivers. In week 2, this is on a half-point PPR screen. He had 17.2 points against them. That's among the tougher matchups that he's faced. He's really only had that one really bad game against the Rams, and that was the team that is absolutely giving up the fewest fantasy points in the league. Even that game against the Giants, where he had 10.5 2 weeks ago, he did have 80 yards. He just didn't find the end zone. I would be hard-pressed at this point in your season, when you're in the playoffs, I would be hard-pressed to sit a guy that good like DK Metcalf. And I think that is, if DK is on your team, then that is a reason to consider playing Russ as your quarterback to get that stack. I certainly think that they're going to try to get DK going. I'm looking up earlier just to see if you had asked the question before pertaining to Russ. I think that was somebody else, but perhaps it wasn't. I don't see it here. So if I'm wrong, if I'm losing my mind, let me know. But yeah, I think DK, when you're talking about this, like too good to sit. He's had too good of a season. Again, you've played him all year long. He's got you to this point. He danced with the girl that brung you. And Russ is a great quarterback, certainly capable of overcoming that bad matchup. Again, when you look at the matchups, Washington quarterback spot 22 on the list, so that's 11th fewest fantasy points there. But certainly you'd have to have a really good option that's better to go against someone who's played this well all season in a stack with a player that's been that great like DK. So I think that, perhaps it makes you a little more uneasy. There's a lot of stuff that makes you uneasy at this point when you need to win these matchups because you're playing great teams when you get to your playoffs most of the time. But these guys have been studs. You got to kind of roll with it and just, if it works out for you, like these have been your guys all year long. If for some reason it doesn't work out for you, and, it just so happened that you caught a bad matchup at the wrong time. But anytime you're talking about sitting somebody that's this good, I mean, you've got to have somebody that's equal to that ability or something that's equal in terms of what you expect to be able to make that swap out. So I think in this point, you roll with your studs and hopefully they get it done for you. But absolutely, I hope that these guys do crush it for you. I've had DK. Unfortunately, the league that I had DK Metcalf in this year, I didn't make the playoffs. So I'm just a bystander in that league at this point. Still love to have him do well, but it's not as much on the line for me at this point. But at any rate, fantastic expert. Hope these guys crush it for you. And thank you again for the chat. Let's see, from Caden Cortez, Bowden, Jr., Boyd, or Crowder must start one. I like the way you say must start one because this is like you almost want to start none when it's this situation here. I'm going to take a look at all these guys. I'm going to look at Bowden in terms of running back, even though I know that Yahoo does. I believe they still have him listed as either running back or wide receiver. I can't say that I've been familiar enough with what he's done in the last few games to know where he's been, getting you what he's getting you. It must have been as a receiver because I do see he's only had one rushing attempt each of the last 2 games. He did have in a half-point PPR format. He had 11.9 points this last game against Kansas City, 7.2 the game before that. I would say what you need to look at in this one is the other injuries for Miami. There might be an argument here. Salvan Ahmed, it looks like is going to play this year, or at least this week, I should say, is expected to play this week. That I don't know how much that will change him in terms of what he's getting as running backs. Says he led all the Dolphins receivers last week with 35 pass routes. Devontae Parker is questionable for this game. Mike Gesicki is questionable for this game. Those things could sway your decision towards Bowden. This is not a guy that this is the tough. All of these guys are tough starts. Tyler Boyd, that's rough. Like if you have to start Tyler Boyd this week, it's so unfortunate because I looked at Tyler Boyd partway through the season and I'm like, this is awesome. Like he's been great. He has a great run of games during the playoffs. and then the injury happened to Joe Burrow. This week, Pittsburgh, in terms of, let's see, fantasy points to the wide receiver spot. Again, going back to the Miami side of things, New England 28. That is the 5th fewest. That is the matchup for Miami this weekend. Again, we know what Bill Belichick does to rookie quarterbacks. That's Tua. Potentially, could this game be a not so good game for Miami? That potential exists. Pittsburgh to the wide receiver spot, 18th. So midway point in terms of fantasy points to wide receivers. That's Tyler Boyd. I don't think they even have Brandon Allen starting this week. I would be hard-pressed to tell you who their next quarterback in line is. I know that I read it earlier in the week. I would have to look it up, and I will do that right now to tell you who's expected to start for them. No matter what, I don't think it's good news for what it's worth. Ryan Finley, your starter this week. So good luck to T. Higgins and Tyler Boyd. A bad spot. The matchup at least isn't awful. Then we go over to the Jets side. And having to start any of the Jets in your fantasy football league playoffs is rough. Crowder is listed as questionable this week. Let me see if there are any reports here. He says he is expected to play against the Rams. The Rams, the very fewest fantasy points to the wide receiver spot. Holy cow, what a bad spot. Wow. I'm going to hope for you, Caden, that your rest of your guys are absolutely crushing it in your leagues. Of all these three, with the injuries to Miami, if you take a look at your reports and you find out that Parker is not playing and that Gesicki is not playing, it might be Bowden here. I think if it's not for that, if Parker's playing and Gesicki's playing, I'm not sure what other injuries they potentially have. I don't know if Jakeem Grant has let me look him up to see if he has any notes. I'm not sure if he has an injury designation this week or not. He might. He is questionable. And do they expect him to play? It says he was limited at practice after exiting last week's game in the first half. Doesn't say if he's expected to play or not. So this is going to be one of those where you're going to have to look at that active and inactive when they come out. If Parker, Grant, Gesicki are all out, I mean, I don't see any reason not to start Bowden here. If that's not the case and all those guys play, then I might just have to say take your chances with Tyler Boyd. At least you feel like, you've got the person who was considered the one receiver, or at least to me, in Cincinnati, and you just have to hope that Ryan Finley puts together something. It's a rough situation to be in. I don't think Crowder is your choice out of any of them. I think playing against the Rams, I don't know why. I can't see going that way. It's the worst of a bad situation or the best of a bad situation, however you want to term that. Check your reports. There might be something there that tells you, hey, listen, all these Miami guys are out. Bowden gets volume. Volume carries the day. If not, probably, it might lean towards the more predictable Tyler Boyd, but a tough spot either way. I hope whichever way you go with that, Caden, I hope that works out for you. I hope those guys crush it, or at least in those guys' situations, I hope they at least get you. Thank you guys for the chat. Caden, appreciate it. Jeremy Kibbett, the next up in line. Tell me, Jeremy Kibbett, if I said your name right. It does look like you're new to the stream, so appreciate you being here. Welcome. And you say CEH or Wilson PPR. Ugh. This is another one that's like, oh, boy. Edwards-Helaire, I've heard a lot of people down on him so far. We're taking a look at fantasy points to the running back spot. Kansas City, that is 425 game on the road. New Orleans 32, the very fewest fantasy points to the running back spot. That is not great. Jeff Wilson for the 49ers, a much better matchup against Dallas, 6th most fantasy points to the running back spot. However, he is at best splitting times with Raheem Mostert. Do I feel that you would rather have the guy that's splitting time over the guy in a bad matchup? I don't know. I'm going to look up CEH's and spell his name right. I'm going to look up, what if I just put Clyde in? Perhaps I'll try that. That's easier. I do want to look up what his volume has been like, because a lot of times, like I say, in these decisions, 4 factors: talent, volume, matchup, game script. And the reason why I put volume ahead is because a lot of times you're going to trust that volume over the matchup if you know one guy's going to get it and the other one potentially isn't. Clyde Edwards-Helaire, I should say. Last game against Miami, 16 rushes, just 32 yards. That was 11.6 and a half-point PPR. Does say his workload was good. It's a bad matchup. Let's see, 16 rushes. He had 5 catches for 59 yards last week, so his pass catching did carry the day. Wilson, again, we talked about that split with Mostert. I will check his numbers again here. I feel like if it were me, being that the fact that you're in your fantasy playoffs, I think you might just be forced to trust CEH and hope that he has a nice day, even though I have a hard time going with Wilson when there's always that potential that Raheem Mostert gets in there, has a great day, and Wilson gets very little work. It does say Wilson is seeing close to half of the 49ers backfield touches, but we do know that Mostert was out for a portion of that last game. And it does say that Wilson got his touchdown last week while Mostert was on the sidelines with concussion. Says he worked as the lead back while Mostert was out, but as soon as Mostert came back, he moved right back to your RB2. So again, this is probably a decision for you on do you need to swing for the fences here and hope that Jeff Wilson has a magical day? You know, is your matchup in that spot where you feel like you need that huge game and you've got to go with that better matchup, or can you go with the guy who you expect to get the work and just have to hope that he's able to overcome a bad matchup? I know there's been weeks where CEH hasn't been great, but I feel like this might be one of those situations where, again, you have to kind of take the lesser of two evils. To me, that's probably CEH here because you would expect him to get more of the workload. Taking a look at other tough matchups that he's had throughout the year just to see what he might have done in those. Let's see, against any other teams that were presenting low matchups on this list. There really haven't been all that many. He hasn't had a lot of. Tampa Bay was a rough matchup in Week 12. He only had 4 points against them, 4.4. Let's see, anybody else? There haven't been a lot of matchups against bottom half teams. That kind of scares you, given the fact that he has been hit and miss here. New England is a bottom half team at 19. He had 10.6 against them. Again, a half point format. Anybody else that falls in line with that? Let's see here. Just checking. Denver. No. Jets, Carolina. No. Las Vegas, Tampa Bay. There haven't been a lot. I see where you're coming from here. I just feel like I don't know how you can. I don't know. This is tough. That's a tough one. Like, again, if this ends up being a swing for the fences situation, then I can't fault you for trying to get the guy that you're hoping for that magical day. But I'd hate to be in that situation where you're kind of relying on magic. San Francisco is a 1 p.m. game, so you can't even wait to make this decision. It's a rough spot. Let me see here. You say yes, you said it right. Good. I'm glad I got that. And you also follow up saying I also have Gus the Bus. I might actually feel more confident in Gus than Wilson because I do feel like, I don't know, I feel like it's potentially more of an even split there than it might be for San Fran. Let's see, in the Baltimore matchup. So that is also a 1 p.m. matchup. Jacksonville also very good. 5th most fantasy points to the running back spot. Let's see here. Again, it comes down to, this is a piece of information that I wish was in some of these reports that I've looked through tonight. And unfortunately, it's not something that I've seen. To me, it comes down to who is getting the goal line touches in each of these scenarios. I'm looking up Gus Edwards to see what he's got here. So, okay, the last game against Cleveland, 2 touchdowns for Edwards. A couple of nice games in a row, 101 yards in Week 13. Says he scored 6 times in the Ravens' past 8 games. 7 rushes last game. Caught his lone target for 4. Dobbins had 16 rushes. So he was on the wrong side of that. Let's see if there's anything more. Nothing really all that much more. It's a tough spot. Either way, you're looking at playing somebody who is a number 2 amongst 2 potential running backs. So yeah, the matchup is good on both sides. They're both running teams. You could probably flip coin. I hate to say it that way. Let me see where else I was here. Let me see where I lost my spot here. Jeremy, there you are. Here it is. Volume to me is is a head of matchup. So if I don't know, it's tough, man. I would probably, if it were me, I would probably roll with CEH, but that doesn't necessarily mean that that's the best choice for you. So that's kind of why I always try to present these things this way. Are there any players in common between you and your opponent that could sway this decision? Is your opponent playing a Tyreek Hill or some reason for a high scoring game that you want to make sure to try to get a piece of those points? Or is your opponent playing for San Fran? I don't know, Brandon Ayuk. I don't know who there is in that makes a difference. But yeah, that's a tough spot. But if it might make the difference here. If you need a huge game and you want to look for the upside and you're looking for magic, then you might be forced to go that way. If perhaps your opponent is projected to win, if you're playing like the number one team in the league or something like that, and they've been just crushing it all year long. I have a hard time going against the volume here. But I could see the argument where you go in another direction. So again, as I always say, I know that I didn't per se give you a specific answer there, just kind of what my gut would be if it were me. But I do hope that whichever guy that you go with, I hope they crush it. I'll be watching. And what I'm hoping for is that as I watch these games, that one of these guys does crush it. And then I'm hoping that I hear back from you on the next live stream and you tell me that was the guy you started. I got my W. That's what we're looking for here. So, yeah, it's raw. Here is your follow-up. My opponent is playing Ayuk, Hill, Mahomes, and Dobbins. Well, that is very interesting. And you say, I'm projected to win because of Herbert and Gordon. That is good that you got those guys. So here's the deal. Your opponent's got Ayuk. So in that matchup, if let's say this game goes really well for San Fran, Ayuk has a big day, and that leads to a couple of pops at the goal line, and Wilson gets one of them. That's a potential reason to go that direction. If your opponent is playing Dobbins and you have Edwards, and Edwards gets out carried by Dobbins, then you have hurt yourself by doing that. So the fact that you would have a running back in common to play Edwards with your opponent having Dobbins, you have, if I use the right term here, you've increased your variance where potentially you could hurt yourself more if Dobbins has the hot hand and gets the work. Like if you needed to come from behind to win this matchup and you played Edwards against Dobbins, hoping that Edwards had the hot hand, Dobbins had a bad game as a result, and that got you your win, that would be a reason to play if you're trailing. If you're leading and projected to win, then I would say that's a reason not to go that direction, because all you can do probably is hurt yourself there. If Edwards has a better day than Dobbins, so be it. You've already got the lead. So if you just let Dobbins have his bad game, it doesn't hurt you at all. So let's take Edwards out of the equation entirely based on that. Now you're down to CEH and Wilson. So if they've got Hill and Mahomes, if you're playing CEH, yes, New Orleans is tough against the run, but if you end up with a situation where you get a couple of dump off passes and perhaps CEH takes one to the house from Mahomes, now you're sharing points with Mahomes. You can't share points with Ayuk. Obviously, all you can do is hope for a high scoring game that they both get those points, but you can share points with Mahomes. And if it's a high scoring game and Hill gets a lot of points, then there's more potential for CEH to get the points with him. So you've got two potential players in that situation. So this might be getting really deep into the woods, but these are really minuscule reasons to potentially think that CEH can protect you and protect your lead. And also have Kelsey. So this is like basically only a couple of teams involved. That's good. It's also good because now you're even more protected in the fact that Mahomes to Kelsey, you're getting a portion of those points. I actually think that the more I'm talking about this looks like a good spot for you in the fact that you have CEH, because it's different. If you got off to a bad start with Herbert and Gordon and you had to come from behind, it would be a lot harder to make up that difference when you're sharing players. It's going to be a lot harder for your opponent to make up that difference when he's sharing, or he or she, I shouldn't say, he absolutely, but your opponent is sharing your players. So to me, I think that's all the more reason to feel less hesitant about CEH, and because of the fact that if one of those Mahomes touchdowns happens to go to CEH and you got him in there, you blocked your opponent partially from getting points up on you. You're still relying on Wilson to have that magical day, and the best you're doing there is splitting. If it were at this point, if it were me, again, like this is the reason why I try to present all this information, because I do want you to make that decision that works best for you. But if it were me and I had just sat here looking at my lineup and I had just run through all those things in my head, I probably would play CEH, because I'm probably thinking to myself, neither one of these are great situations, but this situation protects me somewhat against my opponent. So that's my argument that I'm going to present. Again, whichever way you go, I do hope that you crush it. But I hope some of that information helps. I know there's a lot of different ways you could go with this. And again, this is one of those where I didn't necessarily say an exact straight out answer, but I think I gave you a lot of different little pieces there that might lean you in one direction or the other. So I do hope that whichever way you go, I hope that you crush it with that one. Jeremy Kibbett, thank you for being with us on the stream. Thank you for your chat tonight, and get that W, move on in those playoffs. We want to see all you guys have that success. All right, let me jump back up here to, I think I did not get this one yet from Mark Maloney. I'm not sure that if I did, I may have just missed it entirely. So I'm going to jump back to this one. And you say I have CEH, Connor, Mostert, Wilson for running backs, Allen Robinson, and Jarvis at wide receiver, Boyd, Chark, Ahmed, and Benny Snell on my bench. So this is probably your follow-up when I asked you about what your other options are, right? If you could flex somebody else. Is that, I mean, I'm looking through, yeah, because you asked about Mostert and Wilson. So here's what I'm going to ask you, Mark. In that Miami game, Salvon Ahmed is potentially coming back to play in that game. If he plays in that game, he would seem to be the guy that gets the bulk load of that work. I'm looking at perhaps if he is on your bench. So these are the other guys you say that are in there. I don't know that I love Boyd, although I might make an argument for Boyd over Wilson, but I don't love him. I don't love Chark. Benny Snell, probably not. But the guy that I see there that stands out, that's really like ringing a bell, is Salvon Ahmed. Keep an eye on your reports. I'm going to look up right here now, because potentially, especially if Miami is, as we talked about earlier, if Miami is missing all these other players and they have to run the ball, like if New England clamps down on Tua and you've got no Parker, you've got no Gesicki, Ahmed has been pretty good for them in the games when he's had the bulk. A couple games here, I see 15.5 points in week 10, a little bit lower, 9.9 in week 11. Let me see. The report here is trending towards suiting up. Questionable. He could resume lead back duties if Gaskin is out, which he is. I'm going to double check that, but I'm very certain that's the case. If Ahmed and Gaskin can't go, it'll be DeAndre Washington taking the lead back role. It does say, now this is what they say, Ahmed would be a low-end RB2 play if he's active and Gaskin is not. I'm going to look at Gaskin because I'm pretty sure that he is out. And if that is the case, come on, computer, please show me Myles Gaskin. There he is. Yeah, he is still out. So pay close attention to your reports. I would favor, if you have to, I would favor Mostert with Ahmed if he's playing over a Mostert with Wilson, because now you've got two potential players that might have nice games for you. Now, I know the matchup, if I put the matchup up for Miami, it's probably not as great of a matchup. Let's see, playing against New England, running backs 19th. I still think you'd rather diversify yourself into two separate games at that point. You're protecting yourself against potentially if San Francisco for some reason has a really bad game. I think that does give you a better chance to kind of spread out those points. I would look at that, and I'm glad that you put that up there. And I do hope that you're still on the stream to see the answer. And if not, that I do hope you call this up on replay to take a look. Because I do think that is a potential spot for you where you might end up slipping your way into a little bit better day, or at least a better situation. Again, you know, there's always things that could happen, and perhaps Mostert and Wilson both have big days, and it's not the way to go. Again, this is all about opinion. There's lots of different ways, but at least with a player who is expected to get the bulk load in a different game, you are diversifying, and somehow you've given yourself two opportunities at potential points there. So I would think about that. I like that as a potential option. Again, thank you for jumping back in with that follow-up, Mark. That does help quite a bit. And you say can start two running backs, two wide receivers, and one flex. Yeah, take a look. if you can, give that some thought. That is a potential. But again, I do hope that whichever way you go, I hope that your guys crush it in that one. All right, let's get a couple more chats here. It is almost 3:30 on the West Coast. We're glad that you guys have been with us the rest of the way. I do see a couple of these here. Let me follow up with Jeremy. You say, I'm probably going to start CEH because of your analysis. I appreciate it. And I say, no, Jeremy, I thank you for being here. And again, as always with these things, like I am right on board, and I want you guys to get those W's. So I hope if that's the way you go, I hope that he does crush it, because I'm going to, if any of you guys that go with guys that we've talked about and they don't get it, like I feel bad right along with like watching my own players. So, but that's part of the deal with doing these. And I expect that, and I know this thing is all about opinion, and sometimes it goes well, sometimes it doesn't. I do hope that it goes well for you guys in all these situations. And then after that, I'm going to jump over to our content, and then we'll call it a night after that. So anybody with your last minute chats, go ahead and get those in. I'm going to go through the content after these two, and then we'll jump back and get any last minute ones before we call it a night. Appreciate you guys all being here tonight. It's been a really good night of talking fantasy football. You say, so having RB issues, I have Zeke. I believe that means Zeke, as in Elliott, Wilson, Fournette, and Nyheim Hines. Who should I start as my RB1 and RB2? I'm in the second round of the playoffs. And you follow up by saying, do you suggest me picking up any free agents? Well, let's take a look. Zeke has been tough to start. Certainly, he is the highest tier player that you have here. And any other time, you're going to say, well, you're going to roll with Zeke because he is that guy. It's just it hasn't been there, and it's unfortunate. This matchup against San Francisco, it's a home game. San Fran, 28th on the list on the left side of your screen. So that is the 5th fewest fantasy points to the running back spot. Not a great matchup. Jeff Wilson, again, we talked about him a lot. He is splitting at best with Mostert. A better matchup, same game, Dallas allowing the 6th most fantasy points to the running back spot. So there is some potential there. I think that Leonard Fournette is a potential here for you, kind of a surprise that Ronald Jones, not a surprise that Jones isn't playing. We knew about that. But, we haven't seen Fournette much this year. And could he be a player that you could take advantage of this 1 week and get something good out of? Possibly. Not a great matchup. Atlanta, 27th, 6th fewest fantasy points. But again, he is going to get the bulk, or I would expect at least to get the bulk of the work there in that backfield. And then Nyheim Hines for the Colts. That's a home game against Houston, 1 p.m. A good matchup there. Houston, the 2nd most fantasy points to the running back spot. Because of that matchup, I feel like you probably are not wrong to try to work Nyheim Hines into this. I think that between Wilson and it's tough to say, between Wilson and Mostert and Hines and Taylor, I think Hines potentially could get a little bit more in comparison. It's tough to say because they're both in really similar spots where really they were like the second guy in a good matchup. Potentially the top guy has a great day, and then the second guy gets very little. And then you've got Zeke and Fournette, who are going to be the main guys. Again, like a lot of times here, we talk about the 4 factors being ability. What are the 4 factors? Ability, volume, it's late. Ability, volume, matchup, and game script in that order. So even though Zeke has struggled, he is clearly the top tier player. He's the guy you drafted high. Can you potentially play him and see if he's able to break through his tough times? I could see that as being the way you go. I want to look at his numbers just to see how bad it's been in the past few games. Again, Zeke is questionable, playing through injury, but I think he is expected to play, and I will check his report just to see that. They do expect him to play in this game. So in the past 4 games, he has had 2 games, 10 or more points. This is in a half-point screen I'm looking at, and 2 games under. Minnesota, he had 18.4. He had 103 yards in that game. Minnesota on the left side of your screen in terms of the matchup, only at 20th. So not like that was a great matchup to the running back spot, and he did overcome that. Washington, a tougher matchup. He had 2.4 points, 32 yards. Baltimore, 15th middling matchup. He had 11.5. And Cincinnati, another middling matchup. He had 6.9 and 12 carries. It really is all over the board here. Wow, why is my camera completely out of focus? Well, hopefully that comes back. If not, then we'll just deal with it. That was weird. Wilson and Fournette are the two guys of these four that should see the bulk of the volume in their backfields. And then, Zeke and Fournette see the volume. Wilson and Hines have the matchups. This is really frustrating that this camera is completely out of focus. I don't know why. Come back and focus, camera. What if I do this and move up? Focus on me now? This is what happens at 4 a.m, apparently, on these live streams. Well, I'll fix it in a minute. I'll put up a promo. Yeah, this is a tough one. I think that Fournette is a bad matchup, but potentially I think he's going to get the bulk load of the work. This focus thing's really bothering me. Focus. Oh, well. Man, let me see if there's any follow-ups here from you that help me along these. You see, yep, running back Zeke. Should I pick up Ahmed? I wouldn't. Yeah, I don't think that's a bad idea, actually. Even if you don't use them, a lot of times in these spots, what I'll try to say is, like pick these guys up so that your opponent doesn't potentially pick them up. You say, right now I have Zeke and Wilson starting, and you say it's all good. I think you're laughing at my camera. This is ridiculous. Like we're literally like almost 4 hours into this live stream, and all of a sudden now the camera decides to like flip out. Like I don't even get it. And perhaps from now on I should turn off the autofocus feature. Very frustrating. Anyways, yeah, if you have Zeke and Wilson starting, so I feel better about telling you to start Zeke, given that you already have him. I think that because of the fact that he's your stud, I think you roll with him and you just hope that he has a better game. Of course, he has the ability to all of a sudden have a great game from out of nowhere. And I definitely can understand Wilson because of the fact that that matchup is that good, that you could potentially have a great game from him here. Ahmed, I would say pick him up anyway if you have a spot there to keep anyone else from potentially playing him. You say your opponent has Montgomery and Kamara, so he probably is not going to be looking for anybody else. But I never hesitate in this situation to get those guys because you never know what's going to happen. You never know when an opponent all of a sudden, has issues and has to go pick up somebody. I can't say that I trust Fournette. I think Fournette's going to get the workload. I shouldn't say that. I could see potentially where Fournette ends up having a better game than Wilson because you expect him to get the bulk of the work. So if anything, I could see sliding him in there. But if you are trusting Wilson and hoping that Dallas is that bad that both of those running backs get a lot of points, then there is an argument there for Wilson to play because it does seem by all reports that they have been pretty much splitting for the most part. I would say look at your reports really close to try to work through, what they're saying about Wilson. I would keep Fournette in the back of your mind. Again, the matchup for Miami, if you went with Ahmed, Miami is 19th, and Fournette going up against Atlanta is 27th. So the matchup is a little bit better there. And we have seen Ahmed a little more than we've seen Fournette, so there is a little bit at least to go on there. Yeah, like you potentially have 4 guys that you're flipping a coin. So if you could find like a 4-sided coin and flip it between Wilson, Fournette, Hines, and Ahmed, then perhaps that's your best pop at this point. I'm hoping Solo Ho that right now you're in the lead in this matchup, and your opponent is having to come from behind and catch you. That would make me feel a lot better if that's the case. That would probably also sway your decision. If you feel like you're ahead in this matchup or you're favored, then the safer floor to me is the guy that's going to get the safer volume of work, and that's Fournette. And that's actually also Ahmed if he plays. You would think either one of those guys, but for sure Fournette with Jones out, you would expect him, unless they're going to go with Sean McCoy, which would be surprising. That seems like it would be a safer floor, but potentially might not have the upside for a big game, and potentially Wilson has the upside for a big game. Also Hines. Let me see your follow-up here. 10-4. Thank you, man. I appreciate it. I'm going to look for that 4-sided coin and know I'm behind by 45. Oh, no. Well, but here's the deal. If you're behind by 45, then that gives you information to go on. So you take a look at those matchups and you tell yourself, all right, if I'm behind by a lot, I need to swing for the fences. Which one of these guys has the potential to have the biggest game? And that might make you look at that matchup for Wilson. And that potentially means swinging for the fences there. Wilson, Zeke, Wilson, Tyreek Hill. I'm guessing that means Russell Wilson, Calvin Ridley, Mark Andrews, Justin Jefferson. You got a nice lineup there. Matt Gay and Browns is my defense. I like the defense. You got a lot of stuff working there. There's a good chance to get some points out of the Rams kicking game there. yeah, you have some players here that could win you this matchup. So yeah, if that very last spot player to win you this thing is Wilson, and that's what you need to swing for the fences because you're behind, then yes, you would think there's more upside and more potential for a big game out of that than there would be, like from a Fournette. Fournette would have the safer floor. You're behind by a lot. The floor might not be what you need. Take that shot, swing for the fences. And I think you probably, what your gut already has with Zeke and Wilson is very reasonable. By all means, solo ho, whichever guys that you pick here, I do hope that they crush it. I thank you for being on the stream. And if you are a new viewer, absolutely would love to have you back on future streams. All right, so let's do this. We have some content to go through here. For those of you that are still on the stream or for those of you that are watching on replay, we will make sure and get that up. And you say, appreciate it, man. You gave me some confidence. I certainly hope it works out. I love to see you guys all win these matchups, as well as I want to win my matchups. So this is what we're all here for. We've been working hard to get to this point. I hope that your guys crush it. And you say, have a good night. I subscribe. Awesome. Thank you. Appreciate it. You have a good night as well. Glad to have you on board. And I would love to see you on future streams. All right, let's get a little bit of promo information up here. And also that means while I do that, I can try to make this camera focus on me because this is really frustrating and annoying that it's not focusing. There, I fixed it. All right, perfect. Sunday pregame. That is our main show, and that's on at 12 noon every Sunday, and that's in about 8 hours from now. So we got some work to do to get ready for that show, but not a problem. We loved having all these chats with you guys. Almost 4 hours tonight. Been a great show. Every Sunday at 12 noon, be sure and join us. Same deal, answering all your fantasy football questions and taking you right up until game time every week. And in addition, look at that focus. Love it. In addition, here is our information. We are the Fantasy Follow. We are a brand new channel on YouTube this season. All of you that have been with us, our regulars, we appreciate you helping us work towards our goal of 100 new subscribers. Those of you that are new to the stream or perhaps watching on replay, if you enjoy what you're seeing here, be sure and hit that subscribe button. That way you can get all those notifications to let you know whenever we have new content for you. We appreciate you being with us. We are also on Twitter at the Fantasy Follow, and that's fantasy spelled FNTSY. You can send us your fantasy football questions there during the week using the hashtag AskTFFLive, and we will answer those questions live on our Sunday pregame show. Facebook/The Fantasy Follow, and our website, thefantasyfollow.com. All right, with no further ado, we get to our scheduled content portion of the show, and this show is called Saturday Stars, and what that means is we are bringing you players that have the top matchups for this weekend of football, Sunday and Monday. This is not necessarily a start-sit, but they're not ranked in order of how I feel they are going to play this weekend. I do that tomorrow with starts and sits on the Sunday pregame show. For now, we give you the rundown of top matchups. Perhaps there are some players here who might be in play for you, just a little bit of information to go through. All right, and if you're watching on replay, if you want to leave us your comments below and let us know what you think about any of these players, please feel free to do so. The first player we talk about, we start the quarterback spot. That is Tom Brady. And we'll go through these pretty quickly because we've been on the stream almost 4 hours now. It's been a long night, but we want to get this information to you. Tom Brady for the Bucs playing at Atlanta. Atlanta currently allowing the most fantasy points to the quarterback spot. They have allowed 20-plus fantasy points to 8 different quarterbacks this year and giving up the third most passing yards in the league. The last 4 games, Tom Brady, 20 or more fantasy points, 2 of those 4 games, 10 touchdowns over that stretch. Certainly one of the top matchups for this weekend. Another player in line with the top matchup is Jared Goff from the Rams playing against the Jets. That's a home game. The Jets allowing the second most fantasy points to the quarterback spot. They've given up 20-plus fantasy points to 5 different quarterbacks in the last 6 games, and they're allowing, over the course of the season, the second most passing yards in the league. Goff, 20-plus fantasy points, 2 of his last 4 games. Saturday Star, top matchup for this weekend. Another guy on our list for quarterbacks is Matthew Stafford. Now, there is an injury concern for Stafford. If he does play, he does have a nice matchup playing at Tennessee. The Titans currently allowing the 5th most fantasy points to the quarterback spot. They've given up 20 to 5 different quarterbacks this year, 20 or more, I should say, and are allowing the 4th most passing yards in the league. Stafford has had 20-plus fantasy points in 2 of his last 4 games. A great matchup here for Matthew Stafford. And another quarterback with a top matchup this weekend is Ryan Tannehill, playing against the Lions, who are currently allowing the 7th most fantasy points to the quarterback spot. They've given up 20-plus fantasy points to 6 different quarterbacks this year and are allowing the 6th most passing yards in the league. Tannehill, 20-plus fantasy points 2 of his last 4 games. Those are the top matchups at the quarterback spot, Saturday Stars. Moving on to the wide receiver spot. Again, these are not starts and sits. These are not ranked in the order of how I feel they were played. Some of these players we've talked about a lot tonight, and one of them is Terry McLaurin, and you've kind of heard me choose other players over Terry McLaurin. It's not because of the matchup. Again, this is just a run-through of the top matchups this weekend. The opinion on what they do is something completely different. We'd like to talk about these players that have these matchups, just to give you that information so that you might have some players come to mind in case you're making tough decisions. Again, McLaurin playing the Seahawks. Seattle allowing the very most fantasy points to the wide receiver spot this season. 15-plus fantasy points to 18 different receivers this year. However, none in the last 4 games. Kind of a little bit of a change for Seattle defensively. They are still allowing the most passing yards in the league. McLaurin, in his last 2 games, has only had 2 catches in each of those 2 games. Nonetheless, still a top matchup. Obviously, a lot of other question marks in line there. Another guy with a top matchup, perhaps someone you like a little bit better this weekend, is Allen Robinson for the Chicago Bears, playing at the Minnesota Vikings. The Vikings currently allowing the 3rd most fantasy points to the wide receiver spot. They've given up 15 plus to 11 different receivers this year and are allowing the 8th most passing yards in the league. Robinson, 27 plus fantasy points in 2 of his last 3 games, been playing great. And he's had 13 targets in 2 of those 3 games as well. So another great matchup. Saturday Star, Allen Robinson for the Bears. Another Saturday Star at the wide receiver spot, Corey Davis for the Tennessee Titans playing against Detroit. This is a home game. The Lions allowing the 4th most fantasy points to the wide receiver spot. Again, we've talked about Davis throughout the night tonight. Another top matchup. Again, this is not a start-sit. The matchup is there. A.J. Brown also in line with that same matchup. The Lions, 20-plus fantasy points to 5 different wide receivers this year, and they're allowing the 6th most passing yards in the league. Davis, 35.4 fantasy points in Week 13 and 4.4 fantasy points in the last game in Week 14. So it's been a little bit up and down for Corey Davis, but nonetheless, one of the top matchups for this weekend. Another player we've talked about tonight, and this is a fantastic matchup this weekend for Brandon Ayuk for the San Francisco 49ers playing at Dallas. Dallas currently allowing the 5th most fantasy points to the wide receiver spot. They have allowed 15-plus fantasy points to 16 different wide receivers this year. They, believe it or not, they're actually giving up the 6th fewest passing yards in the league. I just can't believe that, but that means that the receivers have been scoring a boatload of touchdowns. Ayuk has had 49 targets in the last 4 games. That's just unbelievable, and has had 19-plus fantasy points. I want to say, I might have written that down. It says 19-plus fantasy points in the last 4 games. Don't quote me if that's wrong. It's only almost 4 o'clock in the morning in the East Coast. Nonetheless, Brandon Ayuk, a Saturday Star, a top matchup, and what everybody is expecting to be a huge play this weekend. It's definitely a Saturday Star. Another guy on this list is Marvin Jones, wide receiver for the Lions, playing at Tennessee. The Titans currently allowing the 6th most fantasy points to the wide receiver spot. They have given up 17-plus fantasy points 5 times in the last 3 games, and they are allowing the 4th most passing yards in the league. Jones has had 12 targets in 2 of his last 3 games. Certainly better off for Jones if Matthew Stafford can go than if they have to go to their backup Chase Daniel. However, with no Kenny Galladay, Jones still probably in line for some decent workload and a nice matchup there for Saturday Star Marvin Jones. A couple of Saturday Stars from the LA Rams here right in a row. Robert Woods going to be the same stats here for both. Playing against the Jets. The Jets allowing the 7th most fantasy points to the wide receiver spot. They've given up 16-plus to 13 different receivers this year, and they're allowing the 2nd most passing yards in the league. Woods has averaged 11.5 targets over his last 4 games and has had 80 or more yards in 3 of those 4. His cohort in the wide receiver room there is Cooper Kupp. Kupp has had 15-plus fantasy points in 2 of the last 4 games. Again, both of these guys, Saturday Stars, top matchups for Week 15 of fantasy football. Next guy up is T.Y. Hilton, the guy we've talked about a whole lot. He has been hot lately, and another top matchup for Hilton playing versus the Texans, who he crushed 2 weeks ago. Houston allowing the 9th most fantasy points to the wide receiver spot. They've given up 15-plus fantasy points to 12 different receivers this year, and they have given up 100 or more yards 5 times in the last 7 games, currently allowing the 9th most passing yards in the league. T.Y. Hilton, 25 or more fantasy points each of his last 2 games. He has been hot. Let's see if he has another big game this weekend. Another top matchup for the Saturday Star, T.Y. Hilton. All right, that's our run of Saturday Stars at the wide receiver position. Let's move on over to the running back spot. The first guy we'll talk about is Jonathan Taylor for the Indianapolis Colts. Taylor playing against the Houston Texans. Houston currently allowing the second most fantasy points to the running back spot. They've given up 15-plus fantasy points to 12 different backs this year and are allowing the second most rushing yards in the league. Let's see. In Week 13, these two teams already played. Taylor had 91 yards, no touchdowns, adding 44 yards through the air on 3 catches and also a touchdown there. 22.5 fantasy points in that game. And then last week against the Raiders, he had just 150 yards, 2 touchdowns. It says 30.5 fantasy points is what I wrote down, so I have to trust that I wrote down the correct numbers there. Again, this is a great spot for Jonathan Taylor. And again, this is another situation where there is another player in that backfield who also has that top matchup, and that's Nyheim Hines, and certainly has the potential to also have a nice game here playing alongside Taylor. Again, in that last matchup between these two teams, Hines, only 10 yards on the ground, did have a touchdown, also had 22 receiving yards, 3 catches. That was 12.2 fantasy points in Week 13. So both of these guys, top matchups, Saturday Stars for Week 15. Another guy on this list, we've talked about him a lot tonight. It's J.K. Dobbins for the Baltimore Ravens. He's currently he's playing the Jacksonville Jaguars, and they're currently allowing the 5th most fantasy points to the running back spot. Of course, he's splitting some time there in that backfield, but certainly Dobbins has seemed to be coming on in recent weeks. Jacksonville, in terms of what they've allowed, 20-plus fantasy points to 6 different backs this year. And then, of course, they gave up 215 yards to Derrick Henry last week. They're allowing the 3rd most rushing yards in the league. Dobbins has had, let's see what this says here, a touchdown in each of the last 3 games that he has played. So certainly I think J.K. Dobbins is a Saturday Star top matchup for Week 15. Another guy we've talked about a lot tonight, Raheem Mostert for the San Francisco 49ers, a great matchup against the Dallas Cowboys, allowing the 6th most fantasy points to the running back spot. Let's see, they've allowed 24 or more fantasy points in 2 of the last 4 games. They are currently allowing the most rushing yards in the league. They've just been, giving up points everywhere. And Mostert has had actually, let's see, the last few games, it looks like I wrote down here 65 yards or less in the last 4 games. I don't know if that 65 is I believe that's what I wrote. Of course, I can't barely read my writing on that one. But, you get the picture here. His production hasn't been huge. It hasn't been quite what you would hope, but his matchup is much better this week. And certainly if he's healthy, potential top matchup here for Saturday Star Raheem Mostert. I should try to write stuff that I can read better potentially in these things. And then, of course, DeAndre Swift, another top matchup this weekend, playing at Tennessee. Titans allowing the 7th most fantasy points to the running back spot. They've given up 17-plus fantasy points to 7 different backs this year. They're actually currently allowing the 15th fewest rushing yards in the league. That's kind of right in the middle. But as you see, when the number is different and the fantasy points are that much higher, that tells you that they've been scoring a lot of touchdowns or potentially getting some pass catching on the backfield as well, which Swift certainly can be in play for that. Last week, Swift, 24 yards rushing with a touchdown, 26 yards receiving, 4 catches. That was 15.4 fantasy points against Green Bay. DeAndre Swift, another guy with a top matchup for this weekend, as does this guy, Kareem Hunt, for the Cleveland Browns, playing at the Giants. The Giants currently allowing the 9th most fantasy points to the running back spot. They've given up 16 or more fantasy points to 8 different backs this year, actually allowing the 7th fewest rush yards in the league. But again, the fantasy points much higher. Hunt, let's see, last week, 37 yards rushing with a touchdown, 77 yards receiving on 6 catches, also with a touchdown. That was 29.0 fantasy points. A great game there. He's been a little bit up and down since Chubb has been back. There's been some good matchups earlier in the year that I liked him in, and he didn't have as great of a game. And then I kind of slid him down to the sit role last week. And then, of course, he came through with a huge game. But nonetheless, I think he's a guy that's been good enough all season long. Another top matchup for him. I'm sure that Nick Chubb will have plenty of production in this matchup as well. But I think Kareem Hunt, there is the opportunity for him to get some there as well. So I've got Kareem Hunt as a Saturday Star top matchup for Week 15. All right, and then a couple of guys here at the tight end spot to talk about as Saturday Stars, starting with Eric Ebron from the Pittsburgh Steelers. Ebron playing at the Cincinnati Bengals. They are currently allowing the 3rd most fantasy points to the tight end spot. They have allowed 10 or more fantasy points to 8 different tight ends this year, and Ebron has averaged 8.5 targets in his last 4 games. Another guy here is Irv Smith Jr. for the Minnesota Vikings, playing against the Chicago Bears. The Bears currently allowing the 4th most fantasy points to the tight end spot. They've given up 10-plus fantasy points to 7 different tight ends this year. and they have also given up 9 touchdowns to tight ends over the course of the season. Smith last week, 63 yards on 4 catches, had 1 touchdown. That was 16.3 fantasy points against Tampa Bay. So Irv Smith, another top matchup Saturday star for this weekend. Also on this list, Rob Gronkowski for the Tampa Bay Bucks playing at the Atlanta Falcons. The Falcons currently allowing the 5th most fantasy points to the tight end position. They have given up 10 plus fantasy points to 8 different tight ends this year. And Gronkowski last week in week 12, 1 touchdown last week, and had 106 yards also in week 12. So I certainly think Gronkowski, there is some potential there. Again, the Saturday Stars top matchups for this weekend's football play. Another guy at the tight end spot, Jared Cook for the New Orleans Saints, another Saturday Star with a top matchup this weekend. Saints playing against Kansas City. The Chiefs currently allowing the 7th most fantasy points to the tight end position. They've given up 10 plus fantasy points to 7 different tight ends this year. And of course, they did give up 23.5 fantasy points to Mike Gesicki last week. Cook, 1 touchdown each of his last 2 games. Another Saturday Star top matchup at the tight end spot. And then you have Mark Andrews for the Baltimore Ravens playing versus Jacksonville and the Jaguars. They are giving up the 8th most fantasy points to the tight end position and have allowed 8 touchdowns to tight ends over the course of this year. Andrews has a total of 174 yards combined over his last 2 games played. I think another top matchup Saturday Star for this weekend. All right, that is our run. And again, Saturday Star is not necessarily a start or sit. Those were not in the order that I project them to play or how I feel about their potential value this weekend. That was just a rundown of players who had some nice matchups to look forward to this weekend. We will see how that shakes out, and I will have the starts and sits tomorrow on the Sunday pregame show. All right, let me jump back over. I do see a couple of more chats here that I will hit before we will call it a night for tonight. And I have Bobby Schmerda back with us. Thanks for joining us back, Bobby. You say, will Kittle or Antonio Gibson be back? That's a tough one to say. And let me get these other ones in here too. Also, how do you feel Brady is going to do this week? And what DST would you take, Colts or Pats? I'll start with the first question. This is just a guess. My guess is there's a better chance that Kittle is back than Gibson. I think it might have to do with where Washington goes and how much they're in the mix for that division going forward. I think turf toe is a tough injury. I think that the fact that we haven't seen him back yet doesn't bode well. I think that Kittle is probably on the upswing. I think that probably he would have hoped that he would have been working his way back this week. So I think there's probably more potential for him of the two. Certainly either one of them, if they do make it back, would be a great addition, looking towards your fantasy football championship. If you have either of them, I would not let them go. If you have potential to get either one of them, for some reason, if they're sitting out there like Kittle on a waiver wire, I would go after it if possible, because if he does come back and play, that could be a huge boost to your team, or it could definitely keep that player away from one of your opponents. Hard to say. I think there's a reasonable chance Kittle. Gibson, I'm not too sure about. Brady on this side, how do I feel he's going to do this week? Well, again, we'll put up this little clip here from our Saturday Stars, and I'll put up Brady's deal here. He is playing at Atlanta. So in terms of the matchup, it's great. Atlanta's allowing the most fantasy points to the quarterback. So the matchup is certainly there. Again, this deal is more of a talking about what matchups there are there. Whether or not he's a starter or sit, that depends on who he's being started over. That certainly makes a difference. I do think that there is certainly a great potential for Brady to play well, just because that matchup is there. And against Atlanta, there is the potential for Atlanta to also throw the ball a lot, even though they don't have Julio Jones. So these are games that could potentially turn into high-scoring games, which would be even more for that situation. Hard to say, but I would think that with that sort of a matchup, you would be hard-pressed to think that Brady would not play well this weekend. And then in terms of DST, Colts or Pats, so let me take a look over here and call up defenses. Certainly Indianapolis has been a good defense all year long, and playing against Houston, Houston is not all that great at all at this point. So let's take a look at their numbers, and we'll give you the matchups there as soon as I get my other screen to cooperate. I want all teams, please. Thank you. And here we go. All right, Indianapolis, show me. Okay, playing against Houston, the numbers. Houston is allowing the 16th most fantasy points to DST, so that is right in the middle. New England on their defensive side, they're playing, let's see, Miami, and Miami is allowing the 14th fewest fantasy points to the defense. So neither one of these matchups are all that great. I might call up recent results to take a look, see what New England has done. New England had a whopping 31 fantasy points in Week 13 against the Chargers. Other than that, they haven't been in double digits since Week 3. So it's been quite some time for them. I don't know that New England has necessarily been a team that's been standing out for you all year long. Indianapolis probably has, although in recent weeks they haven't been, well, I shouldn't say that. They still have been pretty decent. The last 2 weeks, 12 points each of those 2 weeks. The previous 2 weeks before that was -3 and 8. But they've been in double digits 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 times this year with a high of 26. I think that you probably would expect in that situation where neither one of the matchups really stands out, you probably go with the team that's had more production over the course of the year. Yes, I know Indy's D hasn't been quite as tough in recent times, but I think I probably, even though I know New England against rookie quarterbacks is usually pretty good, and it might play into the decision if tomorrow or later today you find out that all these Miami Dolphins players that are questionable are like all out, which they could be. I mean, that could happen. I mean, then it's you could definitely change your mind on that one. But for me, I probably still lean towards it seems like the safer of the two is Indy because they've had more good games over the course of the season. Like I said, neither one of the matchups really stand up. I could find reasons to go either way, but in that sort of a situation, if I see a team that hasn't had hardly any double-digit defensive performances and the other one that has, that might be enough to make me lean towards the Colts side of things. So hope some of that information helps you out, Bobby. And again, hope that you're crushing it along through your playoffs as well as everybody else, and that all of your decisions end up working out this weekend. And that we all, me and all of you guys, we all want to move on to those fantasy league championships. I do hope that works out for all of you. So appreciate, Bobby, you being on the stream, and appreciate all the rest of you that have been with us tonight. I'm going to put up our information just again before we call it a night here and remind you about our TFF Live Sunday pregame show. That's on in, about 8 hours from now. But that's every Sunday at 12 noon. We are with you, again, answering your fantasy football questions, taking you right up until game time and getting you ready for all of your matchups each week. So all of you, please, if you'd like to come on over and join us on that Sunday pregame show as we look forward to all these games tomorrow afternoon. In addition, here's the rest of our information. We are the Fantasy Follow. We are a brand new channel on YouTube this year. We appreciate all of you who have become regulars. We love to talk fantasy football with all you guys all the way along. For those of you who are new to the stream, or perhaps you're watching on replay, if you like what we're doing here, please, by all means, go ahead and click that subscribe button. We want to make sure that you get those notifications whenever we have new content as a new channel. We don't always come up quite as high in the searches, so we want to make sure all you guys are alerted whenever we have new videos or new live streams. We are also on Twitter at the Fantasy Follow, and that's fantasy spelled FNTSY. And you can send us your lineup questions on Twitter during the week using the hashtag AskTFFLive, and we will answer those questions live on our Sunday pregame show. Facebook / the Fantasy Follow, and our website, thefantasyfollow.com. It has been another great night of Saturday Stars and a great night of chat. Bobby Schmerda says, thank you, man. God bless. And I say, no, thank you, Bobby, for being with us as always, as well as all the rest of you who are on the stream. And look at that. The light goes off just in time for the end of the show instead of in the middle of the show this time. That's telling you, that's it, Joe. Enough for the night. We're done. Absolutely had a great night of chat with you guys. Looking forward to a great weekend of fantasy football. A bunch of games already in the books, a bunch more to come. It's the playoffs. You're making that push towards getting that W and potentially playing for your league championship this week. We want all of you to make it there. We want you guys to crush it. So as we always say, good luck in fantasy. We'll see you next time.